Morning, everybody. Welcome to Hope 16 on a Saturday morning. I don't know if anyone partied last night. I just want to quickly tell you that, in case of fire, I'm a fireman. In case of fire, there are 4 exits in the back, leads straight outside. Restrooms are around the hall. So for our first talk today, I'd like to introduce Sean O'Brien. He's the founder of the Yale Privacy Lab and a research fellow at Yale Law School. He's a security researcher with extensive experience uncovering surveillance and mobile applications. Sean has spent over a decade advocating for digital rights, open source solutions, and decentralized technologies. As the driving force behind Tock.com, which he's going to talk about today, he leads the Privacy Safe's mission to develop a free and open source tools that empower users to protect their privacy and regain control over their digital experiences. Welcome, Sean. If you have questions before, during, or after, please use the microphones up here.
Awesome, thank you. I am very excited to be on the main stage at Hope. I didn't think I would ever be here, so this is a big sort of wish fulfillment thing for me, so thank you. And thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. It's not easy. It wasn't easy for me, I'll tell you that. So I'm going to talk about this thing called Tock that we made, which is pretty cool. It's an alternative front end for TikTok. A lot of you folks are familiar with that, probably work on that stuff. So we're going to do that a little bit, but then I'm going to show you a demonstration that I think sort of proves a point about surveillance that we really need to make. So, ¿qué movida con TikTok? No. What's up with TikTok, right? Well, I won't talk about me. I had a nice little intro, but I've been very much involved in the whole TikTok thing, okay? I have been on 2 amicus, never sure how that's pronounced, briefs to the Supreme Court with a bunch of folks, law professors around the country. I basically am against any information flows stopping, right? I do not want to see people not on TikTok, but TikTok sucks. It's terrible, right? Okay? So I just want to get that out of the way. But a lot of the things are terrible, right? Let me fix this slide because what is going on there? We cannot have that. You're going to be cut off with everything. Hold on, folks. Much better. All right. So this isn't just something that's academic for me. I've been very much involved in it. I've been sort of put in front of crowds and pilloried for my opinion. As a cybersecurity person, you're supposed to say that TikTok is the worst thing ever and that we're all going to destroy our lives and our phones and everything else. But I don't believe that. Privacy Lab, as the MC mentioned, this is an initiative at Yale Law School. We do digital self-defense workshops, what we used to call key signing parties or crypto parties, right? So if you want to check out the work we do there, or if you're in New Haven, please, come down. I see Chris Carafa in the audience. He's from New Haven as well, and is an awesome person you can connect with there. Awesome. So, who here uses TikTok? Show of hands. All right. Maybe you have to. Maybe you like it. Totally cool. One of the interesting things about TikTok is we now know that it is one of not only the most addictive apps that's out there, but that the psychological effects are pretty serious. And by that I mean we spend an awful lot of time on TikTok if we use it, but we don't remember nearly anything we saw on TikTok, right? It's a combination of both that short media format and the fact that we go on apps like that to do so-called doom scrolling. It's a passive thing that you're kind of disengaging your mind when you're on the platform, okay? TikTok isn't just an app, though. I mean, we still kind of talk about it in that context, right? And, you talk about it, say, oh, it's a Gen Z app, et cetera, et cetera. TikTok may be the most popular app in the United States usage-wise. Depending on the metrics you look at, it may be bigger than all of the apps, but it's certainly the largest social app for number of minutes, number of hours in usage in the United States, and that's across all kinds of cultural barriers, all kinds of different demographic groups, okay? It's also a digital marketplace. So the TikTok shop is becoming a really, really big deal. And the folks who got in on the ground floor on that are making entire business models around TikTok, right? Certainly, it's a geopolitical bargaining chip. That's why we're talking about it in this context today. It's about information control. It's about information flows, right? This is a proxy, obviously, in a geopolitical conflict between the US and Canada, okay? Canada, geez, sorry. We have a Canadian here, my friend Nikolai Biraku. He's in Canada, so we keep talking about it, so it's in the back of my mind. It's between the US and China. Canada is caught in the middle, certainly. And that's an important point I'll make in a second. This slide is from basically a group, NDIA. It's a defense group. These are private contractors, beltway contractors that work with the Pentagon. If you check out a lot of the information out there this is unclassified, right? This kind of stuff has been talked about for a very long time by defense contractors, okay? This is how the defense industry sees China, okay? This is in the context of course, electronics, as they say here, but it's an iceberg for them, right? They've been constantly just beating this drum. This is from a few years ago, and they say this is a strategic issue where we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, and there's this huge amount of stuff that we don't see, and they've been gearing up for a geopolitical conflict with China for a very, very long time in the context of digital technology, okay? So let's panic, right? This is a good meme from a couple days before the actual ban on TikTok was supposed to go into effect, sort of went into effect back in January. Now, I think this was a real cultural moment. Obviously, it was all over the television. You couldn't get away from it. It was all over the internet. People were talking about it. And there was a bit of an exodus, right? Not this exodus. This exodus is Exodus Privacy. They're a great group that I've worked with in France, and they do tracker analysis, basically, trackers as we call them. At Yale Privacy Lab, we come up with, basically, we do static analysis, we get snippets of these sort of signatures, and then we send those upstream to Exodus Privacy. They put it in their tracker database. These SDKs that are in these Android apps are then identified by their automated tool, and then F-Droid actually hooks into their API and scans all the apps for it as well. I think the Aurora store also does that now. So it's very good work that they do. But maybe we should be a little afraid of TikTok, right? There are these trackers in TikTok. There's no doubt that there's a huge privacy problem with TikTok, right? The ban itself is obviously some sort of geopolitical mess, right? We're talking about 3 different administrations here technically. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and now Trump 2. Let's hope there's not a Trump 3, but who knows. Anyway, and this has obviously just gone back and forth, like all of the nonsense around tariffs. When I talk about this issue, I call it a data tariff issue, okay? That's the correct context, in my opinion, to be talking about TikTok. These information flows are valuable. This data is a commodity, okay? And United States big tech companies want that commodity for themselves. And certainly, the executive branch has listened, right? Now, the flip-flopping. This is what apparently happens, right, with Trump. Kicking it down the road, 90 days, 90 days, 90 days. Who knows what's going to go on? What we do know is that when the ban happened, back in January and February, sort of, there was this big drop-off of usage, right? From TikTok, so this is the competitors, the people using TikTok started jumping to these other Chinese-affiliated apps, right? The big one being RedNote, right? RedNote is a worse security disaster than TikTok. I'm not going to go into it. But it was a sign, especially that Gen Z was rebelling. They were purposefully going to awful from a privacy perspective, awful from a security perspective, awful from an open source perspective apps They were going to Red Note, they were going to Lemonade, they were going to these things just to stick it to the man, so to speak, right? Just to make a point that they were going to use Chinese apps no matter what, right? But who actually benefited the most from the so-called ban on TikTok, right? Well, we have some numbers now. So the little experiment of it being offline for a short time gave us some data, which is very interesting. As you can see, there's an enormous amount of money that can be made by Meta specifically, okay, with folks jumping to Instagram specifically, if they leave TikTok and go to that platform. And we did see some of that happen already, okay? Especially folks who have entire businesses around TikTok, who are influencers around TikTok. They were saying, you know, crap, I've got to use Instagram. I've got to get in there because my entire business could just be banned with my entire audience or a huge portion of my audience, right? Snap is another one that benefits, and there's some other intermediaries as well in the United States. But this commodity, this data already has started flowing into big tech, into US-affiliated Silicon Valley firms instead of, obviously, Chinese-affiliated firms. There's all kinds of research around this. We don't have time to go into it, basically, but you can look into the research itself. We don't get these kinds of experiments that often in the real world with our platforms. So it's a very interesting one to look at, seeing where the data flows went, seeing where the advertising revenue went, seeing where the attention went, really. And there's some good papers out there I recommend. This presentation, by the way, I'm going to give you a link at the end. You can just download the presentation, remix it, do whatever you want with it. Now let's talk about StickTock. Okay, so sticktock.com. You can go out there now on your phones if you'd like, laptops, etc. This is a free and open source alternative front end for TikTok. It's got a lot of code from another project called Off TikTok. If the developer of Off TikTok is here, we would love to talk to you. I tried reaching out over the channels, but maybe that person doesn't want to be contacted. Okay. Anyway, StickTock is basically a tool that proves a point. We were trying to get a point across with a proof of concept. It's not a full fleshed out NVIDIA style or knitter style front end that's going to give you a reasonable experience as if you were on TikTok. But what it will do, it will allow you to pop in a URL that someone shares with you from TikTok. It will download the video from TikTok to a server that's in Iceland, not the United States, not China, okay? There are no trackers, no tracking code. We don't want to know anything about you. There's a .onion for this, so there's a Tor hidden service for this. And you can just watch that video. If I go out there now, which I will do, and let's see if I mess up the demo or not. Okay. I don't think so, not this one. The second demo is a little trickier. So this, by the way, StickTock, it was sponsored by our project Privacy Safe. We're building a lot of very cool apps. Mikolai talked about that yesterday. John Kiriakou will be talking about it a little bit as part of his speech today at 4 p.m. So that's the project we're doing this StickTock project under. If you go out to sticktock.com, how does that look? It's okay. And you click Watch TikTok, you will get the latest TikTok videos that people have popped into that URL bar, okay? And they play, and you can swipe and do the TikTok thing. Okay, that's enough of that. Why, if all of these folks who are much more powerful than our little dev team, who had a lot more time than our little dev team, a lot more resources than our little dev team, okay? Why, if they were so concerned about the privacy of Americans, right, did they not develop, maybe even working with the TikTok folks, the folks at ByteDance, another front end or app for TikTok that doesn't spy on people, okay? That's the open question here. And that's the question I think we should be asking about these terrible intermediaries that are gobbling up our data and spying on us. We need to be pushing back by actually implementing stuff and getting it out there into the world, right? And we need to make it as portable as possible. There are some folks already who are running their own StickTock servers. There's a Docker image for this. It's not the easiest thing to deploy, but you can do it. Plugs into the TikTok API, so your mileage may vary. Cory Doctorow was amazing and helped us promote this, which is great. Obviously, you all know who he is, and he cares very much about information, also does not like TikTok, right? So you can have that opinion. It is okay to say, we don't want to ban things. We understand there's a problem with this platform. We also don't want to get into the geopolitical tit-for-tat conflict between the US empire and China, which Canada is caught in the middle of. I'm not going to go through all the promotion, but I just want to give shout-outs in the presentation to the folks who did actually cover us. We served up around 50,000 videos, I think, in the first month. It's a little more than that now. We see peaks, obviously, when the ban gets, supposedly is going to happen again. It is one of our most popular sites out there right now. But the bottom line here, obviously, is that there's strength in numbers. This is my little bit of a call to action here in the middle of the presentation. The people in this room, and it's not like just use TikTok. It would be great to have help with this, by the way. It would be great for you all to contribute or help us. You'll see, for example, there are issues out there that'll say things like, TikTok is down. That tends to be what the biggest issue we get, because that's what people are using it for, and when it doesn't take their video, et cetera, we get an issue. It's some vague sort of filing. It would be nice to have some triaging and some help with that. But we need to be building alternative front ends and embracing alternative front ends again. I've noticed and I've seen, and it's partially because of the lawfare around all of this, of course, partially because of the threats around all of this, of course. I've seen a lot of the alternative front ends we did have stop working. Right? There used to be proxy Tock, which was an alternative front end for TikTok. When I went out to look for something to use, I went out to look for it, and it was hopelessly broken. Okay? So we need to fix these things, polish these things, and get these things out there. I know it's not fun work. I know that we have many, many other things to do. But these platforms that people are locked into, we need to start pushing back with actual grassroots implementations. Okay? Code's out there on GitHub if you want to check it out. Let's talk about DeepSeek. So about a week after the whole kerfuffle around TikTok and the supposed ban, which I don't even think was 24 hours. By the way, TikTok.com, of course, did stay up during the ban, and people were using it. So that was a good real-world proof of concept as well. But DeepSeek was released shortly after that. DeepSeek also has these trackers, as I'm showing in the X's privacy window here, right? Very cleverly, DeepSeek was released by the team, basically the same folks who make TikTok, a lot of the ByteDance folks. It was released about a week after TikTok was allowed to go back up. Now we can talk about all of the legal stuff around this whole situation. Should the executive branch have the power to do this? Actually, they're supposed to enforce the law. This is the law of the land that there's not supposed to be TikTok. The executive branch has just unilaterally decided not to enforce the law. I didn't know that could be done, but hey, it is being done. With DeepSeek, we haven't had that kind of a ruling yet. We may not see that kind of a fight. Who knows? But DeepSeek, of course, is, in my opinion, a much bigger deal. It's a much bigger deal because the fallout from this could tank the entire US economy and the global economy, right? This war I'm talking about between these two countries, the United States and China, in the digital battlefield, right? This war now is in this artificial intelligence, so-called AI area. And as we know, NVIDIA is hugely overvalued, in my opinion, but there's an enormous amount of the global economy wrapped up in these firms now. If we don't sort of de-escalate these conflicts, we could see serious impacts on ordinary individuals, the kind of folks who are just going out there and using TikTok, the kind of folks who are just going out there and using ChatGPT. And it's not that I love ChatGPT, believe me, and it's not like I'm trying to save them from the threat of DeepSeek, but we need to always consider and talk about these things in the context that we're living in, right? One of the interesting things about DeepSeek, and one of the reasons that, of course, it kind of did hurt the NVIDIA stock, right? It went down for a while, but then, of course, it boomeranged back up, was because DeepSeek is one of the models that you can run on commodity off-the-shelf hardware, right? reasonably well, not great. But there certainly were a lot of folks in free and open source software circles who were talking about your own personal AI assistant, LLM in your pocket, all that kind of stuff. If you want to ask about the licensing later, we can get into all that around that. Obviously, these models are not trained to respect open source licensing, right? Okay. The interesting part about DeepSeek was there was sort of this cooling period where people weren't actually analyzing it from a privacy and security standpoint. I was a little shocked that people didn't immediately make the comparison to TikTok. At least the folks I was talking to, looking at online, and sort of definitely in the mainstream press. We didn't see the same sort of DeepSeek as a threat. It took a little while before people started saying that, right? But if you looked at the network traffic, you would see that the traffic is directed to mainland China. Now, in the US, if you used the DeepSeek app, you would see that the traffic was going through an intermediary, primarily in Germany, okay? Taobao is basically a grocery store chain that's getting into the cloud world, and they're running a bunch of different services in Germany, and then that stuff is ostensibly going to mainland China, right? But if you look at the traffic, there's no doubt it's either directly going to mainland China or Chinese intermediaries, right? So you would think that the conversation around DeepSeek would be similar to the conversation around TikTok. It hasn't risen to that level yet. Also, obviously, it has ByteDance components. It has fingerprints of ByteDance all over it. Also, there's all kinds of other stuff to say about it that they actually outline in their privacy policy. So it's not like ByteDance was trying to hide this, or any of the folks behind any of these apps are trying to hide this. They have very clear privacy policies that say we use these third-party SDKs, and they link to the source. There's all kinds of information out there if you go look for it. It's not exactly hidden. Again, the privacy issues with DeepSeek, the privacy issues with TikTok, the privacy issues with our software ecosystem and our software supply chain, especially on smartphone platforms, iOS and Android, right, are awful, right? The average app I look at has a dozen or so of these SDK trackers in it running in the background all the time. The average person does not think about, when they open an app, that it's talking to 12, 13, 15, 22 different servers around the world and snarfing up their information, right? Here's just some of the network traffic showing some of the servers. So got a proof, right? I got to verify. Here's just the user agent string coming from, this is actually an Android, a virtual machine in this case, but you can clearly see there is something that we can call browser fingerprinting, right? Or not really browser, but app fingerprinting going on here. So you can potentially uniquely identify users just using the user agent string, right? And here's the translation of the part of the privacy policy, the disclosure about third parties that DeepSeek has. Now, Yael Grauer and Michael Lee were on stage yesterday, and I think Yael is talking again today. This is a story that I did with her. We also worked with Le Monde, and we released this all over the place back in 2017 with Yale Privacy Lab, okay? The reason I'm bringing this up is because this problem with tracking SDKs is nothing new. But it proves another point we need to make, right? We need to always keep focused on what's actually going on here from a privacy standpoint, not obsessively talk about TikTok or obsessively talk about any specific actor, country, nation state, whatever. It's just a huge problem. I've done a bunch of investigations around this sort of thing. If you want to go look at it, you can. This investigation was one I did actually when I was running something called the Digital Security Lab at ExpressVPN. We did basically some analyses of different apps. We did, for example, an analysis of some health apps in the middle of COVID. The telehealth apps are also really, really bad. But this one specifically looked at like X mode and some of the well-known names in sort of the tracking ecosystem now, okay? And there's links to that out there. There's all kinds of information out there. This breach just happened, right? This is a biggie that happened back in January. Gravy Analytics is has been around for a really long time. It's certainly one of the intermediaries, one of the tracker SDKs that I've been looking at for a while. They had an enormous amount of data that leaked. And we're familiar as privacy people that this has real-world impact on people, right? This is from that story by Zach Whitaker, and this basically shows a map where the locations of individuals, right, can be found because of that Gravy Analytics breach, right? So just to roll back a little bit, you can be running an app, right? In this case, it's Tinder, right? And in the background, right, snippets of code can be running that are talking to servers, right, and sending your location data to those servers. Then they can be stored in a database, and then the intermediary, in this case, Gravy Analytics, can sell that information about you, right, and be breached, and the information can get out there, right? And you as a user, you only have on your phone a little permission dialog, right, to just make a few choices when you install the app, ostensibly a few choices. Baptiste Robert, Elliot Alderson online, he basically has a huge data set that he hasn't even gone through yet, and this is just a small part of it. So I bring up this breach because we're starting to see, just like with traditional data breaches, right, that the scale of this privacy problem is enormous, right, and that the fallout is really serious. But like real-world data breaches of traditional systems, right, it's just an everyday occurrence now, or it's getting to be much more common, so it's not a big deal anymore, unfortunately, right? When the Yahoo breach happened a few years ago, however many years ago that was, 6, 7 years ago, right? Everybody was freaking out about it. It had a big impact on the valuation of Yahoo when they were the merger and acquisition process, et cetera, right? Now breaches are just happening every other day, and we're going to start seeing them more and more from these tracker SDK intermediaries, including some of the trackers that are in an app like TikTok, right? Okay, hold on. So all kinds of implications here. Obviously, the folks who feel the most harm from this are the most vulnerable, right? The ones that are affected the most. A lot of that, you know, LGBTQ plus folks, you know, religious minorities, et cetera, these groups are often the ones who are the most easily identifiable, right, and the most persecuted. So it's a serious thing. This is an example of an Android manifest. We probably have folks who, for better or for worse, have had to package and build Android apps, right? So you might be familiar with this. If you want to look into this sort of thing and do the work yourself the hard way, although there's some good automated tools these days, you're basically doing a little bit of analysis on these .dex files, right? And the manifest itself, which you also kind of have to unpack, that has the information, usually the permission information, which will sort of give away that the SDKs are there in the first place. Now, we didn't used to have those permissions, right, at all. Those permissions came because not only hackers and inventors and innovators, right, were pushing for them to exist, but because the public had an understanding from stories like the one I did with Yael at The Intercept, they started to have an understanding that there were problems, right, and they were clamoring for real privacy, which Apple pretends to give people. Okay. If anybody wants to dig into this more and contact me directly, please do. I looked back through my files, and it turns out I have some documentation I'm not sure anybody else has anymore, that's not on the web anymore, around Gravy Analytics. I haven't had time, basically, to do anything with it, but there's a bigger story here about them specifically, I think. The real question for us, right, is just how did things get this bad? You know, Corey was up here last year talking about enshittification. I don't think I have to sell very hard to this crowd that things are not good in digital land. But we need to remind ourselves that the intermediaries that we have the most power over in the United States are the American intermediaries, Google's, et cetera, right? And when we talk about this sort of thing, we usually talk about it in the context of location surveillance, right? The map of the Tinder users was location surveillance. This is an overlay of the Strava data from the Strava sort of like fitness tracker data from a few years ago. That information leaked. You can actually overlay it on OpenStreetMaps on your own hometown if you do a little bit of hacking, I guess. And then we went around and we were tagging different surveillance cameras and ALPRs and things of that nature around New Haven. And you can actually see there sometimes is a correlation, or there often is a correlation. The biggest traffic points, of course, of individuals are going to have the most surveillance, right? But I'm going to show you right now, just sort of to cap off here, that we need to worry about more than just location surveillance, just like we need to shift the conversation from just talking about how bad China is, right? So we have tons of sensors in our devices. These sensors can be used in unexpected ways to also get information that can be used for surveillance on individuals, right? For example, one of the most traditional ways people have been identified, and John Kiriakou will tell you all about this from his time in the CIA, is gait, okay? Now you can analyze video, and now you can use generative AI and computer vision tools to analyze someone's gait and try to say, okay, within a certain reasonable percentage, this is Sean O'Brien walking down the street in New Haven, okay? And that can be done also with accelerometers in our phones, right? We have all kinds of other stuff that can do this. I think we're gonna see a world where people get a traffic ticket or don't pay for their insurance or spend too much time at the bar, right? And they're gonna get into their car, and you may agree with this or you may not, depending on your perspective on public safety, but I think it's coming. And the car is just not going to start, right? I think that they're going to basically be identified by their smartphone, they're gonna be communication to their car computers, and we're gonna have people have lack of mobility. We're going to get robo-taxis shoved down our throat, and the excuse is going to be, well, Sean, it's just too dangerous to have you on the road. You've gotten too many speeding tickets, right? That world is coming, and it's coming fast. We've seen accelerating forces push these trends much faster than we ever thought they would happen. COVID was one. This AI boom is another, okay? I'm going to show you an example of real-world tracking that a lot of folks aren't talking about, and it's a really fun one. So, this is a SDK tracker called FidsUp, and I will play the video. Here.
Riche qui touchera votre clientèle dans des zones précises de votre espace de vente. À l'entrée du magasin, dans ce rayon, ou bien celui-là, c'est vous qui décidez. Créer rayon.
We start from the beginning.
Voici Léa, en pleine séance de shopping. Comme 33 millions de personnes en France, elle a son smartphone avec elle. Elle entre dans une boutique et elle reçoit un message. Aujourd'hui est un jour spécial dans ce magasin. Dans ce rayon, elle reçoit une promotion ciblée qui l'attire vers une très jolie robe. L'offre est exclusive et la robe lui plaît beaucoup. Elle est séduite. Elle dispose de tous ses avantages sur son smartphone au bon endroit et au bon moment. En plus...
Okay, now this phone is not connected to the internet, right? How did this phone just show those advertisements? The microphone is open on this phone. That video has near ultrasonic sound in it, and it's sending those advertisements to this phone and causing actions. Now that's a demonstration video that the tracker vendor essentially was showing off, hey, we're gonna have folks in Paris going around shopping, and their phone is just going to show them coupons and promos as they walk through the store. This is not the most common technology, of course. It's used in very specific contexts. It's often used in apps, for example, that would be like a schedule app, right, at a conference. Not this one, thankfully. It might be used in like a sports app. It might be used in a concert app, right, where you're checking in at different points to send them to social media because you're at Bonnaroo or whatever. I'm not sure if Bonnaroo uses it, but the point is. Places where people will not think twice to open up the microphone permissions, right, because they're shooting video anyway, primarily. Okay. Now, it's been around for a long time. A lot of folks have worked on this. This is from a few years ago. This Pyrogue is a very interesting device, by the way. You should check that out. But the folks at Pilfershush, they actually have an app in F-Droid that will try to block these trackers. It'll check the microphone permissions for you, and it'll also, if you want it to, although I don't recommend it, it will actively send out noise in the ultrasonic range to try to block the sound. It's not really kind to pets, so I wouldn't recommend that you do that. This is the actual sound, and you can see, right, close to 20,000 kilohertz here. You'll see the clear markers here of a machine generating this sound, right? Those are bits, those are zeros and ones, essentially. Usually something called frequency shift keying for the ham radio folks out here. This is more or less, they're very familiar with it through encrypted communications, radio communications. Again, it's an SDK. Did anybody talk about France as a geopolitical problem, about Europe as a geopolitical problem, right? Because these apps were distributed in our software supply chain. I'm aware of about 13 different trackers of that kind. FIDSUP themselves, they had a GDPR problem, let's say. The CEO, there's a very funny interview where he sort of, boo-hoos about the whole situation afterwards. And I'd like to think, but I'm not sure, that the Yale Privacy Lab sort of calling attention to it had something to do with the whole situation, but who knows? This is the sequence of the advertisements, okay, on the phone. This is ChatGPT. This took me about a minute to do, using their prompt system, which is not very efficient. I was able to remix that audio, okay, with just a few prompts, which are easy to reproduce, okay? It gave me a WAV file, and now this is the new form of the advertisements if you play that audio. You see where I'm going with this, okay? These surveillance technologies that are now exotic and obscure are going to become business opportunities, especially for what used to be called unicorn-style startups, where you come up with a quick proof of concept, you say, hey, I can get information out of the phone that nobody else can get, and here's how I do it, okay? And I think we're gonna have generative AI tools get very, very good at coming up unique ways of remixing surveillance tools, okay? And I want to leave the rest for questions, but first I just want to give a shout out. If you want to check out this kind of stuff, we have bits on tape. This is now going to be a podcast too, but we talk about Tock a lot on here. We talk about the other apps we've been developing. We have an amazing team. The Privacy Safe brand, we're doing a bunch of end-to-end encrypted apps. Mikolai talked about those yesterday. Check them out. And then the company is Ivy Cyber. You can go out, you can do workshops with John Kiriakou, some anti-surveillance workshops and surveillance detection workshops. I'll be doing the digital part of that. John will be doing sort of talking about the physical, tangible surveillance part of that. And then we have a tablet over here that's a Linux tablet. We're doing all kinds of cool stuff. So Tock's a small part of a much larger project that has an anti-surveillance ethos that's trying to look at the world, and I think we're being somewhat successful, through a wider lens, right? Not the narrow cybersecurity, I'm an American, those people are Chinese, right? We don't think about people as the other. People are people. I'm a citizen of the world, and it's very, very important to me, and it should be important for hackers, I think it is, that we calm down about all this stuff and we don't participate in these cyber wars. Thank you very much, guys.
Excellent talk, thank you. You had mentioned during the talk kind of some other applications that were very similar, like Knitter or Bibliogam Rib. What are your thoughts with Tock on being able to keep up with any changes that would break the functionality that ultimately led to the demise of Bibliogram?
You have identified the problem. Okay. So all of these alternative front ends rely in some way on plugging into these APIs, right? Because these are closed systems. And we do our best to keep up on it, but you'll see we sort of keep up on it. We really need help. And I think we need to get some folks around this who are probably actively working with developers who have much more experience in this area than I think our team does. We care about cryptography, we care about communication tools. We're not really into the whole web scraping, web API plugin game. And I'm sure there's other folks here who are much more experienced with that who can help us out. The other piece of it I'll say is this could get shut off at any moment and may, and I'm not going to get into the other pieces of it, but there may be some diplomatic ways to approach the ByteDance folks. You know, and I think diplomacy here would be very wise because TikTok's not going away, and it's probably going to grow substantially, I think. Thank you.
Hey, so I was curious, you were really focused on like the privacy, like the data flows as the reason for why the US wanted to shut down TikTok, but there's also, or at least I think that for TikTok as well as especially with DeepSeek, there could be a desire to essentially control the narrative that's given to people, right? Where it's like, if you control the AI that's talking to everyone, you can control what they think almost, right? So.
There always is the propaganda angle, certainly. And I think that's a big part of it. One of the reasons, and I glanced over it a little quickly, that I showed the defense slide there is the mindset that the Chinese are the enemy is very deeply ingrained in the people running this country. And we need to be very careful not to fall into that mindset. So I 100% agree with you.
And Professor O'Brien, thank you for your wonderful speech today. I have two questions. So first one, I think all of us agree with you. The privacy is a very big deal. If we connect the privacy with the new technology, innovation, and the social trend like blockchain, Web3, DeFi, or the organization. So my question is, do you think those new technological innovation and the social trend will help to protect the privacy, or it will make it worse? And why?
Sure, so there's a lot to unpack there, but the first thing is what we're calling privacy is a very strange thing these days. In my view, what's going on is more and more of our life is being surveilled by intermediaries. And we now use digital intermediation for nearly everything we do all the time. So the scope creep of surveillance has gotten out of control, and therefore the scope creep of what we call privacy is rather large. So when people ask me about privacy, what they're actually asking me about, generally speaking, is everything, okay? And it makes it hard to know what we really mean. Obviously, I think that things are getting worse. There are a lot of options out there. There is hope. You know, I don't want to be a nihilist. When I do workshops, folks come out of the workshop sometimes and they're like, well, why should I even try, right? Well, you don't have to tell a targeted person why they should try, okay? It's a luxury to be able to say, why should I care about privacy? Okay, so that's how I remind myself. And will Web3, blockchain, crypto, et cetera, do much in the world of privacy for good or ill? I'm not sure what Web3 is or isn't, okay? And I've actually worked quite a bit on crypto projects. I'm actually pretty bullish on the potential for blockchain for certain contexts. It's almost never used in those contexts, okay? I think if you're interested in some folks who care about this, the Monero community, which is currently basically under attack, is working on some really good stuff. And we're actually working directly with Cake Wallet, and they are building a very good crypto wallet that has really awesome features, not just for Monero, but for a lot of other currencies these days. So all that to be said, blockchain is, generally speaking, most chains are out there and they're public. It's creating more information out there, more information for generative AI to snarf up and remix and know more about us as individuals, right? So just the very fact that it's more technology, that publishing more stuff, means that by definition, people are going to have less privacy. That's not the fault of the folks trying to build this stuff, generally speaking, unless they're purposefully building surveillance chains. NFTs, all this stuff, you know, they can be used in some really interesting security contexts, authentication, et cetera, et cetera. They're generally not, right? And we could see that happen if we're interested in it. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like there are too many folks who are interested.
Thanks for answering my first question. Inspired me a lot. So here's my second question. I really like the term you used, data tariff. I think tariff is very important and a serious regulation movement by President Donald Trump. So according to this term, can you please give us a guess how American government will regulate the data flow on blockchain, especially when we talk about the information flow cross-border? Thank you.
That's a great question, thank you. So just like I don't want to be in one camp or the other in this geopolitical conflict, right? I think we need to center ourselves and remind ourselves that the previous administration as well was trying to ban TikTok, right? And the previous administrations before the Trump 2 we're in now were also very awful to crypto projects, specifically crypto projects that cared about privacy, Tornado Cash, Samurai Wallet, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, those projects are, some of them, the people are, you know, they're having less problems than they were, but our president is a grifter. And the reason he cares about crypto is because he's getting personal wealth from it, has personal connections, you know. For example, I've gone to a lot of crypto conferences. I was actually one of the folks who was invited to one of the expensive dinners that they were gonna announce the Melania coin at, okay? Pump and dump scheme, right? That kind of stuff is going on a lot in crypto. Because of that, crypto is a dirty word even more than it was before. And crypto projects who are trying to do privacy are now having a really, really hard time getting their message out there, okay? Because everybody is saying, screw crypto, it's a bunch of meme coins, it's fart coin and Pepe and all this stuff, right? And that has caused a real problem for folks who want to use the technology in serious ways, so.
You had mentioned some of the alternatives like Red Note. One thing that I saw during that time period was a lot of people were getting exposure to narratives that ran counter to, you know, rampant xenophobia and, you know, the just nationalist propaganda that we've been force-fed, you know, since day one. What are your thoughts on how much that kind of exposure and backlash goes into the postponing and the, you know, this data tariff war? Do you think that you know, Gen Alpha, Gen Z is getting exposure to these things and becoming, you know, based in CPC pilled, and that's the big fear the government is trying to negotiate? And then also, what are your thoughts on loops or more federated alternatives?
So Loops is great. Privacy Safe, we actually donated to Loops. I don't remember what tier we are as a sponsor, but we donated to their crowdfunding. They're great. We actually want to see Stick Talk, and I think there's some ways we might be able to use some stuff from SID or some other projects to do some migration from TikTok to Loops. I think that would be awesome. If anybody's interested, we need the help, please. So that's the first thing I'll say there. And the second thing I'll say is, you're right, this is about information flows. When I was younger, it was really important for me to go on the internet. The internet was much more free than it was now, at least the web, and read stuff from all over the place. So I do think that there's going to be a generation who at least is getting exposed to a lot of stuff in these apps, a lot of information in Red Note that they wouldn't get exposed to. In that way, it is positive, and maybe the administration fears that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much of that is conscious. I don't know.
Hello. I know we have only a moment for a couple phrases, but you mentioned the Monero project being under attack, and you mentioned a bunch of pump and dump schemes, so I'm curious if there are any promising or plausible legal approaches to kind of redirecting the crypto space.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to overstate the Monero situation. I think they're handling it really well. And actually, when people say it's a 51% attack, it's not. It was maybe 35% of the network and just some blocks that were junk and so on and so forth. So I think we should embrace existing projects there as much as possible and help them rather than create new ones. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. It's very hard to say. But I do think blockchain is here to stay, and it's certainly becoming a stronger part of the financial system, especially with the new regulatory structures that have gone through this year. Thanks.
If you have more questions for Sean, you can go outside in the lobby and talk more, but thank you very much. That wasn't mine, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's get up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session here at Saturday morning at Hope. Just points of safety, fire exits, 2 in the back, 2 in the front behind me. And if you restrooms are around the corner, please put your phones on silent or stun. And today's talk is basically Hacking the Tech Industrial Complex, Learning to See Invisible Systems by Seth Godin. Seth is a well-known entrepreneur, most notably for Yoyodyne and Squidoo, and I'm sure he has some new things on the boilerplate. So I'd like to welcome Seth.
Thank you, John. I'm a little intimidated to be here. Everybody here is smarter than me. Everybody here knows way more about tech than I do. I'm going to try instead to help you see things that I see that some people don't. 15 years ago, I gave a talk at Quantico at FBI headquarters, and it was the heads of crime labs from across the country. And I got in, and the auditorium was about twice as big as this one, and everyone was sitting in the back row. And I said, I'd really appreciate it if you would move toward the front. And not one person moved. So I'm not going to ask you to get up and move toward the front, but if you wanted to do that, I think that would be fantastic. The thesis of what I want to talk about is that there are systems all around us, and they don't want people to do what you do. They don't want to be hacked. They don't want to be seen. They want to make rules and have the rules be followed. And I believe that there's an ethos of community-focused positive hacking that can make things better. And I learned a lot of this from my friend Corey, and that's why I'm here today, because he told me about the event. And some of my ideas are stolen from him, but I get all the blame, and he gets all the credit. So, to begin, this is the solar system. The solar system is the most famous system of all systems. Everyone acknowledges that there's a solar system. The thing is, the Earth doesn't rotate the sun because it wants to. It rotates the sun because there's gravity. And gravity's not just a good idea, it's the law. And a system is something that is functional, but that we take for granted. And systems often involve tools. As soon as there are tools that exist to leverage human effort, systems are built up around them. And we tend to just take it all for granted. So there's a famous story of a big fish swimming by 2 younger fish. And he says to the fish, "How's the water?" And one fish says to the other one, "What's water?" And that's what we're all marinating in. You, me, everybody is living a short-term life, hour by hour, day by day, without realizing that if we had been born 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years from now, everything would be different. The tools would be different, our expectations would be different, the culture would be different. And so the question we get to ask ourselves as hackers is, are we here to day trade and to tweak the little thing that's right in front of us with tactics, getting a little bit better at our skill? Or are we here to make significant long-term change? Because if you can see a system, then you can change it. So you saw this meme going around the internet 20 years ago. If you take a picture of a bat and turn it upside down, he turns into a badass. Here are 3 bats getting ready for bed, but they're actually at a cocktail party. And I learned this lesson very expensively, but I felt it profoundly when I was in Ottawa a bunch of years ago giving a talk. And I'm walking around early in the morning, and I see this beautiful sculpture, and I think, oh, that must be a First Peoples term, Owado. And then I realized I was on the wrong side of the sign. So the expensive story is this. On my desk, 30 miles from here, is this box. And inside this box is something that cost me $40 billion, and I'm not making that up. When I make the following statement, it's true, but maybe not to you. In 1990, I had something you didn't have, which is high-speed access to the internet. And I saw Archie and Veronica and online databases. And I decided the thing to do with that was to make a book. And this is the t-shirt that I gave to the sales force for the book. The book was called Best of the Net. You can find one on Abe Books. It sold 1,740 copies. At the time, it was the best guide to all the cool things you could find on the internet. With that same information and the same amount of effort, I could have started Yahoo. And my half would have been worth $40 billion. And instead, all I got was this t-shirt because I didn't understand the system that was being built. I did what I was good at as opposed to doing what was important and what was needed. So I want to tell you a story of two creatures, unrelated, whales and plankton. So let's start with the whales. In 1820, if you were an evil genius and you wanted to kill all the whales, you could use space lasers, but that wouldn't work because we hadn't invented satellites yet. Or you could teach people that whale oil is the solution to darkness. And as a result, a few people would go whaling, and then they would need whale refineries, and an entire industry would be built around exterminating the whales. And at its peak, in the middle of the 1800s in the United States, more than 10,000 people had a full-time job of killing all the whales. The thing is, the whales were not saved by Greenpeace. The whales were saved by kerosene. That a hacker figured out, and then it was followed by the discovery of oil in Pennsylvania, that kerosene was a cheaper and more efficient way to eliminate darkness. And this system changed. The system we're in right now is more related to plankton, which are those little squirrels things on the right. Plankton, and in Russian, there's a term for office plankton, which I believe is pronounced office plankton, describes people who go to work and do what they're told. They're dispensable and replaceable. Even some CEOs are office plankton. And there is a system at work pushing people who have jobs to become office plankton. And if you try to stop being an office plankton, the system pushes you back in the other direction. So, Karl Marx. Karl Marx said a lot of things, but one of the things that he said that was really profound is this. As soon as we give sufficiently sophisticated tools to workmen, the skill of the workman is transferred to the machine so that the next work person doesn't have to have skill. And we keep signing up for that. Adam Smith wrote about pin-making machines. Turns out a long time ago, it took a skilled craftsperson a whole day to make 100 pins, like the kind of pins you would put in clothing, 100 a day. And with a pin-making machine, 5 or 6 craftspeople working together without a lot of skill could make 10,000 pins. So you can guess what happened. You need to own the pin-making machine because you really can't make a living as a pin maker. And one of the challenges for people who have the kind of skills and insight that you do is to figure out how to get off the assembly line. Because you know what to do, but the system keeps pushing you to de-skill. So an interesting way to think about this is you're not sitting in traffic, you are traffic. You are part of a system, and they're all around us. And I'm going to mention a bunch of them going forward, but systems are public conspiracies, not secret ones. And they're often not voluntary. That we get pushed into a system that is organized without an organizer and led without a leader. No one is in charge of the internet. No one is in charge of the invisible hand of capitalism. No one is in charge of the college industrial complex. And when we see these systems, it's easy to want to blame one person, right? One horrible person with a chip on their shoulder who thinks he can be in charge of everything. But that's not what's actually going on. What's going on is that there is a system, and the people in the system are all, quote, doing their best. They don't see the system, they're not in charge of the system. But the culture that we are in requires interoperability. If you go to another country where everyone speaks a different language, nothing is going to happen. Because if people can't communicate with each other, nothing happens. So interoperability begins with, can I speak in a way that you understand? If I walk into you in the hall here and I put out my left hand to shake your hand, that's confusing, because our interoperability system for greeting is you're supposed to use your right hand to do that. That makes it work. If you go to Japan and try to argue with people because they're driving on the wrong side of the road, they would correctly point out that they're not wrong, you are. And so when we think about what we get to do and how we get to do it, when we influence systems, we've got to see them and understand them. And the two ways to unlock it are to look for status and affiliation. So this is the best bike, fastest bike ever made. It's a recumbent bike. And the race across America was won by someone on a recumbent bike. Recumbent bike is an extraordinarily fast, safer, and more comfortable way to travel. So what happened? Charles Moshe invented the recumbent bike in 1920, and he knew it was faster and better. He lived in Paris, which was then and now the hotbed of bike racing. And he went to some of the leading bike racers in Paris, and they laughed at him. So he hired the ne'er-do-well brother of one of the bike racers, paid him some francs, and he broke the world's record for the farthest distance pedaled in 1 hour. He broke it by a lot. So what did all the bike racers do? Did they adopt the recumbent bike? They did not, because they were completely threatened. Their status was completely threatened by the fact that this amateur on a bike was faster than them. What about the bike manufacturers? Well, the bike manufacturers saw that Charles Moshe owned the patents, so they were threatened. Their status as leaders in the system that they were part of was threatened. So affiliation kicks in, and the riders got together with the bike manufacturers, and they banned the recumbent bike from competition, and it is still banned from international competition more than 100 years later. Interesting to note that if you're not in competition, which is everybody in this room, you probably still have a bike, if you have one, that looks like you could be in competition. So many people are being harmed by this other kind of bike that labial surgery on women's genitals is rising in the United States because of women who are hurting themselves riding a traditional bicycle. I'm not here to lobby for you to get a recumbent bike. My point is that we need to look at why is someone even riding a bike like that, even though they're never going to go in a race where it's banned, because they want to look like they could go in a race. It raises their status. They are affiliated with the other bike riders. Years ago, I was in Provincetown, where there's a lot of bike paths, and my wife and I went to rent bikes. And on our way in, I noticed on the bike path, almost everybody who was riding in a couple, either both people were wearing a helmet or neither person was wearing a helmet. And I couldn't figure that out. Is it that people tend to date folks who have the same helmet preference that they do? And I went into the bike store to rent bikes, and then I realized what happens. They give you the bikes, and then the person behind the counter says, "Do you want helmets?" And whoever speaks first, the other person says, "Okay." And if you wanted everyone to wear helmets, then all you have to do is change that part of the system and put 2 helmets on the counter and say, most people take helmets. And the number of people who would then be wearing helmets would go through the roof. What systems do is they hide behind culture. We assume that they are normal so that we won't challenge them. In the 1940s, almost 1 million women were telephone operators. And at the rate that the phone system was growing, it was going to be all women were doing it. This is an abnormal thing, that we were going to conscript almost every single person in the country to do something, but it felt normal. We heard recently about TikTok. People are spending hours and hours and hours there. And the question is, do they work for TikTok or does TikTok work for them? That when we think about how easy it is to seduce people into believing in false metrics, we understand that status and affiliation drive the adoption of almost every system. What's a false metric? Well, if you're hiring a programmer, finding out how many words per minute they can type is completely irrelevant. Don't ask. Asking how they would move Mount Fuji or how many golf balls fit into a VW microbus. Don't ask. It's a false proxy. These false proxies are easy to measure, but not useful. And so what most organizations do is they hire people who look like them as opposed to hiring people who can actually do the work. In radio, the false metric was super simple. What's the ratings of the radio station? Because the ratings determine how much you can charge for ads, and how much you can charge for ads determines how much money you make. Well, some radio consultants figured out that the way they determined the ratings was by having people fill in a notebook of what radio station they were listening to. So these folks made millions of dollars by going to radio station after radio station and saying, we can raise your ratings by 5 to 20% if you pay us. And the stations would say, sure, that'll work. And the hack was, repeat your call sign 4 times more than you already do, over and over and over again. And that's why if you still have an old-fashioned radio, they still do that. False proxies. Okay, so the fork in the road then is this. The fork in the road is, are you committed to hacking for yourself, or are you committed to hacking for the community? Hacking for yourself is fun, and it's a worthwhile hobby, and I am in favor of it if it makes you happy. But hacking for the community is something the system does not want you to do. The system is not going to reward you for doing that, and the system is much happier if you're spending time tweaking around the edges. What does it mean to hack for the community? Well, when ACT UP started to take a leading role in fighting the AIDS epidemic, what they figured out was that the FDA wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. And they followed the FDA's rules to the letter, creating volumes and volumes of reports and statements that the FDA had no choice but to listen to, because the system has no one in charge. The system just does what the system does. And we can show up and say, oh, I understand the rules of this system, right? The whale folks didn't want to kill all the whales. They just wanted to make a living eliminating darkness. If you can show up with a new way to eliminate darkness, they'll stop killing the whales. Okay, so let's say you have a time machine, and you can bring anything you want back to the 1800s. Well, a misguided thing would be to bring an iPhone, because it might get you a date, but it's not going to accomplish very much. It's not going to accomplish very much because the interoperability doesn't exist. There are no GPS satellites. You aren't part of something. You can have fun with the single device, but if you don't understand it's just a node on a network, you're stuck. Okay, quick experiment if you don't mind. Close your eyes for just 5 seconds. That is what it looks like for 1 out of every 6 people on Earth every night who have no electricity whatsoever. When electricity showed up, the first thing it offered was the light bulb. In fact, there were no electrical outlets, and all people had in their home was something called the Edison mount. You can guess who that was named after. And if you wanted to do your laundry, which was the most noxious chore that women had to do in those days, you could buy an electric washing machine. Now, the thing is, electric washing machines are unstable. Even to this day, they rock a little bit. In those days, they rocked a lot. So you would have to unscrew the light bulb, ouch, and then screw in the plug into your light thing and sit in the dark while you did your laundry, and it would rock and back and forth. And in 1 year, more than 20 people were killed by washing machines walking around the room and wrapping the cable around their neck. That's not my point. My point is that electricity spreads. That when people in a little village outside of Bareilly, India, buy a D-Light solar lantern for the equivalent of 2 months' worth of kerosene, it's a miracle, because now their kids can read and do their homework at night, and now their house isn't going to burn down, and now they're not going to get lung disease. But what's really cool is soon thereafter, the productivity that light bulb brought gives them enough income to get another solar panel, to get another one. and eventually they electrify all the way up. That's what persistent systems do. First, they hide behind culture. Second, they feel normal. Third, the more we use them, the more we use them. Fourth, once entrenched, they relentlessly work to defend themselves. And the last one is the user might not be the customer. And that distinction is super important. In social media, you might be the user, you're not the customer. The social media customer is buying the ads and wants your attention and wants your discomfort and wants your insecurity, so you'll come back in just a couple more minutes and see what's new. When we think about these systems then, we can look to see who is the actual customer. If I think about, business systems exist to serve executives. That's how they make decisions. Will this help our stock price? Will this make my job more secure? Schools optimize for administrators. Weddings optimize to profit caterers. I hit the button one too many times, sorry. Go back. So let's think about the wedding industrial complex for a minute. The wedding industrial complex, how much should you spend on a wedding? Well, the answer is exactly as much as your best friend, but $100 more. And the system is built to amplify that. Caterers want you to order the usual stuff because the usual stuff is how they make a living. When we think about school, if you go to a school board meeting and say, what is school for? Parents, administrators, teachers all have a different answer. Because what school is for isn't what you might think it's for, and we don't even agree, which is why it's so hard to make school better. What is TikTok for? Well, it depends on who you're asking and whether they want to reveal to you exactly what they're getting out of the system. And when we think about the various systems we are trying to hack, we can think about what is the first principle that this system exists for? And do I need to change that first principle? Or can I use that first principle to make the whole thing better? So the Grateful Dead showed up, and the system of music is not organized to make these fans or this band happy. So they walked away from radio. They walked away from basic structures of copyright. They walked away from how you're supposed to do it. And 10 years, they were the #1 touring act in the world. And last month, 5 months ago, they broke the record for the most Billboard best-selling albums because they played by different rules in a system that could reward them because the things they were delivering to the system were what the system actually rewards. So systems seduce us. Often we go into them against our own interests because they offer us status, because they offer us affiliation. People like us do things like this. You don't want to have a funeral like all those stupid funerals you've ever been to, but you will, because by the time you're dead, somebody else seduced by the system is going to make the decision, not you. And convenience. And Tim Wu has written brilliantly on this. If you Google Tim Wu and convenience, his essay is better than I can explain to you. But human beings will trade almost anything for convenience. And one of the magic elements of the Hope audience is you don't. You do an enormous number of truly inconvenient, often ridiculous things because you don't want what comes with the convenience. And the last one is the freedom from fear. The freedom from fear is something that will get people to do an enormous amount of things, even if the fear isn't real. So a couple concrete examples of systems that came out of nowhere and changed things. The first widespread, effective digital currency system came from Safaricom called M-Pesa in Kenya. And the model is fantastic. Basically, it works like this. A friend of mine in Kenya explained that he needed to get some money to his grandmother. He lived in Nairobi. And he took, I don't know how many Kenyan shillings, put it in an envelope, went to the bus station and said to a bus that was headed near his grandmother's village, "Can someone bring this to my grandmother?" And someone said, fine. He gave him the envelope of money to a stranger. That person got almost all the way there, handed the envelope to someone else. It got to the grandmother. That's great, but as society starts to urbanize, it's harder to make that resilient. So Safaricom was the cell phone company, and they had kiosks all over because people didn't have credit cards. You can go to the kiosk and top up your account. So you could put 100 Kenyan shillings into your account and your phone would work again. Well, they had a lot of these kiosks. And then they invented a system that where you could put in money to top up somebody else's phone. And once you had money on your phone, you could also go to the kiosk and untop up your phone and take money out of your phone. So all he had to do was go to the kiosk, put money in his grandmother's phone, and then she could go to the kiosk and get money out of her phone. And this spread, and it spread, and it spread, and it got more and more refined. And if you want to understand the future of digital currency, that's what happens. You start with a use case. You don't start with a multi-level marketing scam. And this idea of seeing systems is profound. And then we can hack them if we're willing to do it in public and build new systems. So you may know this piece of art. It's called The Bean. It's in Chicago. It's by an artist named Anish Kapoor. Anish Kapoor somehow heard about a company that made a black paint called Vanta Black, the blackest paint ever created. And he went to the Vanta Black people, and he somehow got them to sign a contract that he was the only artist in the world that was ever allowed to buy Vanta Black paint. He bought the worldwide exclusive rights to a color. And my friend Stuart Semple was offended by this. That's Anish on one side, Stuart's on the pink side. He was offended by this. So he invented the second blackest color in the world. And this black, which you can buy from him, in order to buy it, you have to sign an affidavit that says you are not Anish Kapoor, you don't know Anish Kapoor, and you will not let Anish Kapoor use the color. He has gone on to create dozens of other colors, including a beautiful Yves Klein blue, and he does all of this hacking in public. And as a result, he's organized a community of artists and given that community tools to go forward. So to summarize this part of my rant, and I'm going to try to leave plenty of time for questions, what the system wants is it begins by offering you deniability. I was just doing my job. I was just following instructions. But then it adds on top of that a feeling of helplessness, which is why what this group stands for is so important, obedience, which goes with those two things, fear, and yes, Tim Wu's convenience just as a bonus. But what it all adds up to is a word that I've almost never heard used since it was coined a very long time ago, and it's de-skilling. The system wants you to de-skill. It wants you to be a cog in a machine. And to skilled people, they offer you a little bit of bait. They say, well, if you could make this little tiny part better or that little tiny part better, that would be okay. But systems are much bigger than the sum of their parts. So here's the key story that I think will help you understand this. Some of the poorest people in the world are chocolate growers, chocolate farmers. And there are a few reasons for that. One, because chocolate is traditionally from Ghana and the Ivory Coast. Two, because the giant chocolate companies have pushed for chocolate to taste worse and be cheaper. So they have pushed farmers to grow a hardier, more reliable, but terrible kind of chocolate. And then because it's all a commodity, they pay them the lowest possible price. Many of these people are children who are basically working in slave labor conditions. So when Halloween rolls around, the system that we live in pushes us to buy as much cheap chocolate as we possibly can, because we're just going to give it to strangers who are going to harass us, and then we can go back to our lives. Well, two people saw this and could not abide it. First, Tony, who was a journalist in the Netherlands, and he decided to hack the system by writing a series of exposés about how horrible the chocolate companies were. And the system said, we can outlast you. And they had meetings with him, but they outlasted him. So instead, he started a chocolate company. Tony's Chocolonely is called that because he was lonely, being the only person who cared about this. Well, no longer. 25% of all the chocolate sold in the Netherlands is made by him. And my friend Sean Askinozy in Missouri saw the same thing. He built one of the first bean-to-bar chocolate companies in the United States. He does business directly with chocolate farmers, pays them 5 times the usual rate, and has open book management and has taught dozens of other companies how to, quote, compete with him. He is somebody who's showing up, like Tony, to actually change the system, not just to hack it for himself. He can use the system against the system because the system, fueled by capitalism, just wants to make a profit. They don't actually want there to be slave child labor in Ghana. But if they can make a profit by making ethical chocolate and talking about it, they will, and the system will change. So here, right now, in this moment, there are 3 things that are causing every system in our lives to be vulnerable. This is the moment for hackers. They are technology, media, and the shift of generations. Technology. Technology is the one you're the most familiar with. When technology changes, the systems change. Just ask somebody at GeoCities or Yahoo or AOL or Prodigy. AI is going to completely transform just about every system in our lives. In this moment, you can show up and make a permanent, big change happen because the system's already under threat. Number 2 is media. You know what changed all the colleges in the United States? U.S. News and World Report, because they ranked them. They put information into the world, a new proxy. So just to give you a ridiculous example, on this campus, they spend a fortune on sports because spending money on sports gets you a certain kind of applicant, and that makes your ratings go up in the ratings. Here's another one. This is my favorite. One of the things in their algorithm is, what's your 4-year graduation rate? Because the theory is this is a useful proxy because we want to know how many people struggle to get through college. Well, Northeastern University is a 5-year school. So their 4-year graduation rate was close to 0. So some brilliant MBA at Northeastern realizes that if they just call up a bunch of students who are doing well and offer them the chance to graduate in 4 years, their ranking will go up. So they did. That has nothing to do with whether it's a good school or not. It has everything to do with hacking a system that's under pressure because of media. And the third one is generations. Because people like me and those a little bit older than me, baby boomers, I'm the youngest baby boomer, we're dying. And we took up all the airspace since 1965. All the music, all the politics, all the commerce, baby boomer, baby boomer, baby boomer. And now we're going. And that's going to lead to another significant shift. And there are 3 dominant systems that we need to keep our eyes on: capitalism, colonialism, and tech. And all 3 are very powerful, and all 3 are around. If you ask what it wants, you can figure out what it's going to do next, even though no one is in charge. So, to wrap this up, and then we'll do some questions. There was a conference a little bit like this one in 1927 called the Solvay Conference. It was the most important conference of physicists ever held. They've had one every 3 years since then. There are 29 people in this picture. You may notice there's Albert Einstein and Marie Curie and Niels Bohr. It's said that Heisenberg was there, but it's uncertain. But what is true, thank you. I can't use that line anymore because everyone thinks it's from Breaking Bad. You guys understood it, and I just saved it. I took this gig just so I could say that. You made me so happy. Anyway, there's 29 people in this photo, and 17 of them won the Nobel Prize in physics. And you can look it up. They all won it after the photo was taken. You didn't get invited to Solvay because you won the Nobel Prize. You won the Nobel Prize because you were at Solvay. And so when I think about Cory Doctorow's greatest contribution to the hacking world, it's this: if you do it by yourself, it's worthless. if you organize, if you look at what EFF has done, if you look at what happens when someone who's doing it for a living and making a lot of money has done, when we create community action, the systems change. 10 years ago, I got invited to a weird secret conference in New Mexico. It was super cool. I got to meet some very interesting people, including Neil Armstrong. That is not Neil Armstrong, by the way. You can see Neil. He's about 1 inch tall in the visor. Neil took this picture. Neil was there. It was his last public appearance. And it's night, and it's cold, and they build this giant campfire. And there's, 100 of these fancy people outside. We're shivering. We're wearing blankets. We're sitting around the campfire. And Neil comes out to talk about his mission. And while he's talking, I'm pretty sure there was some advanced planning involved. While he's talking, the biggest full moon I've ever seen starts to rise over his shoulder. And he stops. I get all choked up. I don't know why. He stops, and he turns, and he says, "I've been there." There are footprints on the moon. They are still there. When you think about how hard it is to change the systems that you are dancing with, it is easy to give up. The system really wants you to give up. The system wants you to not talk about it. The system wants you to not organize. The system wants you to back off. When you feel that, just go outside and look up in the sky and realize that NASA put people on the moon and brought them back safely when the sum computing power of the entire institution was less than the phone in your pocket. This is a moment to care a lot, to show up and to organize and to talk about it and to publish it and to care a lot. So if you need a written invitation, here it is. What the world is saying is super simple. We need you to lead us. Thanks for your attention today. Thank you. Okay, I think I left time for questions. John will tell me when I'm out of time. So we got a microphone here, and I'd love to hear what you want to talk about. Come on up. Hi.
My name is Ilya.
Yeah, just talk loud. I'll repeat you.
So I work in online social systems design. That's what I do my research on. And I wanted to ask, in organizing and publishing information, what features have you appreciated? What have you wished for in online information systems?
So you mean me as a user?
Yeah.
So the key, I think, is this. What we do when we make change happen is we create tension. We don't solve a problem that everyone already knows they have. The tension of I might fall behind, the tension of this might not work, the tension of what will happen next. And so when we want to bring a system to people, a new tool or something like that, the real question is, what would scare the user I need enough that they would get rid of their fear by using it, that they would get rid of their fear by trying it? So what was Facebook's simple, never stated slogan? Your friends are talking about you behind your back. Do you want to hear what they're saying? As soon as someone knew that that was what was on offer, we had to go look to see what they were saying, right? When Twitter said, there are people who aren't as smart and eloquent as you who are gaining followings. Do you want to catch up? People needed to go do that. So it feels off-putting to say, I'm here to create tension. But that's exactly what we do every time we say, oh, the Kickstarter's about to sell out, right? You better hurry. I just made tension happen. You should do it on behalf of people. You should do it so that they'll be glad afterwards that they did it, but they're never going to be glad to go first. That's why benchmarking and specs rarely make a great product. Thanks for that.
This is a question on your last slide.
Okay.
We need you to lead us. So in this perspective that you have, what are really the top 2 qualities of a leader that can affect change? Because I don't want the answer, which is pretty common, charisma and rhetorical skills.
Nope, they're not that. I've studied leaders all around the world. You get charisma by leading. You don't become a leader because you have charisma. We defined, like Gandhi had a speech impediment, that it's not that you're going to win a popularity contest. I'm going to make a statement here that isn't about the people in this room, but it's about the people in this room. You're lonely. You wish people would see you and know you and miss you if you were gone. Because I am too, and so is everyone I know. Leaders deal with that problem. Leaders are not managers. They don't have power and authority. They say, I'm going over there, who wants to come? And the closing scene of Buckaroo Banzai changed my life. And it's not a great movie, I just rewatched it. But the closing scene is great, where they're all walking, the Hong Kong Cavaliers, each one of them weirder than the next, but they are part of something. This is the place to start, right here. Who wants to come? That's what it is to be a leader. Thank you. Hi.
Mr. Gavin, I think the photo you used is very interesting, the one the people in the past hold an iPhone. So we can see you watched the world very carefully for decades, and saw the system come and go. So if we look into the future, do you think the crypto industrial now is strong or big or complicated enough to be called a system?
You're asking me about crypto.
Yeah, the whole industry, crypto, Web3.
Sure. All right, let me try to answer that because there's a lot of people waiting. Is that
yes,
okay?
Yes,
Great.
this is my very
Great.
last sentence of my question. So, if it will be a system, do you think what is the biggest lesson it can learn from the older systems?
Right, okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. So, it's interesting to look at Gartner's hype curve. It's interesting to think about Jeff Moore's Crossing the Chasm. That when we think about the interoperability of various forms of crypto, it's true, a Bitcoin here works just like a Bitcoin over there. That was a big, difficult thing to do. And as we add more and more and more layers, you see the interoperability increasing. The challenge in the crypto world is if the price of mainstream crypto wasn't consistently going up, the number of people interested in it would be close to zero. And they're going to need more than that to build a sticky system because it can't go up by a factor of 10 every year. So what's missing is customer traction. Other than the people who are using it as an investment, who would miss it if it were gone? Coming back to first principles, like if ChatGPT and Claude went away, 1 billion people would miss it after just 1 year. That's customer traction. That's what gets a system to be sticky. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So in the case that you gave for the Grateful Dead, it's a radical system openly embedded in a larger musical industry system.
Right.
Do you have thoughts on how to be open in a radical system that still allows it to survive embedded in these more traditional systems? Because like in our case, our response is typically like to be secretive about it, and it can't be open.
Right. So I think that's the only thing that has ever changed systems, is when a competing system begins on the platform that the other system enabled to exist, right? That the people who built the phone system sent telegrams to each other in order to be able to get enough traction to have a phone system. And Western Union was so embraced in the old thing that they had when they had a chance to buy the phone company for a couple $1 million, they said no, right? That if you have to hide it, it's never going to spread. You have to figure out how to give away all your tricks, because the critical mass, even though certain people know how you do everything, it doesn't matter. The critical mass is enough. That you need to go to the next Grateful Dead concert even though you can hear all the old tapes because it's the Grateful Dead. And so the system has to be open in that way. Thanks. These are great questions.
Right.
5 minutes.
All right.
Thanks, John.
So you mentioned Cory Doctorow. He's a big inspiration for me and many of us, as well as I've read your books. You said in an interview a while ago, I don't remember the exact quote, but it's about putting their passion behind and starting to put out social content, even just to build that minimal viable audience. And I really found inspiration from that. I'm someone who creates and has become popular at creating social content. What do you say to others to encourage more people? Because I do it myself, as well as things I stepped up and never realized I had a talent for it. Next thing you know, I have 400,000 people following me for the content I publish. What do you say to others to get them up on stage, see more presenters, and inspire them?
Okay, well, let me break this into little bits. First of all, having a blog 25 years ago is different than having a blog today. If I was starting today, I wouldn't have a blog. That the fact that Claude can write a blog post almost as good as me means there isn't going to be a scarcity going forward. Attention is way more fractured than it was. The people who have platforms want lots and lots of people to hustle to get 400,000 followers. But those people aren't really following you in the sense that they would show up tomorrow if you said, fly to France to meet me. That's a much smaller group of people. So we have this challenge of the long tail and pyramids, which is if you need a base this big to get this many people of value, it's harder and harder to get a base this big. So for me, the smallest viable audience is much closer to what Kevin Kelly's talking about. Are there 1,000 people, just 1,000, who would mail you $100 if the project was worthwhile? How do you find 10 people like that? Because putting out pretty good, in your case, exceptional content isn't enough. It's going to have to be bigger than that, more connected than that. So the real win going forward, I don't think, is creating a body of content. It's creating a body, a community of people. And it doesn't have to be a lot. It could be 50. But people who would answer the phone if you called them, people who would show up, that base can spread. And the example I'd give you is Alcoholics Anonymous. No one knows who's in charge. They don't have an ad campaign. They don't have a budget. And everyone knows what it is. And in any city, in any church, you can find a meeting. That's what a movement feels like. That is a possibility. I got time for 2 more quick questions.
Hi, thank you very much. Earlier today, you mentioned that a strategy to change systems can be scaring people into change and into action. And I think that's how I understood it.
You said scary?
Scary, mobilizing
I used
people.
the word scaring, but
oh,
go ahead.
maybe I misheard you. But well, still
It's
my
okay.
question stands, is
Go
how
ahead.
do you mobilize people in today's age without then having to resort to fear-mongering or
Right.
that fear, right? How
So
what are
what
the
do
tactics?
what do people want, right? So one of the challenges the climate movement has is it's very easy for me to describe in detail the problem, but people say, yeah, but if I show up, is it going to go away tomorrow? And the answer is no. So it's very hard to get people to show up because it's not, I create fear, you solve it in one day. It's, do you want to be where the other people are? This is what people like us do. People like us do things like this. When we create a cultural dynamic, fear of being left out will cause people to go forward. So fear-mongering is a short-term hack that doesn't usually last. But belonging and affiliation and status, they go on forever. And we just change what the proxies are for those things, but they keep going. So we have to paint a picture for a future, decide who else is coming with us, and then build a system that keeps that moving forward. Last question. You've been very patient. Everyone, I really appreciate you being here. Hi.
Hi. I appreciate so much in here. My role in this phase of my life is to be tension in sex and culture. It's one of the things I pay attention to in terms of generational change. It can be a bit taboo to talk about these things at conferences like that. So within your boundaries of comfort, my question is, when you think about systems of sexuality, particularly since they're perennial, what are ways you think about that? Thank you.
Well, thank you for being brave and doing the work. it's very important to begin with, this is not for everyone. That if your first sentence out of your mouth is, this might not work, then you let yourself off the hook. The second sentence is, this is not for everyone. It invites people who do want to come on the journey. And then you can build a culture for the people who it is for. People like us do things like this. So if we look at the extraordinary hard work under horrible conditions that the gay rights movement has been through in 100 years, right? All the way from people being killed by governments to gay marriage being legal. There's a step-by-step process here that requires impatient persistence, where you are showing up, finding people who want to come, and forgiving people who don't, until you can surround the community with enough affiliation that it becomes normal. People like us do things like this. Thanks for coming, everyone. Keep making a ruckus. Thank you. Let me just make sure I have all my belongings. I think I do. Thanks, Tock.
If you have more questions for Seth, you can meet him out in the lobby and ask him out there. All right, welcome to our next session. It's noontime, and we have a 2-hour panel. I hope they brought lots of water with them. This is Ask the EFF. Just before we start, I'd just like to point out the emergency exits, 2 in the back, 2 in the front, behind me. Restrooms are around the corner, phones on stun. And if you have questions, please come up to the mics and ask the questions from the mic so we can record that properly. So, Ask the EFF. This year, the Electronic Frontier Foundation will be returning to Hope for a special Ask the EFF panel to address some of the pressing questions the hacker community has in these troubled times. Panelists will provide updates on the current EFF work, including the ongoing case against the Department of Government Oversight, educating the Department of Digital Rights, organizing communities to resist ongoing government surveillance, and more. The panel will then turn it over to you, the attendees, to pose questions and receive insights on how users can protect their civil liberties online while during an increasingly volatile political and world situation. So I'd like to introduce William Buddington, Lena Cohen, Cara Gagliano, and Jose Martinez. I'll let them introduce themselves and give them your background. So welcome.
Thanks so much, everyone, for coming out in this noon panel. First, before we get into who we are, I wanted to cover a little bit of who EFF is. Yeah, I know you're all here and you all know this already, but cover a few basic factoids and introduce our organization. We are the Electronic Frontier Foundation. We are a subset of the EFF. We can't cover every single topic that you might have questions on, but because we're a vast organization, we cover a lot of things. But some of the historical high points of us, our formulation is in 1990 in a case called Steve Jackson Games, where the Secret Service, who is kind of tasked with cyber security at the time, when there was kind of an interdepartmental kind of who is in charge of cyber, this new cyber realm. The Secret Service kind of tried to stake a claim in that and sued Steve Jackson Games for a GURPS gaming system, which included hackers. Because it included hackers, it must be teaching hacking, right? Well, we called bullshit on it. We said, hey, no, this is not actually some dangerous tool in the hands of hackers. This is just a video or a tabletop game, and this is not spreading something like a mind virus or whatever they thought at the time. So that was in 1990. We grew our legal team in the 90s. One of the landmark cases we were involved with was Bernstein versus the DOJ. In the 90s, originally, strong cryptography was considered a munition and liable for export law. And so in Bernstein versus DOJ, Daniel Bernstein produced a white paper detailing cryptography, and the Department of Justice sued Daniel Bernstein and basically said that he was passing out munitions. And we again called BS on this and served as counsel for Daniel Bernstein, and that resulted in a decision at the federal level considering code a form of First Amendment protected free speech. And as a result, made cryptography legal and widespread for everyone, and to the point now that we have it on our devices, every single, not only signal, but also just in the cryptographic protocols that we communicate with every day. The last decades, we have been involved in a number of issues ranging from free speech, defending innovation against patent trolls, making sure that your privacy and security is protected online. We hired the first public interest technologist by the name of Seth Schoen, and were involved in developing HTTPS Everywhere, which, well, I can get into if people have questions about, but it was basically something that made it so that encrypted your communication with sites were encrypted if it was available, involved in different browser plugins that protect your privacy, like Privacy Badger, and different legal and activism cases that we'll all get into. Quick 5-minute summary of our work. For me, I'm Bill Buddington. I've been with EFF for for 12 years, and I'm a senior staff technologist at EFF. I worked on HTTPS Everywhere, was the lead for that from 2015 to 2018. I do some reverse engineering. I do a lot of cybersecurity policy and formulating kind of sane policy, suggesting, veering some legislators off from bad language that could have bad implications for security researchers or open source developers, and just generally developing privacy enhancing and security technology. So that's the 5-minute wrap up for me.
Hi, I'm Cara Gagliano, already kind of losing my voice from yesterday, so sorry. I'm an attorney at EFF. This coming week will be my 6-year anniversary with EFF, so I guess I've got halfway to you, Bill. I think probably most relevant to this crowd am on our Coders' Rights team, which is a team of a few attorneys that is really focused on providing legal advice to security researchers and hackers. So y'all can come to us at different stages. Sometimes we're talking to folks who have just found a vulnerability and they're not really sure how to report it, what to do. They're not sure if they might have actually broken a law in the way that they found it, or they're more concerned about how a company is going to react. And sometimes we hear from people who have disclosed and did not like how the company reacted, whether they're being threatened with a defamation lawsuit or the company is just not responding at all. We try to help them work through at least the legal side of things, what the implications could be for different paths forward and how to weigh that risk. So this is work that I think people are often familiar with at Hope, DEF CON, Black Hat, but is maybe less visible to the general public than some of our work, because if everything goes right, there isn't really a big story. It's just our client is not getting sued. And I would say that is pretty much all the time what happens, clearly, because we're so great at it. But apart from that, I have as my sort of focus area trademark and copyright law, particularly where they intersect with free speech issues. So I do a lot of representing artists, activists, parodists, or critics who are faced with threats from people they are criticizing or parodying over use of at least what those people see as their IP. So get to send a lot of fun, snarky letters back to people telling them why their claims are BS and also are more likely to backfire on them with Streisand effect type consequences. And then other than that, actually what I've been spending the most of my time on for the past 2 years is a case that we have against San Mateo County, California, over a policy in their jails where people who are incarcerated in San Mateo jails are no longer allowed to receive physical mail at all. If you want to send a letter to your brother, your friend, your son in a San Mateo jail, you have to send that letter to Smart Communications, a carceral tech company based in Florida, and they will scan your letter, shred your letter, and upload the scan into a database so that the recipient can access it on a shared tablet if they're able to get a turn with it, can't print it out, can't really engage with it, can't pull it out while they're lying in bed at night, needing something to make them feel like it's worth going on. And that has been really hard for a lot of people, including our clients. So we have claims based on the California constitutional analogs of the First and Fourth Amendment. And that case has been going on about 2 years now, still going. But we are sticking with it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lena. I've been at EFF a little over a year. I primarily work on Privacy Badger, which is EFF's free browser extension that blocks online trackers. I highly recommend everyone use it to stop companies from spying on you as you browse the web. There's 2 EFF developers working on Privacy Badger, and it's used by about 4 million people, so that involves a lot of maintenance. We are slowly working on getting Privacy Badger onto Safari. We're working on a feature to automatically handle those annoying cookie consent banners that don't even respect people's choices for the most part. And we're also just working on ways to make Privacy Badger more usable and accessible, especially to low tech audiences, or people who might not even realize the dangers of online tracking. Outside of Privacy Badger work, I do general advocacy and writing and working with EFF lawyers and activists on issues around corporate surveillance, the data broker industry, online tracking, and a lot of the links between advertising technology and the surveillance industry. And also just writing about shitty things that big tech companies like Meta and Google do with your information. So yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jose. This is my 3rd time at Hope. My 2nd time was last year, and my 1st time was 20 years ago with people from the Anarchist Village back in the day. I'm the senior grassroots advocacy organizer in the activism team, a team of people who are not technologists or lawyers, but most of them do incredible work, and then there's me. I've been at EFF for a little over 4 years, although I've had Privacy Badger on my browsers for at least 15, 20 years. The things that I work on principally are, I work with what we call the Electronic Frontier Alliance. So the activism team mostly focuses on stuff. There's an international team, and then a lot of us work on domestic issues only. So I work on domestic issues with members of the Electronic Frontier Alliance, a very loose network of local groups across the United States that do popular education, lobbying, advocacy, promote best practices on a wide variety of issues. Some of them are campus-based, some of them are professional-based, some of them are just activists in the community that want to get things done. And we're always looking for new recruits. You can find out more at efa.eff.org, or you can talk to me if you are a member of a local group somewhere in this country that wants a very, very, very decentralized network to align with that is connected to EFF. My personal issue areas tend to focus around what we call SLS, street-level surveillance. So that is police tech issues, carceral tech issues, and border tech issues. And then I also work a lot around what we and a lot of other organizations also call bossware, which is a combination of surveillance in the workplace as well as algorithmic decision-making tech and products. It's a very big marketplace, and there's a lot of shoddy products that are being sold to management across the country right now. So those are some of the types of issue areas that I work on, but obviously the rest of the activism team works on all these other types of issues, intellectual property issues and right to repair, other algorithmic decision-making questions, broadband access, online privacy access. And we do it through a wide variety of public pressure campaigns, some lobbying at the municipal and state level. We mostly do municipal and state level lobbying and advocacy, as well as working with local groups that are doing campaigns, sometimes, for example, to, in my case, prevent police surveillance technology contracts at the local level that EFF might agree police shouldn't have. So, for example, face recognition. We sometimes get contact from EFA members or from non-EFA members, and members of my team will work with them on these kinds of local advocacy fronts, give them help and support on strategy, and talk to the municipal or the state legislature as experts, or otherwise try to offer support in those kinds of ways. So that's a lot of what I do. Again, my name is Jose, and I'll turn it back over to Bill, our MC, and get y'all's questions.
Just a few pieces of stage setting. We have 2 hours allocated to us, but I think our energy might run out at about the 1 hour, 30-minute mark. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, another piece of kind of housekeeping.
Yeah, so do want to be clear that this is not a forum to get legal advice. If you need legal advice, you should email info@eff.org, and our incredible intake coordinator, Haley, will set you up with either me or one of our other lawyers. She always knows who is going to be the actual best person to help you, even better than I might know sometimes. So just be clear, I'm not anyone's lawyer here, not representing any of you guys, not going to give specific legal advice, but can, talk about legal issues that we are working on.
And with that, I would like to open up the floor. If anyone has any initial questions, don't be shy. We got 2 mics up front, so come on up and ask your questions.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming out. I wonder if you could speak a little bit. Of course, there are so many people in the hacker world, the technical world and stuff, who fully agree with EFF on things like protecting your rights in and around and with technology. I wonder if you would want to speak about maybe mistakes people are making, things that people could be doing better before they have to come to you. What are the bad ideas you've seen people have? Stuff like that.
You want to talk about responsible disclosure?
Yeah, I guess from a kind of legal perspective, really, mostly just if you are doing like security research, and maybe especially if you're someone who's new to it and you're not really sure, what the conventions are, or whether you're doing something that might be legally questionable, come to us early. It's better to come to us and ask, is there a way I can do this that would be more or less legal? We can help you at that stage, ideally, rather than coming to us and saying, okay, I want to disclose this, and we take a look and go, well, okay, let's figure out if there's a way we can disclose this that doesn't make it very clear to the laws that you broke. So I guess that's one thing to keep in mind. But I don't know that we see a lot of really big mistakes people are making legal-wise. I don't know if you were also kind of asking about things people should be doing to protect themselves, privacy-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue is that a lot of the technologies we use on a day-to-day basis are created by companies who have the incentive to surveil us. So if you use the technologies you purchase with their default configurations, you're giving up a lot of privacy and potentially exposing yourself to different types of risks. I feel like people get overwhelmed when they hear that, though, and think that like they become privacy nihilists and think there's nothing they can do to keep their information safe. And I think there's a spectrum of different steps you can take to protect your privacy depending on your threat model or the, in how vulnerable you are to different sorts of surveillance threats. And I think for most people, there are, pretty easy things you can do that will make a difference. They won't protect you from all forms of corporate or government surveillance, but like, for example, using some sort of tracker blocker like Privacy Badger and disabling your advertising ID on your phone. Your advertising ID on your phone is an identifier that a lot of data brokers and ad tech companies use to like connect you to the data they collect about you, and it takes like 2 seconds to turn off. Most people with iPhones have turned this off already because Apple took the like proactive, a few years ago, like asked people if they wanted apps to track them, and most people said no. I feel like those are very two small things that people could be doing, but I think that like EFF's street level surveillance guides have much more detailed advice targeted to different audiences, like I think people receiving or providing reproductive care, activists. Yeah. You have anything?
First of all, the street level surveillance guides that Lena was mentioning were, you can find at sls.eff.org. And I would just say a couple of things. One, a lot of people contact us really panicked about things that they've seen kind of scare tactics and fear-mongering around, and not necessarily things that are real data threats to them. And so, think about, is this a real threat? Think about your threat model and try to give yourself a real risk assessment first before necessarily coming for advice, because it kind of helps you clarify your questions before you approach. And then I think one of the other things to know about EFF is we don't generally suggest specific software, or at least officially as EFF, we don't suggest specific software, with some exceptions here and there. Obviously, Privacy Badger being one of the big champs, but that's different. So people will tend to, and a lot of the people who come to us do tend to do their own research. That's one of the places that you're going to have to do your own research rather than coming to us. Usually, most of the time, is figuring out what kinds of software you trust, what is secure in that kind of way, rather than expecting us to kind of tell you, well, this is the best thing on the market right now.
I think we're going to do a cadence of the stage right. Love your shirt, by the way.
Thank you. And thank you for coming out here today and doing this panel. Just a quick question about the legislation that is, I think, currently on the books in the UK and is being proposed in the US as well, that would mandate websites verify identities. Has the EFF responded to that, and what can we do to protect ourselves from this kind of legislation in the US and in individual states?
Yeah, you're referring to the Online Safety Act in the UK and the age verification mechanisms that are at play. And this is kind of an increasing problem that's appearing in a lot of contexts across the world, right? There's a myriad of problems with the Online Safety Act in the UK, one of which is that the mechanism by which they are demanding that people verify their age is sending private information to U.S. companies. And so national security, is being compromised in this way, where there's just a bunch of UK citizens' information mandatorily being delivered to data silos in the U.S. In order to perform just basic online browsing. Some of the forums that we've seen banned in the UK, unless you do some form of age verification, include just basic health information, just a number of, have some of the forums here. One moment. Yeah, R. So like Reddit's R poker, Reddit's R World War II, earwax. Reddit's R popping, which is the home of grossly satisfying. Oh, okay, that's pimple popping, I guess. And R/Rickroll. So like these are not, particularly controversial, forums that they're banning basically until you are forced to verify your age with a U.S. company. And then a lot of people in the UK didn't realize this until it actually was implemented, until they started affecting their actual browsing, right? I think there's going to be a lot more outrage, hopefully, around these age verification and age estimation, technologies. This has come up in the context of, the EU and their Digital Services Act and also Digital Fairness Act. That's kind of in formulation, and the age estimation technologies, they're just not. They're not vetted at all and do terrible jobs generally at like trying to and often very biased jobs in estimating someone's age if they have some sort of disability that has affected their facial features, for instance. Then that age estimation is often incredibly off. There's just no good objective criteria by which you can do that kind of estimation, and now it's just becoming law because it's politically salient for politicians to say, "Oh, we protected the children."
So then in terms of your question about what EFF has been doing in response to this, in part in the U.S. in particular, a number of these laws have already been passed at state levels, and there have been lawsuits against those wherever they've popped up, which EFF has been filing many amicus briefs in and following as they go. I know right now 2 of the major ones that have kind of split from each other, circuit split, are one in Florida where the court struck down the age verification law. Then in Texas, the first court struck down their age verification law, but then the Fifth Circuit, notorious Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, just without really giving any reasoning, said we're going to essentially press pause on that decision and let them keep enforcing the law until we decide it ourselves. And the Supreme Court just said the other day, we're not going to interfere with that stay. It's called a stay when a court basically says, okay, put pause on that decision. So it's kind of like a race right now, seeing which of those cases is going to get to the Supreme Court first and what is going to happen there. So we're in the courts, we're doing a lot of amicus briefs, and then I think we're also doing a lot of legislative lobbying work and trying to get folks to know what they can do to help. A lot of it is right to your legislators. We have EFF's Action Center. I don't know for sure, but I think very likely has some active actions right now related to these age verification bills. Because as Bill mentioned, the line that is being taken is this is about protecting the children. And when that's all you're hearing, like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, protect children. Why would we want to not protect children? So you really need people who are informed speaking up and telling their legislators, actually, no, I don't want this. I don't agree that it does protect children. I think it will actually hurt children and hurt everyone else in the process.
Right. There's certainly a lot of evidence of how bad this kind of legislation has been already, and it's almost useful because a lot of the people who've been arguing against it at the policy level, internationally and domestically, were saying that these kinds of things were going to happen. That if you're trying to, put age verification walls up around, for example, obscene material, the broadening of what is considered obscene material is going to mean that young people are going to have a lot less access to very basic stuff that they need for their educations and for their lives. So there's, we have a international team in Europe that has been active around this, and then on the domestic front, we also have a state legislation team that has been tracking and also pushing back very hard on there are tons of laws and tons of bills across the country that have been proposed, and as you've heard, a few that have been passed. I want to say that one of the things that we've noticed on the kind of legislative advocacy and lobbying side is that there's a lot of lawmakers and there's a lot of stakeholders who have nefarious, they have very bad intentions, right? Some of that is data collection, some of that is censorship, and it's, an attack on free expression, free speech. And there's also a competence issue, right? There's a lot of incompetence in legislatures across the world and certainly across the country. Some of this is simply an issue of you get a big amount of hype and then, a lot of fear-mongering, and then state legislatures don't understand how these mechanisms work, how they function for normal people, for people who are not children, or for people who are not underage, as well as for children. And so making sure that your comments to state legislatures, because it's mostly at the state level, although they certainly are pushing this at the federal level as well, making sure that they understand how this tech works, how it actually directly affects people. The case examples that are happening in the UK of adults not being able to access sites that they should be able to, or of all sorts of data collection on adults, as well as all of the ways that it's actually adversely affecting minors in terms of keeping them from gender-affirming care, websites, reproductive health websites, even just basic sex ed websites, and even, far, far beyond that. We have a website called the Red Flag Machine, which is a little bit related to this, where you can go and you can see what various kinds of software that are used by municipal school districts are censoring. And the way that they censor things in obscenity means that they will just, there's a massive amount of stuff that has nothing to do with sex or drugs or the things that usually legislatures are being fear-mongered around, that is getting censored in schools or getting censored in school hardware that is given to students just because of the wrong buzzword or is included or something to that effect. So it's really having a big effect, and a lot of it is that some of these legislatures aren't actually completely nefarious. They're just incompetent. Their offices don't understand these things, and it requires technologists and people who understand this tech to communicate this is how it's actually affecting people, and this is how it actually works.
Stage left mic, please.
Yeah. So my question is, as I guess a legal advocacy group that has actually sort of had to do the work of arguing legal cases, I'm curious whether or not in your experience specifically in the U.S., whether you feel as if there is a sort of consistent logic to court decisions where you feel as if the legal arguments you make actually have weight, or actually feel there is a route whereby you can argue these things on legal terms and actually affect change, or if it feels like you're kind of just betting on politics to swing the right way.
Yeah, you're tapping into something there. That is part of what drew me to law. The judicial branch rather than legislative branch was this at least theory that I should be able to use logic to prevail, something which I think might also resonate with folks in this crowd. If it's logically correct and I can set up my argument, I should win. It does not always work that way. But I think it does certainly more often than in the legislative realm or regulatory realm a lot of times.
Kind of a low bar, though.
It's a low bar, but I mean it is something that varies a lot too. Like I mentioned, the notorious Fifth Circuit, the federal appellate courts in Texas are notorious for reaching decisions that don't seem at all consistent with law and seem totally politically motivated. and you can see that going both ways. Like, I mean, you certainly always hear conservatives talking about activist judges on the left and how really you need to stick to the original text, and yet somehow the original text always seems to favor their position as they read it, because that's not really how text works, right? There isn't just like an objective truth that you can reach in and pull out of it. It's always going to be colored by your perspective. So it, that is certainly a source of some disillusionment and frustration, but there is still plenty of reason for optimism. I still think that is one of the advantages of working through litigation, and the fact that you have, like, there is an appellate system, so if you have one bad judge, at least you get to go up and say, this is totally wrong, do something about it, and then you have 3 judges at least, and you're hoping you're playing the numbers a little bit. But I do think there's, we're not giving up on litigation.
How has, I guess, specifically, the Supreme Court been when it's come to, I guess, the EFF and just, generally being able to make those legal arguments and, being able to find, a consistent train of logic you can appeal to?
I think that's another one where it varies a lot. And it can kind of vary based on the subject matter too, in that it is interesting with our issues, traditionally it's not always split along ideological lines, actually. So certain kinds of First Amendment cases, actually, I think Justice Roberts has been one of the better justices on. Then when you get to copyright and trademark, all bets are off. But it's actually Justice Ginsburg, wonderful on many things, but was one of the worst on copyright from an EFF perspective. So it really changes with the makeup of the court and the specific type of case you're dealing with.
Okay, thank you.
One good decision that we got before the current makeup of the Supreme Court was Carpenter, and that was the storing of basically your cellular location data based on which cell phone towers that you've connected to, as I understand it, and that being a Fourth Amendment protected or unreasonable search if that is requested. I am understanding the law right. So that's a decision that came down in I want to say 2021 or something, or maybe before that. But that was one good decision. Anyway, stage right, Mike.
Hello, thank you for coming to this panel, and thank you for all the work on the EF that you've been doing. I was wondering if you could speak to the Internet Archive case, if you've been following that. I don't know any updates as of recent, and if you can also speak to some of the ramifications that could come of that case and what resources we might have as people who are users of that service.
Yeah, so the Internet Archive case, I worked on that one. For those who don't know, this was a case filed by a number of book publishers against the Internet Archive over their controlled digital lending program, where essentially what they did was get physical copies of books, make high-quality scans of them, put the physical copies in storage where no one had access to them, and then let people check out the digital copies, just like you would from a library checking out ebooks, maintaining that ratio of, okay, only, if we have 3 copies of the book, only 3 people can have it checked out at a time. So trying to maintain that same own-to-loan ratio. And that was not one of our wins, sadly. So it was a copyright lawsuit saying, this is infringement because we didn't give permission to make these copies or distribute them or display them to people. And something called first sale doctrine does not apply. So first sale doctrine says, essentially, when you buy a physical book, that's yours now, right? If you finish the book and you don't want it anymore, you can sell it to someone. You can lend it to someone. You can basically do what you want with that book as long as it's not, you can't like make a movie out of it. But the actual physical copy of the book is yours. And with digital copies, courts have said it doesn't work that way because how do we know you're not making extra copies, basically? And that's just not how the first sale doctrine was written. So this is one of the really frustrating things about copyright in the digital age is it's become a very convenient way for publishers to improve their profit margins at the expense of everyone else who, would like to be able to like buy used textbooks. But if you're moving to digital-only textbooks, well, the used bookstore isn't going to help you anymore. They are going to get the full benefit of every single person who needs access to that textbook. And so we lost in the Internet Archive case. The court said it was not fair use. And so because of that, the Internet Archive had to, shut down that program, at least as applies to in copyright books. In terms of ramifications, I think it's kind of what I was just talking about, right? So it reaffirms this idea of digital books or any digital media, really. Like, you also can buy used vinyl, used CDs. You can't buy used MP3s, right? You can buy used DVDs. You can't buy, used streaming video. So I think by reinforcing that divide, that's going to affect how our media markets are structured and how we can engage with media as things go forward. So it feels like this is one that kind of needs a legislative solution, most likely. Again, the thing with our system, like the Supreme Court hasn't weighed in on this, so courts in other jurisdictions can disagree, but this was like such a huge undertaking dealing with this lawsuit, and it was such a huge undertaking for the Internet Archive to set up this program, right, and then to have that, be essentially wiped out. It's asking a lot for someone else to hope that they would end up in a different jurisdiction that would have a better outcome.
As an interesting follow-up to that, a separate case discussed on 404 Media's podcast not too long ago was kind of raising this issue of where publishers had sued the large language models for basically like pirating millions of copies of books and then en masse ingesting those books into the large language models. And the courts decided in that particular case, the case name isn't coming up to me right now, but it's that the pirating of the content was illegal, but the ingestion of that content into large language models wasn't. So kind of interesting, implications, but it's a separate case. Stage right. Or stage left, sorry.
Hey, thanks for being here. Everyone remembers that guy, James Comey, right? And what was his big thing, right? Basically backdooring encryption back in the day. Well, now in the PQC world, the quantum encryption world, and we're now reviewing new PQC or quantum protected encryption algorithms. Why is this not a concern anymore, or is it a concern?
I think so. My knowledge of quantum cryptography is pretty limited, but as I understand it, I think it's Shor's algorithm that basically makes a brute force attack against a symmetric cipher to the order of a square root of what the bit size is. So if it was like a 120, like an AES 128, it would be equivalent of AES 64 at that point in post quantum. That's I know that's like a gross simplification. There are other various like quantum resistant algorithms that have been developed, and I think that it is a concern still. I think that it's seemingly always on the horizon, but we have seen some practical examples of quantum computing milestones being achieved. So I think that it is, and I think that traditional encryption algorithms do certainly still have a place, and also post-quantum cryptography, like planar-resistant cryptography, is always, has always kind of emerging protections. So I think that is definitely still a relevant topic and a relevant protection.
I think it's more relevant because if you take away the brute force aspect, right, that goes away, then really the only way of getting in is having a backdoor.
Yeah, or some breakthrough cryptographic analysis that will discover the vulnerability in like a algorithm. Yeah. Stage right.
Does this work?
Yes.
Most people are very familiar. Most people here are very familiar with the fact that a lot of environmental climate data, consumer data, financial data disclosures have been eliminated on federal government websites. And some people may even be familiar with the fact that the Freedom of Information offices in most agencies have been decimated, and in some cases eliminated, supposedly folded into other offices, but those requests are just basically been abandoned. But what very few people seem to be aware of in the last couple of months, which I've noticed, is that the Freedom of Information reading rooms, the electronic reading rooms, and which are broader than just FOIA, there are all sorts of data that the agencies have put in there. This was an agreement over decades that they would close the statutorily required physical reading rooms, which makes sense, and put them all up online. And now they've been wiping those out. In some agencies, they've been eliminating them. Like the Office of the Director of National Intelligence had a very large FOIA reading room, and they just eliminated it in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Now, some of these things you can go back and see on the Internet Archive. Others, it's not so easy because they were dynamic sites. And I know this is not, you guys do wonderful work, and this is not your primary turf area, but I was going to ask if a lot of the organizations that did protect freedom of information have sort of gone by the wayside. It was an old guard, and the generations have changed, and the organizations have gone out. You guys are still standing, but a lot of the others are not. And I was wondering whether there might be more of a role for FOIA protection because of its criticality now, more than ever in electronic FOIA world, that EFF may take a more of an increased role in freedom of information. And I know that you have done a lot already. It's not saying you're not, but I'm just saying maybe it's time to look at it a little more closely.
Yeah, we do have some real FOIA gurus who just don't happen to be on this panel. And I do think that for whatever reason, our FOIA work might tend to be some of our less visible work. I don't know if it's just like less flashy than some of our work, but we definitely appreciate the importance of it. And a lot of it, we do like FOIA cases, but also use FOIA ourselves very liberally to get information. So, I'm not one of the folks that does the most FOIA work. I suspect that probably this is on the radar of our folks who do, but I will make sure that it is.
Who are the key people who do FOIA at EFF and work on those issues?
Aaron Mackey is our transparency legal director. So he's a lawyer who does the most of it. We also have an attorney, David Sobel, who is not like a full EFF employee, but just specifically works with us on FOIA cases. And then on our research and investigations teams, we have Dave Moss and Beryl Lipton are like the FOIA whisperers. Yeah, they're true experts.
And they every year write the foilies, right? Which are like a joke awards list of the worst responses to FOIA requests, and they're comically bad.
Yeah, and then there are other like sunshine laws that are applicable in various states as well. We use a service called Muckrock that does a lot of great state and federal privacy, transparency kind of requests. Yep, on stage left.
Maybe a bit non sequitur. I wanted to follow up on yesterday's Prezi with location tracking. You talked about the sort of the efficacy of people's individual OPSEC, but I was actually wondering if you were to take that a step further, are there any projects of trying to inject bad data into the system to devalue the location data in the first place? Like, I'm thinking of the guy who walks around on his street with a wagon full of burner phones to keep traffic away. Is there an app I can download from F-Droid to, screw with it?
I'm not familiar with like a particular project like that targeting location data brokers. I think that would be something that's really cool. I do think that the risk of that is that, it could devalue a lot of data in a good way, but for maybe like, for individual cases where police is using a location data broker to track down an individual and knows that person's, can acquire that person's device ID and search for their location data among data brokers, like, I don't necessarily think a project like that would fuzz or obscure like an individual's data that is already present in the data set, unless it were a really wide-ranging project. But I would love to see attempts at that. It's hard to quantify, I think, success when I think after getting a lot of bad press, data brokers and location data brokers are more hesitant to like, to give anyone access to their data. Like, obviously their business model is selling data and they want to make as much money as possible. So they're not necessarily vetting their buyers to keep us safe, but it's a lot harder as a researcher or a journalist to get access to like data brokers' data sets than it used to be. I think more of them used to give free demos and free data sets. So I think that is also a challenge in developing that sort of tool, is like having any sense of how effective it is, because that would require maybe tricking, having a lot of money and tricking a location data broker into giving you access to their data set, even though like you might have privacy advocate or researcher in your, like associated with your profile.
Yeah, like you mean like how many IMEIs does it take to turn the yellow line into the red line on my traffic map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I haven't. I think that would be a really cool project idea and something that like people I would be excited to see hackers and researchers working on.
Quick review of stage direction. It's you as the talent, subjective, stage left, stage right.
Wait, stage left and stage right, right?
No, stage right, stage left.
Oh, it's for us.
It's like a
Oh,
doctor.
okay.
Like
From the
patient's subjective left eye. You're the talent, subjective.
Okay, okay.
I was
For
questioning
us
my
on the house side, it would be house left, house right.
Why don't we just
Yeah. I was in stage crew in high school. I should know this.
That was a long time ago, Bill.
Stage left.
Thank you, and for getting that correct. Yeah, so you briefly touched on this earlier. One of the four horsemen of scaring people on the internet, child pornography, being a tool that legislators use to take away rights. So right now in Europe, if I understand correctly, we have legislation going through in the EU that is designed to do away with encryption in chats. I'm not well read on it. I'm an American citizen. I don't want this to happen though, because I feel like there could be a domino effect, and also I don't want Europeans to lose their rights. What are your thoughts on it, and how do you feel the tide is going right now? Because it seems like this time it's going to pass. And then the second follow-up to that is, how do we defend ourselves when legislators can continually bring these things, up for a vote, and like every time we have to defeat it, and we don't get a break, or you don't get a break? It kind of sucks. So anyway, yeah, thanks.
We're going to keep on fighting it every time it comes up. This is something that perennially comes up. Hey, the encryption is bad. It lets us, it doesn't let us do our investigatory work, or, it protects child pornographers, or, whatnot. And these arguments have been fought against time and time again. First on the level of, the keys under doormats paper, where the authors demonstrated there is no way to provide a golden key that is just for the good guys and not for your, hacker down the street, and will compromise the communication of everyone. So, and then, more lately it's been trying to figure out ways in which classes of content can be flagged. And that fundamentally also attacks the underlying cryptography that's being used. So, and even technologists are like, well, maybe there's this one way which I can do it that and it never pans out, like because of the fundamentals of how cryptography works. So this is a fight that comes up perennially, and we will keep on making sure that cryptography is protected as we always have, both on the legal side and promoting technologies which have strong encryption, and on the education side with SSD, telling people that, hey, if you use Signal, then there are strong defaults at play, versus, there is good encryption in WhatsApp, but some of the loopholes that are at play are concerning. Kind of making sure that nuance is communicated in a way that doesn't put people in danger. So we fight in the courts, we fight as technologists, and we fight as activists to protect those privacy and encryption there.
Also, cryptography is not my issue area, but I feel like Salt Typhoon, or I feel like there are, I think some of the compelling, I think that the examples of encryption backdoors being abused by hacker, anyone, but like I think there are high-profile examples that we can try to more loudly communicate about how encryption backdoors threaten national security and the sorts of issues that legislators might find more compelling. I think that hopefully, like examples like Salt Typhoon will keep some of these bad bills at bay. I don't know where the tide is turning, but I thought that was like...
Yeah, the context being that Salt Typhoon was, I think that's Salt Typhoon, I'm not sure, is there something else but like it was where there was a compromise of communications that were between individuals in the U.S., but it was using the CALIA communications assistance for law enforcement loopholes built into the law that allows law enforcement to have access to unencrypted communications between people. And so using that surveillance system that's built into unencrypted communications in the U.S., well, lo and behold, Chinese hackers were able to exploit that and gain widespread access to our communications. And this is what happens. Like, look, this is what fucking happens when like you build in these surveillance technologies. It's not going to be just who you want it to have access to. It's going to be nefarious, even if you believe that law enforcement in the U.S. is not nefarious. There's going to be other people that you do consider nefarious that are going to be able to get in.
I'll just tack on, I think Gar's also had some, but like, I'll just tack on that I think education is incredibly important to the press and to legislators' offices, because it is very easy for the fearmongers and the lobbyists from other sides to come in with misinformation or no information about how the tech works and how it, who it really affects and all of the different effects it can have. But making sure that local reporters and local congressional or legislative offices understand these things. It's really, it's more than just EFF can do. Right? It requires local groups across the country and local activists across the country to be informing their own legislators and their own press and reporters. So if you see somebody who's new on the tech beat, if you see a new member of your state legislature or Congress, consider trying to inform that office. Consider trying to inform that reporter at the front end, and letting them understand the issues a little bit better.
I was just going to say, in terms of EFF being able to keep up and take breaks, y'all can visit our table and donate to EFF so we can afford more people working on these issues.
Or go to EFF.org/donate. Stage right.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thanks for everything that you do. My questions are about the web platform and sort of the chaos going around there now. Two big companies that own the most prevalent browsers, Google has been rolling out, maybe they're going to stop third-party tracking cookies, maybe they're not. Manifest v3 is going to shut down a lot of tracking blocking technology. But when are they going to roll it out? And then maybe they'll have to sell Chrome anyway. Meanwhile, Apple is, they lost a case that says you need to allow real browsers, and then they're maliciously complying with that by kind of not really allowing it to happen. And who knows what's going on with Mozilla. So there is a question about the future of browser diversity and user choice. So what are y'all tracking in that? What do you have cooking? And what should we be looking out for? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm also very interested to see what happens with a potential divestiture of Chrome from Google. I'm not necessarily optimistic that Chrome wouldn't be sold to, say, an AI company that's gonna make it worse, I don't know what's going to happen there, but I'm very eagerly watching the space. I think that big picture, like Chrome is the most popular browser. It's also owned by an advertising company, so it has the least privacy protections built into it. You can customize it with extensions, tracker blockers like Privacy Badger that offer some improvement. And you mentioned like the manifest v3 changes, like Chrome has already forced all extensions to use this new MV3 system. It was a lot of wasted work. Most ad blocking and tracker blocking extensions have evolved, and so that they could stay on Chrome, but the APIs available to extensions for blocking requests are worse, and it leads to a lot of invisible maintenance work and annoying edge case bugs. In terms of Chrome and third-party cookies, I think that third-party cookies I think they're here to stay on Chrome, even though they promised they were going away for a long time because of the competition concerns.
Kidding, just kidding.
Yeah. I think, oh man, I have a lot of thoughts about browsers, but I guess I think that like switching to Firefox or Brave, or like a browser that has more protections by default, is an easy way to have a big boost in privacy while you're browsing online. I think in terms of like big picture threats to browser choice, I think it's important that people keep supporting alternative browsers and not defaulting to Chrome. And also, like, Privacy Badger is a team sport, so spreading what you know about online tracking and safety to people who like don't follow tech. I think that like, what browser should I use is one of the most common questions I get to like older family members who I tell I like work on privacy issues. And I think it's easy for people who aren't following this issue closely to just install a new browser and enjoy more protections by default. That's often a little easier than telling them about a extension that they should add to their browser. I think like maybe Bill, do you want to talk about like fingerprinting? Well, maybe that's outside the scope of your question, but I think that Brave does some cool things to fight fingerprinting, which is a method that ad tech companies use to track and identify people in the absence of third-party cookies and other identifiers.
Yeah, and the technique that we discovered in the original Panopticlick research. We launched a site in 2010 that was called Panopticlick, which asked for people to volunteer their browsers to take a test to determine how trackable their browsers were from the unique characteristics that your browsers are leaving behind. For instance, a combination of your language and your WebGL fingerprint and the content accepted in your browser and your user agent can be uniquely identifying your browser. We found it for, I think it was 85% of browsers were uniquely identified in initial tests. If you had browser plugins installed at the time, which were popular in 2010, like 95, that number was pushed up to 95. So these unique characteristics, when combined, can act as surrogate cookies, basically, subverting the normal mechanisms built into the browser to for you to clear your cookies, for instance. If they are both unique enough, which most were, and persistent enough so that the browser fingerprint that is derived from the characteristics isn't constantly changing, then that could be used as a way to track browsers. And 15 years on from that original Panopticlick test, we still have that in the form of Cover Your Tracks. Cover Your Tracks is the new branding for Panopticlick. You can go to coveryourtracks.eff.org to test your own browser. But we have found that in recent years, advertisers are using browser fingerprints in order to uniquely track users without when they are trying to assert their privacy by, say, clearing cookies. So we've seen that technique in the wild. And it's a big danger, and we're working to raise awareness on this issue and also fight back against it. So.
And sorry, one last thing I feel like fingerprinting is a good example of why browsers should do more to protect you from online tracking by default. Like browsers should be on the user's side, not the advertisers and data brokers' side. But at the same time, like technical improvements to browsers aren't going to fix our online privacy problems. When Safari and Firefox did get rid of third-party cookies, advertisers and online tracking companies adapted. They still had the exact same financial incentives to collect your data, and so they adopted sneakier ways to identify you. They relied more on fingerprinting, and they also relied on identity resolution data brokers that, when you enter your email into a site to access it, they might be hashing your email and converting it into some proprietary identifier that is shared between lots of different companies, and that is a way to track you across the web even without third-party cookies. So I think that's why, fundamentally, we need strong privacy legislation that changes the incentives shaping the technologies we use and not just incremental browser improvements.
I can't help but think about the advertisements by DuckDuckGo and only to find out that Microsoft partnered with them to gather the data. I have questions from the Matrix chat. I'm not going to ask all of them. There's some that are asking you to work with them on different groups. I'll leave that to you to do offline. But I do have a question here. What protections or recourse do I have as a foreigner, not me, if I'm detained in an airport when entering the U.S.? And what recommendations do you have for visitors to the U.S. to protect themselves from invasive searches and device seizure?
This one, I'm afraid, is more a specialty of other colleagues on the legal team. In terms of general advice, I know that we do have, I think, guides on our website for, device privacy at the border. So I would encourage checking that out. It looks like Lena might have.
Our border pocket guide is still up to date. We are working to update our border guide in general, which is a longer guide. General principles still apply. Data minimization, not carrying with you what you don't want divulged at the border is a good protection against getting it divulged, right?
Basically burner everything.
Well, yeah, but also it's a little bit of a more complicated calculus because we know that, for instance, Celebrite devices and Gray Key devices are used in border contexts. And so what we know from revelations in tech media are that if you have a relatively updated Android or iOS version or relatively updated Android or iOS phone combination, then you are much less likely to have that device be vulnerable to unlocking and, as a result, physical imaging. And so generally, it's good practice to have a new updated flagship Android or iOS device that has those updated security updates applied. So yeah, whether you want to bring that with all your data or just you're going on vacation and you don't need all of your signal groups to be carried with you across a border context, then you can bring a separate device that still has a few contacts that you need to get in touch with in case of an emergency, but doesn't have your work product and all your contacts and your signal communications on it, that might be a good thing to keep in mind. Data minimization and encryption.
And we have, if you look up EFF digital privacy at the US border, protecting the data on your devices, we have a long version and a short version of our technical and I believe legal advice when crossing the border with devices. It's translated into Spanish and Arabic, and I think we also have specific advice on our website for journalists crossing the U.S.-Mexico border.
Yeah, so our head of investigations, Dave Moss, worked with Freedom of the Press Foundation and Martin Shelton to come up with a presentation for journalism school professors to teach students of journalism what to do in border contacts, especially if they're going across the U.S.-Mexico border and have journalistic material in their possession and those different considerations. So, yeah, that's a really good thing. I suggest people would check out.
I'll just also note that there are a lot of legal gray areas, both for citizens and non-citizens, in entry and exiting the United States. But the Eastern District Court, I think, in New York, is a little bit made a decision that the search and seizure of devices of I believe it was citizens last year would require probable cause, and so it's very jurisdictional. Very few. That's almost none of the country, as you can tell. But it also means that I prefer to fly out of New York City, not out of Newark, and so that's just kind of like The courts are deciding some of these things. It's very, very living in the law and very, very subject to change sometime soon. So.
You all knew way more about that than I did.
Stage left.
Hey guys, thank you for being here. Love all the work you did. Just donating to you guys upstairs. I put all the information in the entirely optional information fields. And it made me think, because I said, you don't have to fill any of this out, but I'm proud to support you guys, happy to have my name in this database. And then I was thinking about Doge and how retaliatory our current administration is against groups like yours. Have you guys seen any efforts by the current administration to retaliate against the EFF?
I don't think we have so far, but it is very much something that
Something you guys think about?
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, this isn't the first time we've had to think about it. Also, including our lawsuit against NSO Group was another one where we thought okay, we need to lock our OPSEC down particularly well here. Make sure our people aren't getting doxxed, have contingency plans, but.
Yeah, I mean, also one of the reasons why we're not as affected as a lot of nonprofits are in our area and other areas that are just protecting rights in general is that we don't accept federal money or government money, basically. And so we aren't as affected by cuts to social good programs as other organizations are.
A lot of the local groups that we work with are certainly paying attention to this as well. Some of them are incorporated and some of them are not. Obviously, this administration or any administration could certainly go after law firms, as they have in executive orders, can go after nonprofits. And so a lot of groups are trying to play it a lot more safe with regard to lobbying rules and a lot of other kinds of rules and disclosure, as well as pulling back on the data collection that they have of their own members or retention of that data, because just in case, so.
Also, this might be a little tangential, but like EFF actually takes its privacy values seriously internally too. And so I know from our like development and fundraising team that like we don't use a lot of the practices that most other nonprofits use that we consider to invade people's privacy. Like a lot of other nonprofits trade donor and member lists. Like we never share our member lists. We don't buy other nonprofits' member lists. So like we take our members' privacy as seriously as we take like the public's privacy when we're fighting the government and corporations.
I appreciate that, and it'd be a little ironic if you didn't.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Although if you catch us on it, then feel free to let us know.
Yeah.
We try to, for example, take trackers out of emails, but you know, if there's a mistake, there's a mistake, and let us know.
Keep my eyes open.
I wanted to ask the population, and I think we can all agree that some technologies should not be open sourced, some should remain closed sourced. Like PGP, for example, part of the Red Hat ecosystem is closed sourced. On the open source side, the open source organizations, companies will get legally behind you, and I appreciate your non-assisted legal advice. But is there a liquid conversation with EFF or another organization on closed source, expert controlled software like PGP? Because like PGP had difficulties back in the 80s and 90s, and I have questions.
I know that we have colleagues who work on export controls. Unfortunately, that's about as far as it goes, what I know. I think it's one of our more kind of niche areas within EFF, as in like there are, I think, a couple people who know a lot about it, but isn't as big a part of like our docket. So
Yeah, EFF is pretty far from DC.
oh, intentionally so.
So PGP software is closed source. The protocol OpenPGP is open source, and GPG Derive, which uses the OpenPGP protocol, is open source. We don't necessarily have a problem with people having closed source software that they don't share with the world. But as a general principle, I think that having open source software, having the code for encryption available embodies trust in that software. And for instance, you have Signal, for instance, and Signal, the client software, is open source, so you can verify that it's working as purported, but the server software is closed source. So there are liminal areas, but generally you can verify, and security researchers have, that it works as intended. So yeah, there's some gray areas, but I think that, as long as as long as the software that you're using, you're able to vet it, it's a good kind of standard for trusting that software.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, so in the context of like this law in the UK banning minors from going to websites, and then maybe even going into the future where websites will try to ban AI from posting and stuff like that, I was curious, do you guys work with the governments at all to create legislation that would protect people's privacy? Like, because in theory, maybe this could be done in a different way, right? Like, maybe you get a security key if you're over 18 or something, right? But
For what issue specifically? Or age verification?
So, like, for, say, this law in the UK, right? Are you doing work to try and, say, minimize potential impact? Like, even just moving the data silo to the UK would be a big improvement, right? And that's theoretically possible.
Well, so yeah, there are like kind of halfway things that work for some people, but they're always leaving out certain, like they're embodying certain assumptions. For instance, you have age verification mechanisms, which assume that every, there's a one-to-one mapping between a device and owner of a device. And that doesn't take into account contexts where you have a shared computer. There's all sorts of gray areas which aren't captured by laws, and those laws have unintended consequences. And it is politically driven. Like this specific issue is politically driven, the protect the kids kind of thing, and then they can claim victory if a law is enacted that purportedly protects kids, but then it has all these gray areas which maybe should, but like also encompasses all this swath of the internet that clearly shouldn't be encompassed by Kids Online Safety Act, or in the UK, the Online Safety Act. So I think that at this moment it's a politically driven campaign, and that should be fought against rather than working with to see how it might work for them. That's not our job.
On the other end, the international team does work on policy on consumer privacy issues, for example, in the European Union, in Latin America, and with certain international agencies. And we do kind of look at legislation at the state level that's around consumer privacy issues, healthcare privacy, and other kinds of things that could undercut that kind of age verification legislation. Although most of it, it's either weak, there's a lot of exemptions and there's a lot of weak points in it, or it is very frequently the technology just moves very fast. And so even if you have fairly strong consumer privacy legislation that passes at the state level, it may not keep up with the tech.
Our colleague Alexis just wrote an EFF blog about why zero-knowledge proofs are not the solution to age verification. Like, there are proposals to make age verification technologies a little more private, but that doesn't address their big picture threats to privacy, anonymity, security, free expression, access to information online, and they don't address those issues for people who might not have documentation, people who might share devices. So I feel like at this stage, these age verification laws that are spreading across the US and in other countries are a threat to so many issues, and there's not a technical solution to all of those, so we're just working against these bills, not with them. And I think that for each, sometimes zero knowledge proofs and other suggestions for how to make these systems more private are, if legislatures believe that they do more than they actually do, and legislatures who are looking to maybe censor queer content from kids online just want to be able to point to a technological silver bullet that will make their censorship law private, and EFF is trying to be very clear that the technology is not there yet and will not be there yet, and we can't pass these laws expecting a private solution to be created after the law is enacted.
I think also worth mentioning it at a higher level, so not specific to the age verification laws. I think it's really case by case for EFF on bills and proposals that we think are bad, whether we want to engage and suggest ways to improve it, different ways to approach it, ways to change the language, I think is something that sometimes it's a hard call, sometimes it's an easy call. If one factor is, like Bill said, I think whether if it's something that we think is not really a good faith effort even, and it's just politically motivated, we're not going to engage with, okay, let's try to tweak the language to make it a little less bad. But then if there's something where it's like a bill and we think, okay, we get what they're trying to do, like maybe it's supposed to be a consumer protection bill, and we think, okay, you know, I get why you're trying to do this, but say like you've defined these terms way too broadly, so it's going to have consequences we don't think the person proposing it even realizes, then we might try to work with them on that and help them see a better way to do it. But if the problems we see are like by design, then I think that is an example of when we're not going to engage.
Yeah, one good example of this was some recent feedback we had for a piece of legislation that was, not to get into too much of details between kind of personal communications between legislators and ourselves, but like it was having to do with liability in making products more, ensuring products are more private, and it would have made open source developers unduly liable if their code was adopted by a program or some piece of software that didn't incorporate, didn't make sure that it was doing it in a private way. And these are kind of solutions where we can have a good influence. We can actually like, hey, this is something that happens. Sometimes open source software is adopted by a product, and then it's not the fault of the open source developer that they did it wrong when they went out and sold that product. So those are kind of solutions where we can work with that legislator. We can make sure that the language doesn't unduly affect good faith open source developers, for instance.
All right, so another question from the Matrix chat, and sorry I didn't get this earlier, but it's going to be a bit of a left turn. All around New York City, we have 2,200 free Wi-Fi kiosks that have replaced payphones, each with 3 cameras for surveillance. In our current political climate and with the threats to take over sanctuary cities, are these a threat?
Feels like a Jose one.
There used to be a group in New York that worked specifically, exclusively on this issue, and they have kind of folded as far as I know. It was something like NYC Free Link or something to that effect. But in New York in particular, one of the groups that's paying a lot of close attention to this and is a member of the Electronic Frontier Alliance is STOP, the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project. And so they have been paying attention to this in particular, and I think generally are nauseated by any kind of attempt to get people to connect to government sources or to QR codes or other kinds of things that may put privacy into the wrong hands. So that's. I think, look up STOP and what STOP is doing, the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project here in New York. And certainly there are a lot of municipalities that are also thinking about privacy legislation to protect the things that they claim that they're trying to protect. That may be immigrant documented or undocumented at this point, immigrant residents. It may be, people seeking gender-affirming care and reproductive care. Whatever a municipality has been claiming that it's attempting to protect, there's very frequently something else that they're doing that's data collection, that data can then go to the fusion centers in their state and then go to the feds and be used by other states or municipalities for enforcement against things that municipality is trying to protect. So I would say STOP is doing the most locally around that, but yeah, we constantly see these kinds of problems of cities claiming to protect certain communities and not doing so at all with their data collection policies.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Clearview AI issue, right?
I think we have time for maybe one more question, and then we'll be available all weekend at the EFF booth upstairs, so you can come and ask questions there as well. Any last takers?
question. I've noticed that often when privacy policy is passed, the companies just turn off the features in those places. And so I was wondering if there's anything that can be done about that, like whether it's just like communication features are turned off or what, but it seems like it's sort of counterproductive. Although, of course, it's good because the data's private now. But.
Wait, sorry, could you give like privacy
So, like,
legislation
when
is
California
passed and then?
some GDPR stuff, Google just turned off search features.
I mean, I think that I think that there are certain, I think I would have to, it probably depends on a case-by-case basis of like what the feature is and what the privacy policy is. But I think a lot of the times like a company as big as Google could find a way to provide the same feature and comply with privacy laws.
Well, of course.
And often, yeah, at times they're trying to like prove a point or fight privacy legislation and stop it from spreading when they choose to like, take away features from people in order to give them privacy. We also see, we also really fight against companies creating like pay for privacy schemes where they only give you privacy if you pay more for a feature, and we don't think that like privacy should be a luxury. It should be a right that everyone enjoys by default. That's another thing that I see companies doing that good privacy laws ban. There was also, this can also happen in more subtle ways where companies really make people like fight and sacrifice for their privacy rights. Like there was a study, I think done by some researchers at NYU whose name I'm forgetting, that was presented at PETS, the Privacy Enhancing Technology Symposium, about a month ago, where they found that when people selected all of the privacy settings they could on YouTube, they were shown more ads and worse ads than when they were like letting YouTube use and share more of their data. So I think it takes like researchers and community members like keeping an eye out for dark patterns and maybe manipulative behavior that companies are using to nudge people towards less private options.
So for last question, there's been a lot of talk about Peter Thiel's Founders Fund having invested in Brave. How accurate is this, and should it be a concern for users?
I'm not aware of that. I do know some of the technologies that are employed by Brave that are effective. They do randomization of canvas fingerprinting. They do have a tracker blocker that is built into the Brave browser. They are a for-profit. That's something that to consider as well. So it's kind of a choose-your-own adventure in terms of the browser market right now. As Lena mentioned earlier, it's kind of harder to explain to a family member, for instance, to install Firefox with these extensions versus maybe a browser that protects them out of the box. But you might want to do that if you feel that, for instance, open source and a nonprofit driving your browser experience is a priority for you. So yeah, there's a lot of nuance in the choices right now of what browser to choose. So that's the best answer I can give you.
I think that same question can go for AI these days too.
I think it's also, one of the frustrating things is just you might find a new browser that it's like, oh great, this is an amazing privacy protective browser, and then that can just change at any time, right? Companies do this all the time. They do one thing you like and then decide, no, we're gonna make our policies terrible now. And there's not a whole lot to do about that. So I think it just reinforces how, the amount of work that is required just to protect your privacy. It's like not even just you need to do your research first and choose the right tools, but you need to stay on top of knowing, like, is it still doing what it was doing in the first place, or has something changed?
All right, last question. Go ahead.
It'll be difficult as I have 1.5. So one of the questions is that there's increased cross-border cooperation with e-evidence warrants and things like that being developed in the European Union, the Cloud Act, in effect, for cooperation between the European Union and the United States for cross-border subpoenas, basically. Given especially the changing political circumstances in a number of EU countries and in the United States, and also the particular decrease in the respect for fundamental rights when it comes to issues of free speech around Palestine or anything else. What can be done legislatively and also, or in any way, and what are the interactions between these existing schemes, like the new e-evidence mechanism in Europe and the Cloud Act across the continent? There is a follow-up question.
So one, other than the Cloud Act, we are working on defeating, basically, the UN Cybercrime Treaty. And the UN Cybercrime Treaty is a great example of a piece of transnational policy which is being formulated that would require countries around the world to cooperate for law enforcement purposes that would enable, say, investigators in Russia that are looking into a group that is composed of homosexual people to to investigate those, that group across, using U.S. law enforcement. And so we are working against that being adopted in the U.S., defeating that treaty, both in negotiations on the UN floor, and also against adoption by the U.S. Currently.
And what of existing mechanisms that already achieve that between Western countries, right? A lot of the discussion about this relies on a sort of assumption of a divide, that there's democratic countries with due process and there's others that aren't, but we're seeing that that's not the case right now. Many countries that were previously assumed to be countries where if you got a subpoena from there as a company, you fought it a little bit, but you expected that country to have due process, are no longer trustworthy in that sense, right? You could be in Ireland and receive a subpoena about a posting on social media of the phrase "from the river to the sea" from Germany, and you would be obliged as of next year to respond in spite of the fact that the Gardaí really don't care. So what of existing mechanisms? How do those interact? How does that affect digital rights in the US, and what can be done about it? That's not a follow-up question, it's the same question.
Yeah, I mean, those questions and the logistics to which different countries operate or have leeway in rejecting requests is something that we sometimes have insight into, sometimes don't. And we try to exert pressure where we can to make sure that at least on the treaty level and legal level and in the courts, that citizens have more leeway to escape surveillance, escape those, really kind of those instances where their rights will be abridged by those treaty obligations or policies. I don't know if that answers the question.
It doesn't, but I'd love to have a conversation with one of
Sure.
your attorneys later.
Yeah.
Thank you. The other question is, there have been a wide variety of legislative attempts to strip Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act protections for companies that don't backdoor their stuff. What is civil society's fallback both as end users and as organizations like yours, if one of those were to actually pass? Is there a constitutional argument that you find likely to prevail, or is it a matter of moving things out of jurisdiction? And if so, where?
Great question. Hard-hitting questions. And not a quick one. But I think, there's good reason that these types of proposals are ones that EFF will always jump to pushing back on and work really, really hard on pushing back against, because it is difficult. I mean, I think in the area of Section 230 related issues, I think main fallback is First Amendment, trying to argue that there are, when you try to condition one protection on doing something else that the government wants, if that implicates speech, that can have First Amendment implications. But that's, I will say, not one of my expert areas, though it is an area that we have a lot of people who work on a lot.
I would just, in terms of what civil society can do, I think one of the other things is that there are an increasing number of collectives around the world and around the country that are trying to think about movement infrastructure in terms of software and app development, and how to create your own stuff from within the movement, within various social movements. And then, obviously that is with nonprofit collectives that are willing to go to court and even willing to, face criminal sanctions and civil sanctions by, removing data or not collecting data or refusing, requests, and then also refusing administrative warrants, and then also refusing judicial warrants. So, I think that a lot of it is also just, it's incumbent in movements and in movement-minded kind of software developers to keep doing that, to keep building that kind of infrastructure. May 1st, and Rise Up. May 1st is a member of EFA. I keep shouting out EFA members. The Calyx Institute. There's a lot of other groups that are certainly trying to think about that, and a lot of them are kind of crawling out of the woodwork because because you're right. I mean, how many protections can people really expect at the legislative or judicial level these days?
Yeah, as a follow-up to that too, just as a practical matter, in addition to fighting in courts, we want to see a landscape where practically information isn't siloed into large databases that could be compromised, or asked for under legal order, for instance. So there are a number of very cool technologies that are emerging right now that I'm very excited about personally, but I think that EFF is, as a decentralization principle, excited about. Things like Meshtastic. There's a great technology that I blogged about recently called Reticulum, and Reticulum uses long-range radios in order to create a communications infrastructure that's separate from the internet, but has anti-circumvention or anti-censorship properties that are embedded in it at a very low level. And that's a really exciting technology that I've been playing with myself. And so I think that that is something that can be adopted by social movements, street protests, in ways that are really creative and can circumvent some of the state controls that we hate to see. Thanks, everyone. And again, we'll be available upstairs to take any questions/donations that you have available. Yeah, thanks again.
All right, once everybody's settled down, take a seat. We're going to start here in about 30 seconds. Lots of room in the front as well. Come on down. All right, good afternoon, everyone. How is Hope treating everybody? All right. Fantastic. I think we can do better than that. How is Hope treating everybody? All right. All right. Very good. Very, very good. I'm very excited to introduce this next talk to you. This talk, I know a great deal of work has been put into this. It's entitled How Law Enforcement Agencies Compromise Entire Encrypted Chat Platforms. I think something pretty apropos for today's world. And it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you both a friend and a colleague of mine, Joseph Cox. Joe Cox is an investigative journalist who has covered privacy, the digital underground, surveillance. He is a co-founder of 404 Media, which I think importantly and really critically is a journalist-owned media organization that has put out, I think, an incredible amount of great journalism in the short time that it's been in existence. So without further ado, I introduce to you Joseph Cox. Let's hear it for Joe.
All right, I'm going to start with a little story. This guy, who you can see, Domenico Catanzarati, he is, I mean, there's no other way to put it, he's a drug trafficker. He's worked with cocaine, methamphetamine, and he's able to do a lot of this because he uses these encrypted phones. And I know some people will bristle at that term. It's not very precise. We'll get a little bit more into the specifics, but right now, he uses encrypted phones, and I'll explain what that means later. So, in one operation, he was trying to help a friend get some cocaine into Australia. Australia is really, really good for drug traffickers. It's really difficult to get drugs onto the island nation. So they can sell for like 8 times more, something like that, depending on when we're talking. The idea here was to put cocaine inside a safe, inside welding machines, and then transfer those into the country through customs. And obviously you can see the safe there. So the welder machines arrive in Australia. They're in customs. They're then discussing among themselves, or someone has to go pick them up. A member of his crew does that, but the machines aren't there. They've been seized for some reason. And they're thinking, well, how the hell did the cops know that? This is a pretty good technique. This should have got through the border pretty easily. They're then waiting for a few days because nothing is happening. No one's banging on their doors. They're very, very paranoid, talking among themselves, until eventually cops do arrest one of the members of the gang who was supposed to go pick it up, and there's the big blocks of cocaine you can see in there. And they're still scratching their heads like, well, what's gonna happen now? But nothing really happens again for a while. And what the criminals don't realize is that thousands of miles away, the FBI has been reading all of their messages because they created the phone and the encrypted messaging app that these drug traffickers were using, called Anom. And that's just a short story about this. It's going to go pretty in detail about all these different law enforcement operations compromising entire encrypted chat platforms like that. The vast majority of this is based on my book, Dark Wire, which is about that Anom operation, but then there's a lot of these other ones as well, which sort of interweave across this several-year period from around 2016 up to basically a couple of years ago. And this is still ongoing, and I'll show you how that's happening. So why should you listen to me? I've covered the encrypted phone industry for 10 years. I think I'm the only journalist in the world who covers it as a beat, essentially. I've spoken to the people who make the phones, who code the encrypted apps, the people who sell them to drug traffickers. I've spoken to tons of drug traffickers myself, current and former, very violent and very dangerous. FBI agents involved, law enforcement from Europe, Australia, the European ones would include the Dutch, the Swedish, I think the Germans as well. And then I have tons of documents. I've read tens of thousands of pages of intercepted messages sent across these encrypted platforms, police reports, surveillance reports, a ton more stuff. So what we're going to talk about, I'm going to fulfill my promise a few minutes ago and actually tell you what an encrypted phone is, the industry, how it works, all of that. And then we'll get into how law enforcement got interested and why. A couple of operations there, one in a company called Enetcom, then Phantom Secure, then, that story I just opened, Anom, EncroChat, Sky. Some of you may have heard of some of these underground companies, and we'll go into more detail on them. Then other investigations, and what this actually means for you today as a privacy advocate or a technologist or a hacker or an activist or a journalist or really just a member of the public. This is, although this talk and my expertise is mostly about the criminal use of these platforms, it's obvious that law enforcement are not going to stop there. So I think this applies to everybody. So what's the problem for if you're a serious organized criminal, a member of the mafia, a member of a cartel or a drug trafficking organization or whatever? Obviously, you can't use normal phones. You can't do your drug trafficking operation over a normal phone line. You can't send normal text messages. I'm sure you've all watched The Sopranos or The Wire, or just it's in, through cultural osmosis that if you use unencrypted phone line, the cops can get a wiretap. And that started, of course, literally when they would put crocodile clips onto the phone lines and they'd be able to listen essentially that way. Okay, so you can't use that. But also, in the criminal's eyes, I can't use mainstream platforms because they work with the cops as well. So I can't really use, I don't know, maybe iMessage, even though that is end-to-end encrypted. I don't want to use that because Apple will provide some sort of customer data over to law enforcement in response to a search warrant, a subpoena, a court order, or something like that. That also applies obviously to Google or an email provider or something like that. So they don't want to work with those guys either. They also don't want to work with mainstream phones because in their eyes, they also work with the cops. Again, that's going to be your Apple, that's going to be your Google. There's also going to be telcos like AT&T, Verizon, or whatever. The thing is, they kind of have to use all of those because they're the only ones that make the phones, right? And there is also some nuance there, like you could use an iPhone in a way where it would make it harder for law enforcement. But in their eyes, Apple, Google, bad. These encrypted phones, expensive and good, and other criminals use them, so I'm going to do that. And that's what these look like. They don't all come with gold chains and lighters and rings all around them, but this is back in the day of BlackBerry, obviously. You can see the QWERTY keyboard there, and it looks like a relatively normal device, apart from the jewelry surrounding it. But what's actually happened here is they've typically had the GPS removed, as in the chip or the functionality, the camera taken out, and the microphone removed as well. The idea being here that, I don't know, if a cop hacks it or they discover this device somehow, there's less attack surface, so, well, they can't listen to my calls if they've taken the microphone out, something like that. It started way back, and we'll talk about the specific companies in a minute, like in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, with PGP email, where just like if you were using, I don't know, Thunderbird with a PGP add-on on your laptop or your desktop or whatever, basically that, but on a BlackBerry. Very sluggish, not particularly quick. Drug traffickers need to do stuff quickly, and they need to be able to coordinate quickly and effectively and securely. At the time, PGP email was okay for that, but eventually, they moved to XMPP, Jabber, and OTR encryption slapped onto it. And then more recently, they've moved to the Signal protocol because, as I'm sure many of you know, Signal is obviously the gold standard in public access secure communication tools. The protocol is also available and it's used by WhatsApp, Facebook, probably some other ones as well. And also some of these underground companies catering to criminals are using that as well, which is, great news for the criminals, I guess, and usability. And as I said, it started with BlackBerry, moved to Android, and now you do also get them on iPhones, and that would be delivered through MDM, that sort of thing. So as for users, here's a few drug traffickers, many of whom I have a direct relationship with and I've spoken to. I won't say which ones specifically necessarily, but the top one was sort of the white powder. That's Hakan Ayik, the leader of the so-called Aussie cartel, which is I think a multi-billion or at least $1 billion enterprise, getting a large chunk of all the drugs into Australia. Below him is Yilid Dadani, convicted now of massive cocaine smuggling across Europe, the UK, and South America. He's actually been prosecuted and convicted in the US under maritime law, which his lawyers and he strongly disagree with, and he'll say, well, I didn't do any drugs in America, so why am I being now imprisoned in America? That's a whole other story. And then the one on the right, that's Owen Hansen. He started as a college footballer. He was running sort of a betting ring. You know, you could do sports betting, that sort of thing. He got violent, so the FBI got interested. And then at the same time, one of his clients worked for the Sinaloa drug cartel. Owen starts moving money for Sinaloa, and then as he told me, things rapidly escalated from there, and he was quickly moving heroin, cocaine, all sorts of drugs around the US, Canada, I think as well, and definitely Australia. So these are the all three of these people specifically use encrypted phones, and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of serious top-tier criminals also use these phones as well. So how do you get one of these? That's EncroChat, an Android device, which we'll talk about in a bit. They are expensive. You are paying hundreds or thousands of dollars for a 6-month subscription. This is not a $15 a month Mint Mobile plan. You are paying for access to the data. You know, it's unlimited data. Obviously, you can use it in all of these different countries. Of course, criminals need to be able to operate internationally. But probably more importantly, you are paying for access almost to this social network, where if I want to be on EncroChat, I can only talk to other EncroChat people. Or rather, to flip it around, let's say I'm a cocaine dealer and somebody I want to work with is on EncroChat. I need to buy an Encro as well. And it creates this network effect and really big business incentive for these companies to sort of corner the customer base of these criminals. There's obviously a finite number, probably, of organized criminals in the world. It's not like you can have infinite growth necessarily. So you try to grab you know, the users that you can. Sometimes you need to know somebody to get one of these phones. Phantom Secure, that we'll talk about in a minute, did this as well, where it would vet the people who are allowed to buy the phones. And the idea is that, well, if we do that, then cops won't be able to get on it. And it'll be harder for them to infiltrate us. As we'll see, you know, that didn't work out necessarily, but there's some sort of vetting process there sometimes. You can also just go to a so-called spy shop, and they have tons of these in South America, some in Amsterdam as well. And this is the sort of place where you would buy a GPS tracker or bug detection services, other sorts of gadgets and gizmos, which don't explicitly say they're for criminal purposes, but they could be used for that. And sometimes in those shops, you could also buy an Encro phone or a Sky phone or something like that. And these sellers, again, many of whom I've spoken to over the years, they're sometimes current criminals or they're former criminals. The current ones, like the Hakan Ayiks, they have seen, well, I made a ton of money from trafficking drugs. I can now make a lot of money selling the phones as well. I could run and sell and profit from the technological infrastructure of serious organized crime basically as a side hustle. And they can make a lot of money that way. And of course, being current drug traffickers, they have a lot of contacts who obviously these people want to buy the phones. The former criminals, they're often, according to people I've spoken to and the documents I've gone through, these will be people who say they got busted for cocaine trafficking, they went to prison for 5 to 10 years, something like that. They come out and they're like, well, I don't want to go to prison again. I don't want to do any more crimes, but I could just sell these phones instead. I could tap into my criminal network or my friends and sell them these phones. And I think it's important to stress, it's not illegal to possess an encrypted phone, broadly speaking. It's not illegal to sell an encrypted phone. And I think many people in the audience will probably agree that's a good thing, that you don't want to start outlawing the obtaining and the selling of encryption software, context pending. That said, I think in the UK they were trying to push a law where they said that actually selling one of these devices would be a criminal offense. So there is a lot of work going on around there. And this is what some of the resellers look like. That still of a YouTube video, that's what I call a white glove video in this industry. And what they'll do is they'll take the phone of a competitor. Say I work for Sky, and I want to spread rumors about EncroChat, a competitor in this industry. I'll take the phone, I'll put on these little gloves, I'll film it, and I will purport to show vulnerabilities in that device. More often than not, or a lot of the time, these are complete BS. They are just trying to spread rumors to get people to move from one platform to the other. That said, I spoke to somebody who did find a vulnerability in Sky, tried to report it. Sky didn't take it seriously, so then they left and joined Anom without realizing Anom was run by the FBI the entire time. So there's a lot of competition between these companies. They send each other DDoS attacks. They hack each other and publish customer data online. They throw grenades through people's houses, through their spy shops in Amsterdam as well. It's not as violent as the drug trafficking industry, but that violence bleeds over into the industry. And some people do treat it like a drug territory. If you were selling phones in my territory, I might hurt you. And then the one on the right, that's just a photo I got from a reseller when they were at a party, showing the sort of stuff that they get up to in their spare time. This all kind of starts with a company called BStealth, and not expecting you to read all of that, but the date is September 2008. So BStealth was running for a while before they shut it down, and what BStealth did was that they took BlackBerries, which had BBM. I'm sure many of you remember this was really, really popular among the general public. It was always way too expensive for me to buy, but I remember my rich friends having BlackBerries and BBMs and sending messages to each other that way. That was okay for criminals for a minute, but then Canadian authorities managed to get the global encryption key for BBM, meaning that they could basically decrypt any BBM message. I hesitate to even say decrypted, encrypted, and BlackBerry actually changed the terminology to scrambled messages, not encrypted, because it's just to this one global key. So that presents an issue for criminals. Well, now we need something else. BlackBerry sold something else, which was better than BBM, and that was basically BBM Enterprise, where you would still use BBM, but you would control the server which handled the key management. So it wasn't like the cops could just go to BlackBerry and be like, give us the keys to these messages. They would have to go to BStealth, which had the server and managed the keys, and BStealth would tell them to get lost or not respond. And I spoke to a law enforcement official who said, you're not going to get a response out of BStealth. They are apparently a criminal company. So DOJ, investigate. This group was moving, I think, MDMA from Canada to US, and then some sort of other drug back up to Canada, or the other way around. And what they did here, they charged the guy who was providing the phones to the drug gang with a drug crime, conspiracy to transport drugs or whatever it was you can see in this press release. So they treated that as a drug crime. That's kind of the first prosecution, or one of the first prosecutions, and then other stuff is happening in Europe. And I should just say, in the BStealth one, yes, they shut down, they arrested the guy. They're not reading messages yet. They didn't hack into BStealth or anything like that. But that changes with Enetcom. Enetcom, I don't know, it's around about the same time, maybe a little bit after. This has moved from BBM to PGP email now. And it says, you send messages and we'll protect them with PGP. It's all end-to-end encrypted, blah, blah, blah. And then the Dutch say that they've decrypted, all the PGP messages that they got from this company, and they shut down. And it's like, well, how did they do that? How did the Dutch authorities possibly get all of these messages? And I think they later said it was 500 million or something like that. Maybe I'm mixing up those numbers. But it was a lot of messages that they got from Enetcom. Well, how did they manage to do that? Well, it turns out it wasn't end-to-end encrypted. The server for Enetcom was doing the key management itself. The keys weren't being generated on the device, as in it would be if it was actually properly end-to-end encrypted. It was being done by the server. So when Dutch law enforcement figure out the server, they go to it, they realize, oh, we can probably get the keys from this, and then they managed to decrypt a ton of the messages that were being sent across the server. And that included, hitmen, money launderers, drug traffickers, all of that sort of thing. And then they worked with the Canadian authorities as well, because there was a bunch of criminals in Canada doing it as well. And Canada's going to keep coming up for some reason. So back to Owen Hansen. As I said, he was sort of the college football player who very quickly became a big deal drug trafficker in the US. The FBI is investigating him for this betting ring, but they also know he's doing some drug trafficking, and they don't exactly know why. He just uses this very weird special phone that we've never really seen before from a company called Phantom Secure. So they arrest Owen Hansen mostly for the betting ring stuff and a little bit of the drug trafficking. They go to this golf course in Carlsbad where he's due to meet a money launderer who's going to work for him. It turns out the money launderer was an FBI undercover employee the entire time. What they did was they met Owen, built up trust with him, and one way of building that trust was by flashing their encrypted phone. Because, you're only real drug traffickers have encrypted phones. And I've also heard that if a drug trafficker doesn't have a phone, other drug traffickers will look down on them and not work with them. Like, you're not the real deal if you don't have one of these phones. It's a status symbol. So they use that, they leverage that to make Owen trust them. They arrest him at this golf course, and now they have this phone. And it's very scary for the FBI because another feature is that you can remotely wipe these devices. And it's not like iCloud where you or I, we log in and we go, oh, my phone got stolen, please wipe it. You contact Phantom Secure and you say, hey, the police have my phone. Could you delete all the incriminating evidence, please? And obviously I'm being a little bit facetious, but sometimes they would get very close to saying that. And Phantom Secure would say, yeah, sure, no problem. Which obviously, is an obstruction of justice charge as well. So the FBI, the protocol was to pull it into a Faraday bag. They rush it over to a secure facility in San Diego, and they're figuring out, well, how do we get into this phone? Phantom Secure phones are shipped with a default password. They try that. Owen hadn't changed the password, so they get straight into the phone immediately. And even though we'd only had it for, 2 weeks or something, there were tons of messages in there talking about hundreds of kilos of cocaine and all of these other big drug trafficking operations. So the FBI, they scroll through and they painstakingly take a photo of every single message on this phone. They then bust all of these other people connected to him and do a superseding indictment against Owen Hansen and charge him with even more crimes, because now they know how many drugs he's been trafficking and that sort of thing. That plants the idea, the seed of an idea into the minds of the FBI, which is that, well, it was very good to see this one guy's messages. What if we could see all the messages on Phantom Secure? Something like 7,000 to 10,000 people, most of which are probably criminals using this platform. What if we could do that? So they start looking into Phantom Secure. This is a guy called Vincent Ramos. He just got out of prison, actually, because, of course, some time has passed now. And basically what they did is that we're going to infiltrate Phantom Secure as an undercover employee, a UCE, an undercover FBI agent. We can work our way up, and then maybe we can get Vincent's trust, and then we can ask him, or force him, hey, you need to put a backdoor into Phantom Secure so we can see all of these messages. They don't do that because a better opportunity comes up, which is that the Australians go, well, we already have an informant who's selling Phantom Secure encrypted devices in Australia. That's where the phones are really, really popular. Competition there got really, really fierce, and Vincent leaned into that criminal customer base and started really aggressively selling the phones there. So this this informant lures Vincent Ramos to Las Vegas. That's where this photo is taken. I've redacted the face of the informant. And there's these drug traffickers there, and they say, look, we want to move a lot of drugs from South America to Europe, and we need your phones. Is that okay? And at first, Vincent Ramos is very, very hesitant. He doesn't want to explicitly agree to this sort of thing. until eventually the drug traffickers sort of pull back and they're like, well, we don't know you anyway, maybe we don't need these phones. Then he leans in and says something which seals his fate, which is, no, we made it for this, meaning drug trafficking, which actually wasn't even true, but for some reason he started to flex, and that was his downfall. A year later, they then lure him back to Vegas, and there's a bunch of DA, DOJ, FBI officials in there. They corner Ramos. For 3 days, they're in this single hotel suite, sleeping on the floor, all sleeping in the same room, and they try to get Vincent, we need you to put a backdoor into Phantom Secure. He says no, and there's a couple of reasons I've been told. One is that he didn't want to, compromise the privacy of his users. The other is that I think he just couldn't do it because his CTO was up in Canada and he was much more of the business guy rather than sort of the tech guy. Vincent then agrees to go back with the agents to San Diego, but one night gets cold feet, and while all the agents are sleeping, he creeps out, says goodbye to his wife, who's in a room nearby, and then legs it and tries to get to the border of Canada. An associate picks him up. He's then driving to the Canadian border. US Marshals come into play, all of these other law enforcement agencies, and they get a ping on his phone, which is, a regular update on his physical location. They see the phone going towards the border, and then it starts coming back. So clearly, whoever was driving him was not prepared to drive him across the border. He stops at some cafe to have some breakfast. A local outlet reported he ate chicken and waffles, but a family member of Vincent's, told me it was not chicken and waffles. They were really adamant about that for some reason. But anyway, and then the cops arrest him. And it's like, okay, well, that's over. We didn't get our back door, but we shut down Phantom Secure, and now we can do this big fancy press release, and we've, shut down one of the most important communication channels for organized crime in the world. That's all well and good for the FBI and the Australians and whatever. But they don't have their back door now, and that must be really, really annoying for them. Then this falls into their lap. The shutdown of Phantom Secure signaled that, this gold rush of selling encrypted phones to organized criminals, this is the end of it. Or maybe this is the start of the end of it. Or maybe this is a new chapter in that you can't just sell these phones to criminals because the FBI is going to come after you. Somebody who was selling phones for Phantom Secure, they were developing their own phone on the side called Anom. This was going to be the next generation of encrypted phone. It was on Android. You can see it there. It's going to be a lot more slick than this stupid QWERTY keyboard with PGP email that's taking forever to send a message or whatever. And this is going to be the new thing that criminals want. But this person, saw the writing on the wall, realized that this gold rush is over, and approached the FBI and the DOJ and says, look, I will give you this phone if you drop any charges that I may face now or in the future, or give me a lesser sentence, or something along those lines, and of course some money as well. I think they were paid $100K, $120K, and then the expenses as well. And the implication was the FBI can take this and do whatever they want with it. Rather than finding a Phantom Secure, which is an existing company, rather than infiltrating it, putting in a back door, and doing all of that work, they can now just run the encrypted phone companies themselves and put whatever backdoor they wanted into it. But that's a great idea, at least in the FBI's eyes. So how do you get the criminals to buy it? Nobody is using one of these phones at this time. Phantom Secure, again, had thousands of users. How do we get criminals to buy it? You have to put a lot of weird stuff in there that attracts the criminals. All of these weird bells and whistles that probably we would all see as not really real security features, but security theater. But criminals love that stuff. So this one on the left with the red box, that's sort of a pin scrambler. You can see the numbers are out of order. And the idea is that, well, if somebody's looking over my shoulder, they're not going to be able to guess my pin. Okay, sure, that might have some purpose. There's a decoy pin on the right where if you put in a different one, it will bring up a separate part of the operating system that just has Candy Crush and stuff in it, and Tinder, which are not criminal communication apps, as far as I know. So you can do that, and the idea is that, well, if I'm stopped at the border, I'll just open that up, and then they won't be able to see it. There's the wipe code as well, which will delete all the messages, auto-wipe, all of that sort of thing. What the criminals don't realize is that the FBI is collecting a copy of every single message sent across this entire encrypted chat platform. And that's just very briefly what the backdoor looks like, essentially. That one on the right, the bot, that's added as a ghost contact to all group chats, all DMs. It's basically like an email BCC to this law enforcement controlled server. And then this is what the actual interface for the FBI reading all of these messages looks like. I mean, they were getting millions of messages a day towards the end of this, but there's Swedish, Chinese, Serbian, Croatian, German, Albanian as well. And Anom would only put different languages in when it made sense, as in, oh, we have a ton of Albanian users now, we should probably translate the app into Albanian. So all of these probably reflect criminal users of this platform. Photos as well. A funny thing is you'll notice there on the left, I think that's Wickr, the now defunct end-to-end encrypted messaging app. And that wasn't backdoored as far as I knew, but criminals would use Wickr, then take a photo of it on Anom, which was backdoored by the FBI. So now the FBI can just read the Wickr messages as well. Lots of photos of drug trafficking in progress. The one at the bottom there, a selfie. The criminals would send selfies all the time across this platform, making it really, really easy to identify them. Sometimes they would send a photo of their passport as well. It's like, oh, well, that's the guy then. Voice memos as well. And although Anom said it completely removed all GPS, it was actually attaching the GPS coordinates to every single message sent. So then the FBI and its European partners and Australians can get the GPS coordinates of all of these people. And then this was another interesting thing it did is that it would sort of do a social graph of who was talking to who. So the user is in the center there, and then they're talking to other users which are blue, but then a green one might be a group chat or something. So then you can figure out, oh, well, this biker gang is working with the Colombians or whatever. That's just a hypothetical example. But you can see how these criminal networks start to communicate with one another. So that's EncroChat, again, the white glove video. While all this is going on, the FBI is running Anom, that's all well and good. European authorities are looking into EncroChat. And they want to break into it, essentially. The US didn't think this was possible, they didn't really buy it, but the Europeans are really, really pushing towards it. And what they do is that they develop essentially an implant, a piece of malware. They find the update server for EncroChat, and that's in France in just a normal OVH data center. They make a copy of it, they figure out how the update mechanism works, and then they push that malicious update to tens of thousands of EncroChat phones at the same time across the world. It wasn't like, let's only hack the phones in France. It was, we will hack every single phone on this network regardless of where it's located. The first stage of the implant collected messages stored, passwords, geolocation data, IMEI, that sort of thing. It then moved to a live interception model. So now we're continually collecting all of these messages. EncroChat realizes something is going wrong when it gets a bunch of reports from users saying, hey, I can't change my PIN for some reason. And initially, EncroChat told me, oh, well, it was probably user error. Like, they're making a mistake, it happens all the time, blah, blah, blah. Then they get more reports, and they look into it, and it's like, there's this malware which is disabling the ability for people to change their PIN. They look into it more, and then they find it's copying the messages, and they realize, oh, this is probably a nation state that's breaking into our platform. They send this message to EncroChat users, basically shutting the company down. Like, we can't guarantee your device wasn't hacked, please throw it out. Even though they're basically an underground company, they still have customer support and messages like this and all of that sort of thing. So law enforcement have done that. They hack a bunch of people. That's great for them. It didn't only impact criminals. This is in Dutch. I'm not expecting you to read it, and I don't actually understand it either. It's just to show that this is a letter talking about the case of a lawyer called Haroon Raza. He represented and represents a ton of serious organized criminals. To do that, he has to use phones like EncroChat because that's the only communication channel that his clients are going to use. They're not going to send a normal email to their lawyer, you know. So he uses that, and it turned out the law enforcement hacked his Encro phone as well. And they said, we're not going to look at your messages, don't worry, it's okay. And then they looked at his messages anyway. The French authorities say the split between criminal users and non-criminal users, I think is like 90% to 10%. And I think they've actually shifted that. But that 10% of people, that 10% of thousands of phones, tens of thousands of phones around the world being hacked at the same time was not just criminal in nature. So what happens after EncroChat gets hacked and it gets shut down? More criminals move to Anon, which is of course being secretly run by the FBI. They run from one trap straight into another. Fast forward by about a year, the Europeans are back on it again, and they are breaking into Sky. This is the juggernaut of the encrypted phone industry. This, I think, has something like 100,000 users, something like that. It's definitely the biggest, or most likely the biggest platform. You can just see there sort of the login interface, and it just looks like an ordinary encrypted messaging app. And these are Sky messages that were sent across the platform that I later got, just to give you an idea of how popular this platform was with organized criminals. People loved it so much that they would put the Sky logo into their big block of drugs for some reason. So that's like the Sky font. And then the other one, that is, I can't remember the amount, but I think it's tens of kilos of cocaine that were dropped off a cargo vessel in the sea near Sweden. They drop it off, the corrupt crew, and then a speedboat comes out, grabs it, and then brings it back to shore. And that's what the criminals describe as a James Bond job, because they're feeling all cool, getting their boat, going out there in maybe scuba gear or whatever. So those are the sorts of people that are using Sky. Well, Sky gets hacked as well. And what happened here was that I think initially they managed to get into group chats, and then I think they got more messages, but it was different in that the EncroChat one was an implant put on each individual device. This was kind of closer to the Enetcom one I mentioned earlier, because it was much more about the server. They were doing an attacker in the middle sort of operation, and they managed to get messages that way and decrypt them. And this was a massive amount of intelligence for law enforcement. They start disseminating it, and they, arrest a couple dozen people when they're ready to do so. Sky, obviously, also notices that something's going wrong. People can't log into the app and that sort of thing. They also send out a customer support message. The Europeans go public with this massive hack. Criminals are freaking out. I think one of them filmed a video where they threw their Sky phone into the ocean and then sent that to other people as well. Doesn't really matter, they've already got the messages, right? At the same time, or maybe a couple of days later, the US authorities do this sort of double punch, and they then indict the owner of Sky as well, who's the guy in Canada like Vincent was. So the company's dead at this point. And then this sort of jumps ahead in the timeline a little bit, but I just think it's important to say, US authorities are now getting access to those Sky messages from the Europeans under mutual legal assistance treaties, MLATs. So that's Yildiz again, the convicted cocaine trafficker. The US authorities have his Sky messages. There's another one in that top right. That's a very large cocaine operation involving cargo ships again. And then the one at the bottom, I don't know if they actually got the messages yet. I need to follow up on the court case. But this showed that a Sky phone was being used by criminals in Maryland who were hired by the Iranian regime to assassinate people there. So now we're crossing into nation-state assassination programs as well, because they are working with criminals who are using these phones. So Sky goes down. We already had EncroChat go down. Everybody moved to Anon. Sky goes down. What happens then? Well, this is the biggest opportunity yet in the entire history of the encrypted phone industry to get more criminals. So the command from people like Hakan Ayik, who are selling these Anon devices, is push, push, push. We need to get all of these customers who are on Sky over to us. And of course, they don't realize that they're basically doing the FBI's dirty work for them, which is we need more criminals into the backdoored phone. And this was actually part of the entire plan for all those years. This is what I think it was a Dutch law enforcement official told me, that they knew that while the FBI was running Anom, if we shut down EncroChat, more criminals will go to Anom. If we shut down Sky, more criminals will go to Anom. They did this deliberately with full knowledge of that is what's probably going to happen. You can imagine it would be like if Facebook tried to shut down an Instagram competitor or something, and of course everybody's going to go to Instagram. Facebook obviously can't do that. The DOJ can do, anti-monopoly activity, because of course they have much more legal powers than a normal tech company, but it's essentially the same idea. So all of these people, they move over to Anom, and the FBI's backdoor phone became popular all over the world. I think it was 12,000 in total, 9,000 simultaneously, which doesn't sound like a lot, obviously, when we're talking about normal encrypted platforms with millions or tens of millions or hundreds of millions of users. But again, they're pretty much all criminals on Anom, it seems. So 9,000 to 12,000, whatever, serious organized criminals on this platform. That's actually probably bigger than Phantom Secure was. So the FBI actually did a better job of running an encrypted phone for criminals than the criminals themselves. And yeah, as you can see, it was basically in essentially every country in the world, over 100, I think. So the FBI has a problem, though, and it's sharing this data, as I said, with the Australians and European authorities as well, and they're loving it because they will get intelligence about a drug trafficking operation, and they'll go seize the drugs, or they'll make a decision like, well, when do we pounce? If we go too hard, too fast, it'll be obvious the phones are bugged. They never actually sort of screw that up, and the criminals remain mostly unaware. There was a difference when there was a threat of violence or torture across the platform. The FBI and its partners then, they had to intervene in a threat to life, ethically and potentially illegally as well. So as Anom got bigger and bigger and bigger, there's just too many threats to life because a drug shipment will get seized, the criminal or a murder will get stopped. The criminals will then talk amongst themselves and go, well, how the hell did the feds know this? Then they'll blame some other guy and then try and kill him when it was actually the phones the entire time. So now the FBI then has to stop that murder and then that murder. And it just becomes way too much stuff to handle. One FBI agent said they can't maintain the tempo of this operation. Again, at this point, towards mid-2021, they're getting more than 1 million messages a day, which all have to be read. They're using AI for some of it. They're manually reading a lot of it as well. So they decide in June 2021, we're going to have to shut this down. And it starts in Australia, where they do these raids, and it moves across the planet to Europe when criminals are waking up there. Very, very dramatic. They arrest hundreds of people in the same day, I think 800 in that, and it eventually balloons to more than 1,000. It's the single largest law enforcement day of action ever, I believe. And then it moves to west coast of the United States, where the San Diego FBI comes forward and the DOJ and says, hey, it was us the entire time. That phone you've been using was actually a creation, essentially, of the FBI. And of course, that's an incredibly dramatic operation, but it's not the end. There have been smaller operations now. This is one called X-Clue. Again, I think it was the Dutch. That was thousands of users. One called Ghost. This was in Australia, but then I think it spread elsewhere. And we don't know much about this one yet because Australian courts are much harder to get stuff out of, although it is sometimes possible. But some local media reports suggested it was an implant on the developer's laptop that got them into this encrypted phone network and shut it down. Then there's another one of a platform called Matrix, not to be confused with the legitimate sort of open source system that I know a lot of us probably use and are familiar with. It just happens to have the same name, I think, and I don't actually know much about this one yet. But every 6 months, 8, 10 months, something like that, there'll be a press release from Europol saying we shut down another encrypted phone company. This is just a normal drumbeat of law enforcement activity now. And rather than all of the criminals being on a big one like Sky with 100,000 users, they've all gone to these decentralized ones with thousands of users, maybe 10K like tops, essentially. So what does this mean for the going dark debate? Well, you have these other companies. There's a big one still called Number One BC that we've reported is used by the Italian mafia. Some people trust them, some people don't. But drug traffickers I've spoken to and the people who sell the phones, they're moving to legitimate platforms. They are getting a phone, they're installing Graphene OS on it, they are putting Signal on it, they use it for a bit, and then they throw it out, and then they get another phone. Which, to be honest, they probably should have done that in the first place, rather than all of these custom encrypted chat platforms. But obviously, that brings up a question, which is that the FBI isn't just going to go, oh, well, okay, they're on Signal, damn, okay, I guess we'll go home. It's what happens now is what has people concerned. And of course, you can't look at this outside of the context of the arrest of the Telegram CEO. I think Telegram is a cesspool, I'll happily say that. Most of the crimes I cover are there. Some of the most violent criminals who I cover are there as well. But what happens now is that French authorities, the same French authorities that were interested in EncroChat, detain Pavel Durov, and then all of a sudden, Telegram is changing its tone with law enforcement and is now providing user data. And every few months, I'll check the Telegram transparency report and say, oh, they've given thousands of US users' data now to the FBI or other authorities. So it's absolutely in that context as well. It's already moving from the encrypted chat platforms used by criminals over to Telegram, and then maybe we'll see other ones as well. Then there's the UK demand into Apple Advanced Data Protection, which I think they pulled back, but this was revealed by the Washington Post, and I think that's all part of it as well. And then just to wrap up, really, these are a few quotes from Matthew Green, the cryptographer that I'm sure lots of you know or are familiar with. This is what he told me for my book when I told him about the Anom operation. He says, I worry a lot. We're going to run into a problem where the networks don't only have criminals on them, exactly what I was just saying. And he was asking sort of what's the split? Is it 50-50? Is it 90-10 like the French did with EncroChat? He gave a hypothetical example of, let's say half of the users are drug traffickers. Half of the users are sending copyrighted song lyrics, like a crime, but like one that nobody really cares about, honestly. Would that still be a legitimate target in the eyes of law enforcement? And we don't really know yet. And he says the future, which I think is coming soon as well, scares me. So that's the talk, and I just wanted to show that although this is very much focused on the encrypted platforms used by criminals, this is about much more than that, and I really think it impacts technologists, activists, journalists, everybody, essentially. So please go to 404media.co if you want to see more of our coverage. At the moment, it's mostly about immigrations and customs enforcement and their use of Palantir, that sort of thing. And then there's much more in the book about this as well. But thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it.
Questions, come on down to the front and use one of these microphones. Hopefully this will be on momentarily, and it is. All right, why don't you fire away?
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. I'm a big fan of your work in general. I was going to ask about Telegram and about like your writing process. Do you ever worry about like spreading the narrative that only criminals like encryption? I remember this came up in the comments on a 404 Media story about Telegram because I also thought of it as a cesspool, and then during the student encampment movement, Telegram became like basically a necessary platform for Palestine activism in the city. And so how do you know like when to just trust your audience or to try to give a disclaimer that like criminals are not the only people who need privacy?
Yeah, I think it depends really on the story. And like one example might be where we cover a lot of license plate readers made by a company called Flock, right? And we focus on the abuses, and then maybe a Flock complaint to that would be like, yeah, but it actually helps a load of people as well. And well, we think that's so obvious, we don't even need to say it. And I think that might apply there, but you know, more people could always use more information. So I totally see it. You know, it would just really depend on the particular story and whether it's worth bringing up. And yeah, it's really story by story. But I totally hear that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to take one question from the online audience, and then we'll alternate from back and forth here, since there's quite a few questions. Question from Mechanical Sympathy: were there any folks who noticed peculiarities in the Anon devices? If the device claimed to not be sending location information but actually was, that feels like something someone could discover fairly quickly. I guess the question is basically, how was the FBI successful in hiding the back doors?
How was the FBI successful in hiding the back door? I'm trying to think how to phrase this because it's a little bit careful. Sometimes the criminal users of these phones aren't the most technically sophisticated. The phone sellers can be, and there were some suspicions that it could be a backdoor, but it turned out that they were more bluffing in the same sort of way I had with those white glove videos. These accusations fly all over the time, all around all the time, so much so that I think when people did start to suspect a backdoor, they couldn't take it seriously because there's so much BS all the time anyway. So that almost helped the FBI. I'm not sure if that fully answered the question, but yeah.
I have kind of a similar question, which is what kinds of technical resources do these criminal enterprises have for security audits? And has that changed since some of these breaches?
Yeah, the sellers will sometimes take apart the APK. The sellers will sometimes, use Burp Suite or whatever. They'll try to see what's going on. Again, they might not find anything, but it's sort of the usual app testing, app security stuff that any of us would do as well. That said, there's some really, really scary stuff that some of these criminals are able to do. There was that recent report that a Mexican cartel hired a hacker to break into security cameras around Mexico to then track an informant and kill him. Like, they are actively hiring hackers, which I think is fascinating, but scary and bad at the same time. But yeah, they can have some technical sophistication. Not best in the world or anything, but they can try, yeah.
I know we're at a hacker convention, but a lot of these stories seem to involve relatively dumb criminals or third-tier nation states. Is it possible that it's kind of like the World War II sample bias meme where the really sophisticated players like the Goldman Sachs of drug trafficking are actually much more sophisticated and we just don't know what they're up to?
I think it's definitely possible because a while ago, El Chapo, obviously of Sinaloa cartel, they were making their own homebrew encrypted network, essentially. So although there's all of these very popular companies, maybe the really, really big players are like, we don't want to trust anybody, so let's make our own. I think that comes up sometimes, yeah.
You mentioned a hypothetical scenario of users sharing copyrighted song lyrics across platforms. Do you know if private companies have expressed interest in wanting encrypted user data in order to enforce copyright laws?
I haven't heard that, but if anybody has, please tell me, because that's very, very interesting. But no, I haven't heard that personally. But, who knows, right? Yeah.
Joe, we have another question from the online audience from Ghost Potato. For regular privacy-focused people who are looking for a good non-Google Apple OS, is Graphene OS the best option out there, or are there other options? And by extension, do you think the criminal use of Graphene OS will make it a risk for regular people to use? For example, how EU governments may see use of it as a red flag.
So two things. I like Graphene OS. I'm not going to tell anybody specifically to use it because I don't know your threat model or your risk or anything like that. I was very impressed that I could plug a phone into a browser and it would just download and then it would install. I thought that was crazy. I could have a secure OS in like minutes. Very, very interesting. The criminal use of it possibly impacting normal users. I think there's something there in that you'll read law enforcement documents and they will say, oh, this person might be a criminal because they have a graphene phone, which is not fair, obviously, but that's how law enforcement are seeing it. Even to the point where there was a report out of the Netherlands, I think a few weeks ago, the criminals were looking specifically at Google Pixels because all of these phones use Google Pixels, which is obviously ridiculous, but yeah, there's a risk to that.
In the book, there's a lot of circumvention around U.S. law that the FBI did because they obviously intercepted messages that might be attorney-client privilege and things like that. Do you think we're going to keep discovering more over time what went on? Is there a lot of pressure, ongoing investigations that you can speak to and we'll see another book on?
Yeah, so, the paperback will be out in November and that has an updated epilogue with some stuff. That said, I think there's still more here. It's a 350-page book, so there's tons of material in there, but I want to know personally more about the public corruption stuff, and there's lots of interesting stuff happening in Serbia and Montenegro at the moment where they're continuing to get these messages, journalists are, and then they're arresting the journalists who are publishing data about it. It's very much a live situation in that part of the world. I just haven't had time to look into that, but it's very, very interesting, yeah.
Hi, are you aware of any operational, organizational, or personal links between some of these encrypted phone companies and the COM, that sort of wild hacker collective, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. And for those who don't know, COM is like an overarching term for this scene or community of hackers, fraudsters, swatters, that sort of thing. I've seen it very, very briefly mentioned, but I haven't really seen them ever really use it because they have Telegram, they have Discord, they whip up a quick Discord group chat, they do their crimes, it's then ephemeral and they disappear, unless there's a preservation order. No, not yet. I don't think they need it, basically. Yeah.
Okay, I guess just a quick minor question and then the actual question. The minor question is, I understand why 404 does paywalls and I completely support it, but I'm just wondering have you guys considered letting paywalls expire maybe after a year of the article just for archival purposes?
The purpose of our free wall and paywall is to stop AI scrapers.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which were continually ripping off our work, which fuck the AI scrapers. And it's to build a sustainable model for our journalism. I would just say that we did translate a bunch of our ICE coverage into Spanish, and that does not have it would never have a free wall or a paywall, just because we wanted to get that out there.
Okay. And then also the main question I had was, when we're as regular non-technical users who aren't vetting the source code ourselves, when you're considering a chat app, for example, looking at now you might be looking at Briar, SimpleX, whatever, how do you actually verify for yourself? What do you, I guess, what is proper procedures for figuring out what technologies to pick?
What technologies to use ourselves? I mean, was that right? I just want to make sure. Okay. I mean, it's very, very hard because so many new apps come up, new technologies or whatever. I do think there is kind of safety in just going with the standard. I will just use Signal. I will use that. Of course, there are particular ways of using Signal, like making sure disappearing messages are there, manually deleting the chat. There's some advanced sort of Signal power user stuff you can do. But right now, that's what I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we've got time for maybe one more.
Sure.
And then we need to wrap it up.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the very beautiful speech. So we all know the regulation toward the crypto industry move very fast now. So I wanted to ask your opinion about if we start to have blockchain-based decentralization social platform like that. So can you please give us a guess how American government will regulate that platform? Thank you.
I'll try to think of a way to respond to that. I would say that some of these, and just to make it apply to that, some of the criminals have actually used that using sort of more blockchain communication technology as well. I don't think it's going to be particularly effective for them, but if it does turn out to be useful, I'm sure US authorities and legal authorities will find a way to combat it somehow.
Joe, thank you for this really compelling story that you've told us, and I hope everybody considers buying his book here. It's wonderful. Thank you, Joe. right, if everybody could settle down, we'll probably start in a minute or two here. How you doing? Oh, wait, do we need to switch this over? Is there... All right. How is everyone? This is like, this is the day for, I think, journalist-related talks, isn't it? It's pretty awesome presentation from Joe Cox that just happened. And I think now we have another very special talk from a friend and colleague, Emma Best, Not Your Private Army, on the trail of cyber ops, which is going to be another, I think, really fascinating, interesting tale that interweaves criminal operations, hacker culture, and the U.S. federal government, and I think aspects of the intelligence community as well. So Many of you know Emma Best. She's been at Hope many, many times before. She's an investigative journalist with a national security background, and she was, in 2018, one of the co-founders of Distributed Denial of Secrets, which I think deserves its own form of applause right over there. Distributed Denial of Secrets is an organization, 501c3 organization, that has stood up to, God, I can't even count how many threats they've received from people who were very angry about their data being displayed on DDoS. So without further ado, let me hand it over to Emma Best. Come on.
If I can get this mask off. All right. So thank you all for being here, and thanks to Hope and 2600 for, letting me come back and address this topic here. Today I'm going to be talking about a couple of things that I've been looking into over the last year or so, and what this means for us in general, and kind of the questions that it raises about.
Get this a little closer.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Some of the questions that it raises about our obligations to sources and the public in general, and how we resolve those conflicts, because they're not always the same thing. So before we get into the main discussion, which I guess we'll be talking about four sets of things, really. We'll be talking about Anonymous briefly, and then we will move on to Russia and operations that happened after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And then we're going to finish up by looking at a couple of times that the cyber realm has interacted directly with kinetic effects, and kind of how fucked up that is in general. And so before we get into the actual data, let me just talk about the sources that I compiled and I'm using for this. First, there's a lot of recordings that I managed to get a hold of. Some of them were public, some have been memory hold since then, but in a lot of instances, one of the difficulties with reading chat logs and text communications and things is that it does get hard at times to discern intent. You can't tell what someone is feeling at any given moment just by reading their text. Even sometimes when it seems obvious, we all know that there's room for doubt at times. And so getting to hear things from people's own voices, see it, come out of their lips, and a lot of times that was really helpful in clarifying. Next, we've got chat logs, which I just mentioned. A lot of them are direct chat logs, as well as screenshots of messages and screen recordings of messages, which is lots of messages being scrolled through and recorded as a video. Several of the hackers who have been involved in these operations agreed to talk to me. I'm not going to get into identifying any of them, except that, well, I guess we'll get to that specific when we get there. What they told me was also corroborated by several other witnesses who were not necessarily involved in things directly, but they were in positions to observe what was happening. They knew the hackers when things were happening, so they were aware of those conversations. They were aware of just a lot of things that helped corroborate the specifics of what was going on. And one of the most important pieces was I was actually given access to a digital workspace used by the hackers for one of their operations. And this retained a complete history of everything that they had done, who was logging on and accessing things, who did what edits when, and that was very persuasive in terms of documenting exactly, the who, what, and when of things. So first up, we have Anonymous, which I think everyone here is pretty much familiar with it, but let's do the obligatory refresher in case anyone isn't, or this gets posted and taken out of context or something. I'm sure that'll happen. So what is Anonymous? It's a loose-knit collective of trolls, hackers, and activists. There's no single belief system, structure, or goal. And one of the defining attributes of Anonymous was the way it evolved. Anyone could be anonymous. You say that you're anonymous, boom, you're anonymous. And it's literally unfalsifiable because saying it makes it so. It's like declaring a new Discordian pope. You can't dispute it. Some of Anonymous's most infamous things involve their war with Scientology and for supporting the Occupy movement, the Arab Spring, and WikiLeaks. So, when I said anonymous, I don't know how many of you people listening thought about Aubrey Curtainer Cottle. He has somewhat recently been arrested and is going through court currently for hacking, allegedly, Epic and the Texas GOP, which, you know what? Those were pretty decent hacks. I don't know. Moving on. Not going to get into not going to get into specifics of what exactly I didn't know when at this point, because, yeah, I don't think we should really be talking about the details of a hack that, you know, someone is currently undergoing trial for. It wasn't a DDoS secrets release, but like, still, we mirrored it. So there's two different stories when it comes to Curtainer's early days. He, you know, as most of you know, claimed that he was a founder or the founder of Anonymous. And Curtainer has told this story to a number of people in different settings. Usually it's public, and, you know, we get about half the story. And in that, CSIS agent, which is Canadian Law Enforcement and Intelligence, they came and visited Curtainer and said, like, wow, these are some really incredible raids you're doing. You're fucking with Hal Martin and, you know, all this other stuff. And, you know, this was in the area where we had the Fox News segment that was infamous, the hackers on steroids thing with the exploding truck, which was truly ridiculous. And so he came and said, like, do you want to work for us? And Curtainer said no. That has been consistent in every telling that I've heard. He said, I don't want a salaried job. But then there was another offer, and this usually gets left out of the tellings that he does. The CSIS agent then asked if he would help run raids on Middle Eastern forums and extremist forums. And publicly, Curtainer has said that, you know, he was open to it. You know, he told them maybe, and then just kind of stopped answering their calls and waited for them to stop calling him back, and that was, you know, where it ended. But privately, in a number of chats, he has acknowledged that he accepted that offer and that he received basically forms of immunity for this, additional tolerance. Now, at times, you know, he has addressed these contradictions online and in various appearances, and he basically says, I was just trolling. Who from the image boards hasn't said, lol, I'm a Fed? And you know what? Maybe. Maybe. But let's go ahead and just take a quick look at what he's acknowledged publicly. This was 2 months before the Atlantic article came out calling him a founder of Anonymous, in which Curtainer admitted to weaponizing the collective for alphabet agencies. He says, quote, I was the lucky one to have the blessing of alphabet agencies to weaponize Anonymous as an anti-terrorism thing to boot. Those that came after me, not so much. I'm Canadian too, so that changes the calculus. And it was a laughable concept too. The last part we can, you know, debate whether or not it's laughable, but this was a very public, in plain text admission that he did before his media comeback was truly staged, which, from what I understand, had been in the works for a little bit. He had started claiming founder status of Anonymous as early as 2018, according to some individuals. But, you know, again, you could debate this. You could debate the intent of that tweet. Was it just trolling? Was he fucking with people? What did he actually mean? So let's hear him explain it in his own voice, his own words. Come on. What? Are you truly? It is starting to play the audio, and then it immediately cuts out. Oh.
After I turned down the salary.
Finally.
No, I don't think I want to be in something
Oh.
like that.
All right. High-tech stuff, folks. Lovely clicking sounds. I promise we're hopefully not going to have to do this every time. 3, 2, 1, please.
And after I turned down the salary, I'm like, no, I don't think I want to be in something like that. And dude goes, well, would you be willing to raid Al-Qaeda forums for us? Shit, you're not. He just fucking drops that on me. He wanted us to raid goddamn Al-Qaeda forums.
What did you say?
Maybe. Well, at the same time, if you go on the Wayback Machine, you start digging through the old /i archives that you can go and suss out, you will find terrorist forum raids left and right. Like they were fucking all over the place.
They were around, yeah, and
yeah, those were Fed posts.
I used to wonder about those, you know.
And well, now you know for sure.
And I used to look at the invasion board, and I would look at some of the threads that came up that got traction. You know, the not your personal army ones are obviously going to fall to the bottom and get deleted, but the ones that did gain traction and that were in a gray area, I would wonder. I said, who's going to get the visit over this? And
nobody ever did.
Yeah.
That's the fun part. Yeah, it really makes you think. Pretty much my entire run, all of that shit. You take a look at everything that happened afterwards, and then you take a look at my period, and you can dig through news, you can dig through arrest records, all that shit. Not a single motherfucker got touched. It was like we had a magic umbrella just protecting everyone under me. You know I'm right.
Trolling? Maybe. I don't think so. I've seen him talk about this stuff in chat logs with hackers that he was trying to recruit and work with at the time. He has acknowledged this as an influence in the past, and he has specifically attributed the non-prosecution over the Epilepsy Foundation hack in 2008 to his cooperator status. Those of you who may not remember, they hacked the Epilepsy Foundation website and put a lot of GIFs on there, that flashing images, so that people who went to, get help for their epilepsy or information about it instead were triggered. And, this had real world consequences for some people. And, Kurt has said, I was never touched for that. I've even publicly acknowledged being part of that. He has said that. And what's interesting is the FBI did basically drop it. You can go back, and in a CNN interview where they're debating Anonymous, the host on CNN jumps in and says that, no, the FBI actually said that this wasn't Anonymous. Anonymous had nothing to do with this, which was very interesting because it was publicly and widely attributed to Anonymous at the time. People found the posts where they were planning this on the image boards. It was written about. There was really no reason to conclude that, but they did. I don't know, maybe the FBI is trolling us. Now, I mentioned before, Kurtaner turned down the salary from CSIS. And he has consistently said in every chat log I've been given that, he could never really be a kept pet. He could never really be a kept asset, and he never worked as a contractor or had any sort of formal arrangement. Instead, he is given grace for his activities, specifically when, they happen to align with some of the government's interests, similar to the Middle Eastern forum rates that they discussed earlier. And again, he has discussed this publicly in an piece of audio that I can share. Just takes a second. We'll be patient this time. Come on. Really. What is wrong with you? Oh my goodness. Okay. Just breathe, and it should come on.
There is a distinct difference between deadass being a patriot and doing it for the greater good than being an asset. Like, there's a level of tolerance versus being something that you could classify as a designated asset. I'm sure you can agree there.
So again, in his own words, never a designated asset, just, I don't know, what's the word, useful idiot? So, let's go ahead and talk about the Epic hack and criminal complaint real quick, because there's a couple things that are kind of relevant. First off, to the FBI agents reading my Discord logs, eat my ass. Your sedition charges, I helped your sedition charges. Least you could do is pay for my therapy. Great stuff. One of the interesting things that jumped out at me, though, was, this is kind of just a fun little fuck up on the FBI's part. They say that on January 18th, 2022, he posted these 4 messages. If you look at the dates, no, this was 2021, September 26. And fun fact, neither indicate anything. They're both quotes from articles published by the Washington Post, 2 separate articles, I believe, one of which I'm mentioned in, along with DDoS secrets. For some reason, the FBI didn't think that, hey, we should redact Emma's name in this, even though they went ahead and redacted Rob Monster's name in the criminal complaint. He was the CEO of Epic and is publicly cited and acknowledged in many places. So why the fuck he deserved privacy and I don't, who the hell knows? But, the Epic data, we didn't publish that until after it was already out. It was released on a torrent, and allegedly there was just one seeder at the time, and their IP address happened to match Kurt Tanner's. A couple of interesting things that I found while researching this, and I just want to mention them. In private messages, he brags about, hey, wow, when they were raiding me, they missed this big box of hard drives sitting next to my computer. And then there's a picture of a box of hard drives. More recently, this was public in either Discord or I think actually on his Twitter account, GB Milady. Game Boy Milady, it's some NFT bullshit. Fun fact, there's apparently some extreme white supremacist background ties to that. So, NFT space, always great, gotta love it. He posted about, oh wow, when they did the raid, they also missed these phones. One was in a shoebox and the other was in my bed. Because who's ever heard of a search warrant being executed where they tear a place apart and bother to check the bed? No one hides anything under a mattress. That's just silly talk. And again, he posted pictures of them. And this was actually apparently a threat against his ex, Libby Shaw. If you know the name, you know the name. So there's a couple other examples in anonymous history that should try and talk about real quick. First, backtrace. Basically, Anons hated Anons. They started fighting. They said, I don't want to be anonymous anymore, or you're not anonymous, or whatever. And they started doxing each other and harassing each other. And this led to the arrest of some people, including almost certainly Sabu. Many of you will recognize that name immediately and felt your buttholes tighten up, and I'm right there with you. But some interesting things that I found while doing the research for this. There's long been speculation that the FBI knew more than they acknowledged about the Stratfor hack. And the FBI has consistently denied this in public statements and said, and this was an anonymous official, of course. No one, I think, bothered to put their name to this. We didn't find out about the hack until December 6th, when it was already too late. And that is a half-truth at best. Yes, the credit card system of Stratfor had been hacked weeks before. However, the FBI, based on their own descriptions of the surveillance of Sabu while he was cooperating, which was during this period, and their description of debriefings of him, which have been acknowledged by him and his legal team in filings, they should have known about this right away, within hours, end of the day at most. Sabu actually became aware that Stratfor was hacked late December 4th. This is in sealed chat logs. By December 5th, he was talking to the original hacker of the Stratfor server and agreed like, hey, no, we'll cover you for this. You want to keep your name out of it, that's fine. And it wasn't until December 6th that, yes, they started sharing it internally with other Anons, anti-sec, lol-sec, all this fun stuff. But the FBI knew about it or was grossly incompetent because Sabu recognized the importance of this right away. They said nothing. And it wasn't until, according to public statements, December 5th, that the president, I believe it was, of Stratfor, George Friedman, found out about the hack from, I believe it was Fred Burton, the senior VP for intelligence, if I'm remembering correctly. And if not, I am very sorry. Please don't sue me for getting your title wrong. So they knew about this well ahead of time. And then when they finally exfiltrated the emails and further penetrated the server, which was done by Jeremy Hammond, who recently, by the way, got kicked out of DEF CON for saying Free Palestine, which, hell yeah, from the river to the sea, right? And protesting the presence of military officials and embracing them and taking shots while saying, go Army, and generally just embracing the genocidal war machine that engulfs us all. And so, yeah, they decided to kick him out. Fun additional side fact. I will get back on course soon, I promise. But one of the goons at DEF CON is a hacker with known ties to military intelligence. If you started naming colors, you would eventually get their name. That's as much as I'm gonna say, but yeah, fun fucking shit. They are connected to a few of the things we'll talk about later, but let's go ahead and move on. Also, compromising Anonymous and infiltrating Anonymous was Maxim Popov. He was a Russian contractor and former FBI informant. He was written about in Wired, and then I wrote a follow-up piece which got into more details about his infiltration of Anonymous, his dealings with Sabu, and getting access to the Syria emails before they were published online, the complete unredacted version. And yeah, about 1 million of them still seem to be offline and never published in any form. Op ISIS, Op Paris, pair of anonymous side ops where people were going around after the Charlie Hebdo and Paris attacks and basically doxing lots of people with alleged ties to Middle Eastern extremists. They, in several instances, dealt directly with governments, or through proxies. In at least one instance, they claimed to have stopped a terror attack, and in another instance in private chats, I found a participant bragging about how they had spoken to people in the intelligence community and it indeed bought them goodwill. Stay away from NATO targets, do the ISIS stuff, and we'll leave you alone for everything else. Anonymous Egypt. Not a lot to say. They used anonymous name and branding, but were financially motivated and ransomware affiliates. They worked with both Lockbit and Medusa. More recently, we have Anonymous for Justice. This is actually Iranian intelligence, and they hacked and released a lot of stuff from Israel. And honestly, it's good shit. A lot of it is. Some of it they kind of, futzed about the value for, but massive troves from the Ministry of Justice. DDoS Secrets republished that. But, it's another instance of state hackers just directly using the anonymous name, branding, and images. So let's go ahead and leap ahead to Russia. We are going to have some brief thoughts shared by Mr. Assange. If I can get the microphone to point correctly. And
You said you won't disclose your sources. Fair enough. But you've also indicated during a Meet the Press interview that you would be open to accepting verifiable material from intelligence services, saying, quote, if you're asking would we accept information from U.S. intelligence that we had verified to be completely accurate, the answer is yes, of course we would.
But, okay, would WikiLeaks take materials from U.S. intelligence services that we verified to be true? Of course, of course. We're in the business of educating the public. Now, let's leap forward a couple of years. Let's imagine that rival intelligence services in the US, in China, want to settle their conflicts about who's right, who's the good actor, who's the bad actor on a particular situation by presenting the public the truth. That's the most amazing advance that I can think of. We would strongly encourage that. Instead of intelligence agencies planting dodgy stories, trying to whip up wars to mainstream media outlets, instead understanding the filters for accuracy that organizations like WikiLeaks have, instead pushed into a position where they have to fight it out in the public with the truth.
I think all journalists would enjoy that.
So this isn't about Julian. This isn't about the 2016 election or Guccifer2, the source for the DNC emails. It is about what Julian called the most amazing advance. And in theory, it sounds great. Intelligence agencies, governments releasing mass amounts of information. Yes, I want this. Do it about yourself, do it about your enemies, do it about everyone but the private citizens, and we can actually maybe get along, But while they were asking in the context of, the Russian interference in the US presidential election, Julian was answering in a slightly different context that we didn't really know about at the time, and that's Vault 7 and the Shadow Broker files, which both the Shadow Brokers and WikiLeaks said they had. Julian, in his statement, said, we will protect US intelligence. That is not just a deflection of talking about Russia and saying, oh, we would protect Russians. It was a message to those individual sources. But, let's go ahead and just move on to Russia in general. Let's talk about the invasion of Ukraine and the response to it. After this brief word from Hillary Clinton. Last one, I promise, I'm like 99% sure. Come on. Why are you delaying?
What I would argue for government support, but also non-governmental support. There were reports overnight that Anonymous, a group of hackers, took down Russian TV. I think that, people who love freedom, people who understand that, our way of life depends upon supporting those who believe in freedom as well, could be engaged in cyber support for those in the streets in Russia. We did some of that during the Arab Spring when I was Secretary of State. I think we could be also attacking a lot of the government institutions and, again, the oligarchs and their way of life through cyber attacks.
All right, so there's basically two parts to that are worth paying attention to. And the first and most obvious is probably what jumped out to everyone. That was hearing Hillary say something nice about Anonymous. The second, it's a little bit more tricky. She acknowledged that they did something similar during the Arab Spring. They don't really talk about this at the time. There's seemingly no mention of it in her emails that were released through FOIA. So confirming exactly what she meant there is a little bit tricky. But I would highly recommend further examination be given to Tunisia, where members of Anonymous who were not previously known to the ones they were interacting with suddenly appeared and said, hey, we have the keys to the kingdom. We can get you into all their websites. And they did. And Anonymous, a lot of American, European Anons began hacking and defacing those websites. There's also Egypt, where, interestingly, Facebook helped intervene. According to Anonymous member Greg Hausch, who some of you may know from his many media appearances and more infamously and controversially having been an FBI informant who helped get people arrested, acknowledged that when they were generating support for the protests in Egypt, there was an event that was created on Facebook for the Tahrir protests. But they had a problem because nobody wanted to sign up and show up and say, like, oh, I'm the one person here, like, yeah, black bag me. So their solution was to mass generate profiles, which then signed up for the protest. And this did, in fact, help encourage a lot of other genuine accounts to sign up for the protest, too. The actual influence that that had on the turnout for the protests is debatable. And people better versed in those local politics should look at that. But one of the most interesting admissions that Greg made was that they had a Facebook employee disable spam filters for several IP addresses that they were using to generate all these accounts. This is, by several years, the earliest instance that I know of that Facebook, through its employees, used its infrastructure to interfere in the politics of a foreign government. And, to be clear, I'm in favor of, the revolution. I think that they made a lot of improvements. We can definitely talk about current politics, but it is a very interesting note that Facebook was used for that. But let's stay focused on Russia. So we've got Network Battalion 65, a group of hacktivists who were described publicly as being members of Anonymous, former members of Anonymous, or Anonymous adjacent. They were recruited to work on this project. They were recruited primarily by an individual known as John Jackson, Mr. Hacking, a founder of Sakura Samurai. Now, they decided to do this to coordinate their hacks with Ukrainian intelligence. And that is where, as far as I can tell, most of the actual coordination happened. But US intelligence was aware the entire time. After a certain point, there were regular briefings that I'm told went very, very high in the Biden administration. But there are several things about Network Battalion 65, NB65, that we should talk about. First is the Roscosmos hack. This was a hack of Russian satellite systems. It was exaggerated by Russians so that the hack itself could be denied. Russians denied that, oh, satellites were affected, they didn't hack into satellites. This was never the claim. They did access facilities that were used as part of the general control mechanism, and they offlined one of those machines. That was verifiable. But while denying the exaggerated form of the hack, there was a telling comment from one of the Russians involved, who I think worked at Roscosmos, where he referred to it as a cause for war. After they hacked the Nuclear Institute, NB65 was asked by contact in US intelligence and military to stay away from critical infrastructure. And after that, they did. They started switching to more traditional hacks like VGTRK, Russian state media and all that. Very controversially, there was the Kaspersky hack and leak, which was widely considered a hoax after it came out. Several members insist that it was real. Other members say, no, they're crazy. The people who say that it was real, I find fairly credible. The data seems to have been diverted at some point, and what was published was the publicly accessible Kaspersky code. And very tellingly and importantly, about a week after all of this went down, intelligence agencies began issuing fresh warnings about Kaspersky and their software, which has a whole history that I'm told we do not have time to get into. Very stupidly, several members of NB65, and I think I mentioned a DEF CON goon earlier. I'm just going to mention that again right now for no particular reason. These people decided to go on Vice and do an interview. What was produced was a relatively short piece where they actually appeared alongside at one point, or not directly alongside, but intercut with the director of CISA at the time, Jen Easterly, where again, they raised the issue of things being possible acts of war or interpreted as such, used to escalate against the US, and they largely dismissed this. Several interesting traps that may have been laid by NB65. At one point, they tried to submit data to WikiLeaks. They did this while it was already known in public that WikiLeaks' submission system was down. It had been reported on by the Daily Dot at the time, I believe, and they made sure that I was there to witness it when they went into a WikiLeaks research channel, said, hey, this is who we are, someone needs to contact us, we have data. Several years ago, another instance happened where I presented at DEF CON, got off stage, and while speaking to several journalists, was approached by someone who identified himself as Greg Hoosh. He said, I'm here with NB65. I'd never met Greg before, but I later confirmed that it was him. At the time, I considered it a fucking trap. Why would you walk up in front of journalists and say, I'm with this hacktivist group that's right here. They are potentially, involved in all this very sensitive stuff. Also, I mentioned Greg's history as an informant. But, why did they do a lot of this? In John Jackson's own words, more recently, and to be clear, he was not talking about these operations in particular. He said, people tend to trust their government less when they don't feel protected. And so vast amounts of economic damage was done to Russian industries. This brings us to Russia's National Republican Army. They were a resistance group allegedly made up of Russians. Their very existence is doubted, but they've claimed responsibility for at least 2 assassinations and numerous acts of sabotage and other issues happening in Russia. In October 2022, they claimed responsibility for the TechnoServe hack. This was publicized in the Kiev Post by Jason J. Smart, who, very interestingly, works with John Jackson at a place called Shogunai Consulting. They informally started working together in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine, according to their website, before formalizing their efforts in 2023. Now, the story is that the hackers were all Russian. I know from speaking to several of them that that is not the case, and that the timeline given in the Kiev Post was inaccurate. They said they were informed about the data and the hack on the day that the article was published. However, I viewed the hacker's workspace, which included notes about finishing the article and screenshots. The article included cropped versions of the screenshots in their space. So he knew about it, it seems, prior to what was publicly disclosed and was indeed part of the release. They tried to release it through rsync and onion services, but basically no one could figure that out except DDoS secrets. We refused to make it public. We have it listed as a limited distribution, reserved data for journalists and verified researchers only because of the state involvement. We didn't know about the state involvement at the time, but we flagged it with the cyber war category and said, like, there's a lot of red flags, here's several of them, and now we've confirmed what those red flags mean. Moving on very quickly while we still can. They were both given a number of medals and certificates for their work. They've both acknowledged this openly. That's why I decided to focus on the two of them and Cortana, because they are both, all three of them rather, are public figures. Their names are known. Their stories are somewhat out there. And while John Jackson and Jason J. Smart were not previously associated with these hacktivist groups, they did participate with others as well, and their general work for the Ukrainian military was acknowledged. And to be clear, fuck the Russian government. Fuck the invasion of Ukraine. I have no problem with these hacks and these leaks for the most part. What I have a problem with is state actors co-opting hacktivists, recruiting actual hacktivists, and then putting them into positions where they're compromised. This brings us to kinetic and cyber. This will be very brief, but it's the part that upsets me the most. I learned about two sets of operations. One I was able to observe in real time. The other was confirmed to me by several people afterwards, where hacks were proposed of various systems to identify the exact location of people. High-ranking officials in the Russian military in one instance. The idea was, we're going to drone them. Thankfully, that never happened. The hackers refused, or in the latter case, where I was able to observe it in real time, interest just dissipated. They wound up not doing that, thankfully. That operation was not against Russia, but against a Latin American country. In at least one instance that I learned of, and I confirmed this with multiple people who were involved, they sabotaged an industrial system in Russia through hacking, and as a result, people died. There was an explosion, and more Russians than I can count on one hand died as a result. It's war, but they weren't soldiers. You can decide that they're just casualties in a larger struggle that they had no role in, but when you do that, you invite them to do the same. And I have seen through decades of records and memoirs and firsthand accounts, that is always the pattern. They always say, communist Russia is doing these horrible things. They're so bad, you guys, we have to do them too. And in some instances, yeah, other people were doing those things, but in a lot of instances, they weren't until we started, and then they mimicked our programs. This goes for everything from rendition to torture. We have seen this pattern played out with propaganda. We have seen it so many times, and I am fucking sick of it. And now it is costing lives, and people want to continue pairing kinetic and cyber operations in this way. Fuck you! Be better. We are supposed to collectively be better than the people we oppose. When we mimic exactly what they do and what we criticize about them, well, then we just get Julian's flash forward in a nightmare scenario instead of something that in some way moves us closer to transparency and enlightenment. We just get people fucking each other up on national levels until eventually it is used to support actual actions on the ground. Like, this was an act of war, we're going to go after you. And we are so lucky it hasn't happened yet in a way that will blow up for all of us so goddamn massively. Thank you all for having me here. Abolish ICE, free Palestine.
Hopefully they'll be turned on momentarily. And let's thank Emma once again for her insightful and incisive remarks.
Thank you for the talk, appreciate it. I'm curious to see what your comment would be on, say, like the IT army of Ukraine and their DDoS attacks, and then also One Fist. And I know that they have One Fist put themselves out there to identify themselves. So I'm just curious to see, those weren't mentioned in the talk, just curious to see if you have any comments on those two.
Yeah, that's a great question about the IT Army. I think that the IT Army was a really novel idea. And, I'll tell you that after they announced their thing, we sent them an email from DDoS Secrets and said, hey, if you're hacking and leaking stuff, like, here's our submission information. We thought it was great that this is a state actor being transparent about their involvement in a grassroots movement and giving people a way to do that. There's always a risk that those things can escalate, but at least with that transparency, we all knew what we were getting into. It's, when you find out later that, oh, the state was involved in this, the state was selecting targets, the state was deciding you will execute this exploit on this server because it'll have a high impact, but not this one because we don't give a shit. Yeah, thanks. All right, I guess if there's nothing else, thanks for having me, folks.
was a carve-out to the AIPA statute, which is that there's a Berman Amendment that basically says, despite these sanctions, the First Amendment still applies. So even if he went and he lost, I thought there was still a good argument on appeal that this shouldn't be a crime to begin with, because what he did was constitutionally protected activity. A U.S. citizen to be able to speak whatever he wants to speak about overseas. There's no transfer of knowledge.
That's exactly right.
But thankfully he's out now. He finished his sentence. I was able to actually get his sentence reduced by about 7 months. And DOJ opposed it. Because there were new sentencing guidelines that came out. He was very squarely within.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And they always say, this was a very grave crime. Like, no, it wasn't. Like with General Flynn, very grave crime.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Hey. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yep, bye. Yep. Okay, very good. So we can start.
Okay, you step aside.
Yep. All right, we're going to start here in about 15, 20 seconds. So if anybody wants to get situated, turn your phones off. Get ready for another very interesting tale here. All right. Okay, let's get going here. This is, I think, the third hour of what's going to be an incredibly interesting programming here at Hope. And how is Hope going for all of you? All right? Still good? Last 2 hours, I thought, were pretty damn riveting. So, yeah, you've got some big shoes to fill here, John. And so, allow me to introduce John Kiriakou. John may be known to many of you, but for those of you to whom he is not, John was a former high-ranking officer within CIA. He was a counterterrorism officer, and he was the first U.S. official to confirm CIA torture of detainees. He was punished for being a whistleblower. He served nearly 2 years in federal prison. He also exposed CIA's role in secret rendition and torture of a Canadian citizen, Maher Arar, in Syria. Since his release, he's become a leading advocate for transparency, for civil liberties, and for whistleblower protections. He's the author of several books. He regularly speaks on topics related to surveillance, intelligence overreach, and ethics with respect to national security. John co-teaches cybersecurity and anti-surveillance seminars with the Yale Privacy Lab founder Sean O'Brien, and continues to challenge the culture of secrecy and unaccountable power in the intelligence community. So, let's hear it for John Kiriakou.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to give what I think is probably a presentation not in the mainstream of what you've been hearing yesterday and today, but I hope that I'm able to impart something that's helpful. So I'm going to go back to September 11th, 2001. I was working in CIA headquarters as a counterterrorism operations officer. The job of an operations officer, very simply, is to recruit spies to steal secrets so that CIA analysts can analyze those secrets and provide the policymaker with the best informed blah, 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 blah. Counterterrorism is different. Your job is to, well, before 9/11, your job was to infiltrate terrorist groups. Post 9/11, it was to capture, kill, infiltrate, disrupt, whatever. Everything changed, but we can get to that in a few minutes. So, like everybody else in the building on September 11th, I volunteered to go to Afghanistan or wherever to do whatever was needed, and I wasn't taken up on my offer. I was one of only a handful of people, 16 in the entire CIA, who was fluent in Arabic. And I kept volunteering over and over. You got to send me to Afghanistan. surely you need translators to interrogate these prisoners you're capturing. Well, it turned out they weren't interrogating anybody, they were shooting them. And so they didn't need translators. There was nothing to translate. Finally, I complained so many times that the director of the Counterterrorist Center sent me to Pakistan as the chief of CIA counterterrorism operations. And the first thing that I was told on my first day was to come up with a standard operating procedure for taking down a terrorist safe house. I had had all the operational training, I had had the very specific counterterrorism training and the driving and the surveillance and the jumping out of planes and all that stuff. Not much at all in the way of tech. So I literally went back to my office with a legal pad and I thought to myself, what would I need to do to take down a terrorist safe house? Well, I would want it to be dark. So I wrote O200 at the top of the paper. And I would need battering rams and guns and ammunition and bulletproof vests and secure comms and a satellite dish and encrypted walkie-talkies. I just went to galls.com, Galls.com. It's a big police supply house in Kentucky. I just ordered everything on my CIA credit card and just had it shipped out. So when the stuff arrived, we got a tip for a terrorist safe house. Because 9/11 was an active criminal investigation, we had to invite the FBI, as much as we hated to. And it is Pakistan, so we had to invite the Pakistanis since it's their country. And we took a battering ram and we broke down the door and we caught these two 18-year-old kids. They both burst into tears and one asked if he could call his mom. And I said to a colleague, this is the fearsome Al-Qaeda. This is what we're so afraid of. They're children crying and asking if he can call his mom. Well, maybe it was an anomaly. And we did another one a week later. We did another one a week after that. Then we started doing 2 a week. Sometimes, occasionally, we would do 2 a night. After about 6 weeks, I got a call on a Friday morning. Friday and Saturday were the weekend in Pakistan. And Friday was like the only day of the week I allowed myself the luxury of sleeping until 8 o'clock. And so the station chief woke me up and said, come in immediately, something important has come up. I speed into the station, and it's everybody. It's the station chief, the deputy chief, the head of the FBI contingent, his deputy, and me. And the chief says, we got a cable overnight from a sister agency in Maryland that said that Abu Zubaydah was somewhere in Pakistan, and we had to catch him. And everybody's kind of nodding, and they look at me, and I'm thinking, I'm nodding back, and I'm thinking, I know that name from somewhere, but I just can't place it. Well, we had been told that Abu Zubaydah was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. That turned out to not be true. He was a bad man. He was a facilitator for Al-Qaeda. He was kind of a logistics guy. He created the House of Martyrs, the Al-Qaeda safe house in Peshawar, Pakistan. He had founded and staffed Al-Qaeda's 2 training camps in Kandahar province in Afghanistan and in Helmand province, also in southern Afghanistan. And if you wanted to make jihad, he would get you into Afghanistan. If you were in Afghanistan and were tired of the fight and wanted to go home, he would get you out. He'd get you a passport and a ticket home and take care of those logistics. But he had never pledged fealty to Osama bin Laden, never. He was an independent player, and he had certainly never joined Al-Qaeda. But anyway, we didn't know that at the time. We thought he was the number 3. And so the order is, he's literally somewhere in Pakistan, and you have to catch him. And I said, guys, there are 220 million people in this country. It's the size of Texas. What do you mean he's somewhere in in Pakistan? Well, that's what you're here for. I came up with a couple of low-tech, no-tech ideas that were terrible. For example, we were getting these little pings of information. He's in Lahore. He's in Faisalabad. He's in Lahore again. He went to Quetta. This is like every day. And I said one day, when I was a freshman in college. My dad, through our crooked state senator, got me a job for the summer as a toll collector on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And there's a turnpike that connects Lahore with Faisalabad. I said, I bet you I know how to run the machine, the toll machine. I said, why don't we take all the Pakistanis out of the booths, we staff the turnpike with CIA guys, and when we see him, we grab him. And we're all heroes. Now, that was a terrible idea. There are like 50,000 people a day that go through those lanes. That was a dumb idea. It didn't. We wasted a week doing that. So then I said, you know, we need tech. We don't have any tech. So we got these 2 tech officers from the CIA, from the Directorate of Science and Technology. And they flew out to Islamabad, and I said, look, we have a VIP that we need to capture. Even his name was so highly classified, we didn't even tell the Pakistanis who we were after. We called him a big fish, and then that became Mr. Fish. And so they would ask about, you know, what are we doing about Mr. Fish today? So I said, we got this big fish, and we don't know where he is. He's moving around constantly on the run. He knows we're after him. He's a day ahead of us. In some cases, he was an hour ahead of us. We broke into one safe house one day, and there was still a lit cigarette on the table and half an eaten sandwich, and he was gone. Sometimes we were like 2 or 3 days behind him, but we were on the trail. And I said, surely you guys must be able to come up with something that can help us. Well, we had his cell phone number. And so I gave the cell phone number to these 2 guys, and they went down into the bazaar, and they bought, you know, a couple of pieces of wood and some wires and a soldering iron, and I don't know what the heck they were buying down there, but they came up with this thing. They called it the Magic Box, and it had a little telephone keypad in it, and we punched in the number, his number, and we just sat there, and they installed just a little speaker. So I said, well, what do we do? They said, we wait till he turns the phone on. Sure enough, about 12 hours later, and yes, we're sitting there for 12 hours staring at each other. He turns the phone on and makes a call, and the Magic Box starts to ping. And they say, he's in that direction. And we all jump up, and we're like strapping on our guns and all this stuff, and then he shuts the phone off. We couldn't even get out of the office, let alone get in the car and follow him through this city of 18 million people to try to figure out where he is. Finally, I said to my boss, this isn't going to work. There's literally nothing that I know how to do that's going to result in us locating him. I said, I have a friend, though, at headquarters. He's a targeting analyst, and I'd like to fly him out. So I cabled my friend. I said, hey, can you come to Islamabad, like, immediately, like on the first flight? And sure enough, 4 a.m., he arrived at the airport. I picked him up, and he said, so what's the fire? And I said, VVIP that we're going after. The orders came from the president that we had to catch him. This isn't something that we ginned up in the office. The president specifically said, I want you to catch him. And we had not caught a high-level al-Qaeda fighter up to that point. We had killed Mohammed Atef when we bombed Tora Bora the previous October, but we didn't know where bin Laden or Ayman al-Zawahiri were, and Abu Zubaydah was the closest we had come to anybody. So we went back to the station, and he took a piece of butcher block paper about this big. It was almost the size of a small American billboard. And he wrote Abu Zubaydah's phone number in the middle and put a circle around it. And then around that circle, he wrote the names, the phone numbers, the email addresses, the physical addresses of everybody that had been in touch with that number. And then he did it as a secondary layer and then finally a tertiary layer. It took weeks to do this. But in the end, it looked like a work of art. It looked pretty, like a spider web or something you'd see in A Beautiful Mind. Remember when he has all the strings pointing all these different directions because he was insane? So the reason I asked this friend of mine was specifically because he was a targeting analyst. There are two different kinds of analysts at the CIA. There are intelligence analysts who read all source intelligence, read all the papers, think the big thoughts, write papers that nobody's going to read, and become experts on a geographic area or on a core issue like counterproliferation or something. Targeting analysts are completely and totally different. Targeting analysts are almost exclusively assigned to the Directorate of Operations, and even then, specifically to the Counterterrorism Center, so that they can pour through millions of pieces of data, much of it metadata, in order to locate a person. So why would you locate a person? For only two reasons: to kill them or to capture them. That's it. Or to kidnap them and send them to somewhere else where they can be tortured, and the US can deny that any such thing is ever happening. So it took him several weeks, and finally he came to me and he said, I can't get it down to any fewer than 14 sites. I said, 14 sites, man? 3 weeks you've been working on this. We've never hit more than 2 sites in a night. We don't have personnel to hit 14 sites simultaneously. It's never been done before. He said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't get it to any fewer than 14. So I cabled CIA headquarters and I said, I need a plane. I need 36 people, half CIA, half FBI. We need pallets of weapons and ammunition and night vision goggles and battering rams and bulletproof vests and all this crap. 24 hours later, it's landing at the airport in Lahore. And the larger stations that the CIA has around the world have what are called cache rooms. And they're literally small rooms that are stacked to the ceiling with cache. 50 million, 100 million, whatever you happen to need, you just take what you need, you sign it out, and you go do your thing. So I said to the station chief, I need $2 million in cash, like right now. And he said, okay, count it out. But I was warned my very first week of the CIA, don't ever fuck with finance, security, or medical. Those three can not just ruin your career, they can send you to prison. So every single dollar has to be accounted for. So I took $2 million, buddy of mine counted it, so we had the count right, and we put it in duffel bags, and we drove to, we requisitioned a van from the motor pool, and we drove to Lahore. And I went to see the Pakistani intelligence service colonel that was in charge of the city, and he said, what do you need? What can I be helpful on? And I said, I need a real estate agent. He said, well, what are you going to do with that? I said, I need to buy 2 safe houses, one in Lahore and one in Faisalabad. So we got this real estate agent, and I said, I want to find the biggest house you can get us. He got us a 10-bedroom, 10-bathroom house, and we're thinking we can use each bedroom for interrogations. I bought it on the spot, paid cash, went to Faisalabad, found a 7-bedroom house there, bought that, paid cash, and then we loaded all of our equipment and our guns and stuff into the 2 safe houses. So finally, and this is late March of 2002, I called a couple of my colleagues together. We've got 36 people now, plus another 46 Pakistanis. And I said, I think we're ready to go. We know where all 14 sites are. There's no sense in pussyfooting around. Again, there's no tech, right? Just what the targeting analyst did. And it was just little bits and pieces like, oh, here's an email. Oh, here's a cell phone number. And he's just bringing them together. So I said the first thing we should do, I think, is to drive around during the day and make sure that we're not being set up. I don't want to drive into an ambush. We want to make sure there's ingress and egress. If we get in to a neighborhood and they trap us in, are we going to be able to shoot our way out? So we started going from Site 1 to Site 14. One thing we found right away in Lahore was Site 14 was a shish kebab stand with a payphone. So that is not helpful. The shish kebab stand closes at midnight. Obviously, there are Al-Qaeda people living in the neighborhood. They're using that payphone. You can't raid the shish kebab stand, so we cut it off. So 13 sites. One was a girls' school, which kind of surprised us, and we ate crow on that one. Just to get that little detail out of the way, we broke the door down that night and grabbed an 80-year-old man and his 3 sons, only to realize that there were Al-Qaeda people in the neighborhood. He was the only guy in the neighborhood who had a telephone, and so they would give him, you know, a couple of rupees and they would make a call. Well, here they're calling like Osama bin Laden, right? So we let him go. And I had to make this big scene. I said, "Sir, on behalf of the President of the United States, I'm so sorry that we broke down your door. I'm so sorry that we raised our voices in the presence of your wife and your daughters. We would like to, repair the door." And the Pakistani colonel said to me, "You should offer to buy them shoes." They didn't have any shoes. So I said, "As a gift from the people of the United States, I would like to buy shoes for you and your family and the girls that are in your school." The next day, the guy's on TV. He says, "The Americans broke into my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. They shattered my door, but they were very nice, and they bought us shoes, and they gave us food." So it was okay. So we're driving around. Now, so we ended up with 2 of these sites being in Lahore and 11 of them being in Faisalabad. Almost all of them were just mud huts, corrugated tin roofs, or made out of concrete block. There was really nothing to them. And it was clear from early on there was no problem that we were going to run into where we would be ambushed. And so as we're driving around, I got a call from the targeting analyst who remained behind in Islamabad. And he said, "Listen, I just got a call from a friendly Western intelligence service, and they had a walk-in." Now, a walk-in is someone who literally walks into an embassy and says, "I have information that I want to pass to an intelligence officer." 95%, these are actual numbers, 95% of them are either lunatics or liars. Some are what are called intelligence peddlers, where they actually do have a little nugget of interesting information, and they'll give it to you, but they want $100 or $200. Happy to give you the $100. But then they're going to go to the British embassy and sell it to them, and the French embassy, and the Russians, and the Chinese, and that's a month's salary. That's a good life for something you picked up at the coffee house. There are some that are probes. Like, you'll get an Iranian coming in saying, "I'd like to talk to a CIA officer," and then they're like looking to see where the cameras are, how thick the windows are, who's armed, how many people are wearing disguises or not wearing disguises. They're probing just in case they need to attack our embassy someday. They want to try to find a vulnerability. But then there's 1% that's the real McCoy. So the analyst said, the walk-in told our allies that there's a large group of Al-Qaeda fighters and they're hiding in a big yellow house. I said, "I want to talk to the walk-in." He said, "Can't do it. I already asked. They said the walk-in's not available." I said, "That's ridiculous. If it's a walk-in, the walk-in's always available," which told me that there was no walk-in. It was an intercept, and they didn't want to share with us that they were on phones. I said, "Fine." I took that call just as we were passing through from the front gate to the back gate of the University of Faisalabad. And as we came out the back gate, what was there but a gigantic yellow house? And I said, "That's the house. It has to be the house." And the Pakistani colonel said, "I can tell you right now something bad is happening in that house." "What?" I said. He said, "Look, it's got to be 105 degrees right now, and all of the shutters are closed. They have to be broiling in there. But their shutters are closed so as not to attract attention." I said, "Well, we'll put a bigger team on that house." We ended up catching 27 people in that house, crammed in like sardines. But anyway, there was one final site that we needed to get to. And as we're trying to negotiate the traffic to get there, the analyst calls back and he said, "Abu Zubaydah just made a terrible mistake." I said, "What was it?" He said he accessed his Hotmail account with a landline. I said, oh my God, tell me you have an address for the landline. And he gave me the address, and it was the final site. And I said, I still have chills. This was 23 years ago, and I still get chills when I think about it. I said, we got him. And so we drive over to the site, and it's an empty field. Not just that there's not a house on it, there's never been a house on it, ever. And I said to the Pakistani, how can this be? We're sure that the call came from this site. And he laughed and he said, you've never lived in Pakistan before. This is quite common. He said, when land is legally divided into lots, each lot is assigned a landline. But poor people will climb a telephone pole, splice a wire, and run a new wire to their house so that they can make long-distance calls, and the bill goes to the guy who owns the plot. I said, that's pretty smart, actually. So he called one of his tech officers, who comes, climbs the telephone pole, goes through this Medusa's head of wires up there, finds the one wire, literally follows it down the pole like this, and we're following him down the alley, and he says, it's that house right there. So that night at 10 o'clock, we were at the bigger of the two safe houses in Lahore, and I stood on the coffee table, and I said, guys, at the risk of being melodramatic, we're going to have to synchronize our watches, like in the movies. But I said, here's the plan. 01:30, you leave the safe house. 01:45, be in the neighborhood of the target. 01:55, be within line of sight of the target. 01:58, get out of your car, and exactly as the clock strikes 2, break down the door, grab all the men, separate the women and children from them, and then we put all the men in paddy wagons. So that night, I went to the roof of the Faisalabad safe house with one of my CIA colleagues, and I remember looking at my watch and saying, 0200, here we go. And as soon as I said it, we could hear this sound, this boink, boink, like metal on metal. And I said, that's not good. First of all, nobody is awake in Faisalabad, Pakistan at 2 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter if there are 7 million people there, the whole place is sleeping. So this sound is not normal. And as soon as I said that's not good, we heard shots fired. Well, we knew that Site 13 was the closest to the safe house, so I got on the radio. Rule number 1 of CIA operations, the batteries never work. I actually had to go to NSA when I got back, and I said, they were like, what can we do to be more helpful in future operations? I said, my God, we put a man on the moon. We can't have a battery that lasts more than 15 minutes. Like the battery, every single operation, the battery dies. So I called him on the phone. I said, what's going on over there? And he screams, shots fired, shots fired. I said, I know, that's why I'm calling you. Who's firing it? At whom? So I couldn't understand what he was saying. We ran downstairs. We jumped in the car and sped over to the site, and it was chaos. So there were a dozen or so fighters on the first floor of this house. On the second floor, there was a steel reinforced door leading to the second floor. The guys on the first floor didn't know who was on the second floor. They knew it was a VIP because they had their own cook. And the door was always locked. And every day the cook would come downstairs, go to the market, buy food, and go back upstairs and cook. And they were never allowed to see who was up there. Well, it was Abu Zubaydah, his Tunisian bodyguard, and a Syrian bomb maker. When we started breaking down the door, they ran to the roof of the house and started to jump to the roof of the neighboring house to escape. Now, literally the last thing I said when we were kicking off from the original safe house was, the orders are to take them alive. Nobody should fire their gun unless they're being fired at. Right? Everybody understands? And everybody's like, yes. The Pakistanis, yes, we understand. The Pakistani guy just starts picking them off with an AK-47 from the street. He killed the bomber with one shot. He was dead before he hit the ground. The second guy that jumped was the bodyguard. And he was shot through the femur, right through the center of his femur. Abu Zubaydah was shot in the thigh, the groin, and the stomach, and just dropped. So I get there, and like I said, it's chaos. And I said, what's going on? And the Pakistani says to me, we got him, we got your man. I said, who is he? Which one is he? He's this one. And I'm looking at him. I said, that doesn't look anything at all like Abu Zubaydah. We had a 6-year-old passport photo that we doctored 9 ways from Sunday with a baseball hat, glasses, cowboy hat, beard and mustache. We had hundreds of these variations. None of them looked like him. The passport photo was this young, good-looking, I think he was like 21 in the photo, good-looking, thin guy with a very well-cropped beard and mustache. This guy on the ground, fat, clean-shaven, Albert Einstein hair going all over the place. I said, I don't know who that is. So I called the analyst. I said, listen, the Pac shot this guy, and they're saying it's him, and I don't think it's him. What should I do? He said, get me a picture of his eye. I'll run a retinal scan. So I knelt down. Remember, phones didn't have cameras in 2002. So I had a camera that, cutting edge technology I could plug into the phone. And I knelt down and I shouted at him, Iftah hayunik, open your eyes. He was dying. He was bleeding to death. So I held his eyelids open, but his eyes were rolled back. And I told the analyst, he's bleeding to death. I can't even get him to show me his eyes. And he told me, give me a picture of his ear. I didn't know until that night that no 2 people on earth have the same ears. They're like fingerprints. So I took a picture of his ear, I plugged it into the phone, sent the picture to Islamabad. He sent it to Langley. Langley came back a minute later and they said, it's him. So we pick him up, we throw him into the back of a filthy Toyota pickup truck, and we rush him to the worst place on earth, Faisalabad Hospital. The doctors there tried very quickly to patch him up, but word got around the Al-Qaeda community that we had gotten him. And so they started driving by the hospital and just opening fire on the hospital. And we kept having to duck down. And I said to Colonel Mohammed, the Pakistani, I said, if they realize how lightly armed we are, we're dead. Can we get a helicopter in here? And he said, I think so. So 20 minutes later, the helicopter lands. I walk into the operating room just like this. I said, Doc, wrap it up. We got to go. And we put him on the helicopter. We flew him to a Pakistani military base. They started operating there, and they saved his life. The doctor told me he had never seen wounds so severe where the patient lived. And he lived. He was later taken to a secret CIA prison where atrocities were committed against him. He was tortured mercilessly, illegally, and moved to 6 different black sites in 6 different countries before finally ending up in Guantanamo in 2005. I've reached out over the years a number of times to his attorneys, and I've actually become friendly with them. And Abu Zubaydah and I now exchange messages, and I apologize to him for what our country has done to him. This guy was innocent. He was innocent of everything that we had accused him of. But the order was to take him, and we took him. And we can't admit that we made a terrible, grievous error. So think of the technology that we were using in 2002 to catch somebody who was supposed to be one of the most dangerous men in the world. There was almost zero technology involved. And fast forward just a number of years to what you heard in the last presentation about Vault 7. I want to tell you, I'm going to try to explain to you how 9/11 changed the CIA. On 9/11, the CIA was, an intelligence service that recruited spies to steal secrets and analyze those secrets, et cetera, et cetera. On 9/12, it was a paramilitary organization. A paramilitary organization that did not have to answer to oversight committees or Justice Department task forces. Executive Order 12333, which banned CIA assassinations, was amended to not just allow CIA operations, but to set up the mechanism by which the CIA could go all around the world and kill anybody it wanted. I sat about 10 feet away from a guy in the counterterrorism center, nicest guy. He'd come in every morning, he'd say, hey guys, we'd say, hey Rick. Come in on Monday, hey guys, how was your weekend? Hey, it was great, Rick, how about yours? Ah, great. Hey, having a cookout on Saturday. Yeah, I would love to see you, Rick. Finally, one day I said to this guy next to me, I said, you know, he's the nicest guy in the world. And I don't even know what he does here. And he goes, John, he's the head of the Special Activities Division. And I said, oh. Well, after he left the CIA, there was an article about him in Vanity Fair, of all places, saying what qualified him to be the head of the Special Activities Division was that he had been a hitman for the Cali cartel when he was recruited into the CIA, right at 9/11, because we needed somebody who knew how to kill people and not get caught. And so he trained an entire cadre that is now called Global Services. With the technology that the CIA has now, it is able to carry out a meeting at the White House every Tuesday morning at 7 o'clock called the Tuesday Morning Kill List Meeting. And what they do is they come up with a list of people to be executed that week. And then using technology that we learned about thanks to the Vault 7 revelations, Global Services sends its teams all around the world. They kill the people they're supposed to kill, and then they come back for next Tuesday's meeting. So what kind of technology are we talking about here? Well, the Vault 7 stuff showed, at the very least, that the CIA can take possession of your, remotely take possession of your car by hacking into the computer system. Why would they want to take possession of your car? Maybe to drive you over a bridge, or into an abutment, or into a tree? It's to kill you. We learned that the CIA can turn a smart TV speaker into a microphone. And it looks like the TV's still off. You have no idea that you're being bugged. Phones? Forget it. I've just given up. When I used to be on the board of WikiLeaks, and for a while we would just put our phones in the microwave oven and then have our meeting. And finally somebody said, guys, you know, they still track us to the meeting. We put our phones in the microwave. They still know where we are, even if the phones are in the microwaves. Then we had to leave our phones in the hotels. And they would still stop us at the airports on the way home. But another thing that we learned too is that CIA was spying on NSA. I actually had to read that twice when I saw it in the WikiLeaks documents. CIA is spying electronically on NSA. And then, of course, the CIA's yes men went on MSNBC that night and said, well, it was probably a training exercise. We're just trying to prompt each other to use the best technology. No, the CIA spied on the Senate Intelligence Committee to see what they were gathering in their torture report. So think of the changes that have taken place just between 2002, where all we had was a camera and a cell phone, and now, where what we learned from Vault 7 is actually old technology. Is anybody safe? When the Attorney General of the United States, Eric Holder, testifies before the Senate Armed Services Committee, and Senator Rand Paul says, Mr. Attorney General, does the president have the legal right to murder an American citizen on U.S. soil without benefit of a trial? And then the eventual answer is yes. What kind of country do we have? It's like it's gone crazy, but the technology has moved so quickly that it has allowed the government to obfuscate what it's doing and to fudge our own constitutional protections. And that's why we need hackers. Because hackers are the only people who are able to keep up with the intelligence community's hackers. Right? We all recognize how quickly this stuff is moving. And so the only way to counter it is to develop additional technology to protect Americans from their own government. Thomas Jefferson once said that periodically the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of martyrs. I hope that that's not true, but it seems like we're kind of headed in that direction. So when I see things like news reports that Julian Assange is working for the Russians. Okay, Julian Assange is a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for 15 years. He's not working for any Russians. He doesn't like the Russians any more than he likes the Americans. He has no contact with the Russians, ever. But he's a transparency absolutist. And when we're run by political figures who are secrecy absolutists, especially when it pertains to our own civil rights and civil liberties, then maybe we need transparency absolutists to balance the scales. And so, even though I don't understand 99% of what you guys do, I'm begging you to keep doing it, because you're the only thing that stands between us and authoritarianism today. The CIA is a rogue organization. So is NSA. FBI, they're too stupid to be rogue, so don't worry about them. But worry about the CIA and NSA. You're the only thing that's protecting us. I'm told I've got like 5 minutes for questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can keep going for a few minutes, and then we can take questions, or we can take questions now.
Okay, I want to say one other thing. When I first got hired at the CIA, I was hired to be an analyst in the Office of Leadership Analysis. It no longer exists. And I was the classified biographer for Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi government. And I sat next to a guy who did the same thing for the Iranian government. And he was a tech nut. Now, this was like 1989, 1990. So tech was not what it is today. And there was a guy that sat in between us. We're all within like 8 feet of each other. The guy sat in between us was handling the Saudi royal family. So he needed to do a Saudi royal family tree. And the Iran analyst said, oh, I'm really into tech. I can do a program that'll let you do a family tree. So he took 2 days off. He did this little program. It made the family tree. The other analyst populated it. Everybody's like standing around like, oh my God, look, it's like this, like the family tree, and you can see who's related to whom. Oh my God. They gave him a $500 exceptional performance bonus. Okay? Today, he is the number 4 ranking officer in the CIA. He is the Associate Deputy Director for Technology. He's the guy that's liaising with Palantir and with In-Q-Tel and with every one of the defense contractors. And remember, the CIA's budget is unlimited. The day after 9/11, I walked up to Cofer Black, now Ambassador Cofer Black. He was the director of counterterrorism. And I said, Cofer, I know how busy you are. Again, September 12th. I said, Cofer, I know how busy you are, but I have an idea for an operation that I want to pass by you. And he put up his hands and he said, I have so much money, I can't possibly spend it all. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Well, that wasn't just John because he liked John. That was the entire CIA. So imagine literally unlimited budgets. It's a dangerous landscape out there. And that's why we need people like you to balance those scales. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to answer questions. Thank you.
If you have questions, please come on up to the front. Also, an announcement. We're looking for Valerie Taylor. Apparently there is some kind of emergency. If you could go back to the AV section up here in the back, right? Great. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Come on up with any questions. I imagine there's got to be a few. This was such a compelling story. Thank you so much,
Thank you very
John.
much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey,
Hi.
John. So obviously, over the decades, we've seen a huge sort of trickling down of surveillance tools, technologies, and techniques, going from once, it was just the military and intelligence, and it now is down to the police. Do you see any parallels in terms of techniques and technology with groups like ICE now that they have sort of more power than before?
That's a good question. Technology similarities between the CIA and other organizations like law enforcement organizations like ICE. Those law enforcement organizations, ICE, DEA, ATF, even BOP, which freaked me out the other day. I happened to go to Capitol Hill to see my attorney. He's a friend of mine, excuse me, as well. We were just going to go to a baseball game. But I saw this van load of Bureau of Prisons prison guards taking off their BOP polo shirts that say Bureau of Prisons on them and putting on ATF shirts. And I shouted at them, "Shame on you, shame." But the kind of surveillance tactics that they use are very much old school, what the CIA used to do, where you've got 6 cars on a guy and you're breaking off and coming back on, or you have static surveillance. Maybe there's somebody on the second floor of the Barnes & Noble with binoculars just tracking the movement. Or one of the things that the French came up with that the CIA adopted is if you're confident that you have surveillance, you're going to have a hard time not turning around to just see if you're being followed. So the French just put 50 people walking toward you. You're not paying any attention to who's ahead of you. And then they just break off and go around, constantly walking toward you. And you have no idea you're being surveilled. So it's a very effective technique. And that's what they're doing. They're kind of doing what regular cops do. A lot of sitting in cars, waiting, going to people's houses or going to their workplaces or going to places where they may congregate. Guys maybe go to a bar that they like or they play cards or whatever. It's very old school. They're not doing a lot of technological collection. It's too expensive for them. Their budgets actually are limited, so it's different.
Thank you, John. We have a question from our virtual attendees from Aesthetics. Why was the CIA able to transform overnight after 9/11 when government agencies usually move at such glacial speeds?
I'll give you a 2-word answer. Dick Cheney.
There we go.
Seriously.
Aesthetics has one more for you as well.
He was a
why do you
monster.
think that none of the Snowden leaks so far have given anyone standing to bring lawsuits against the NSA?
I have to say that is an especially painful issue for me. I was in prison when Ed Snowden went public with his revelations, and I was very proud that in an interview he gave with the New York Times, he said that Tom Drake from NSA and I had inspired him to go public. And he and I have remained in touch all these years. And I told him back, his dad came to prison to visit me. And I told Ed back in 2015, I guess it was, I said, the whole world's going to change because of what you did. And it didn't. It didn't. It's like people are like, oh, well, if I'm not breaking the law, then why should I be worried? You know who first posed that? In all seriousness, you know who first posed that question? If you're not doing anything wrong, then why are you worried about it? Who first posed that question in a public venue was Joseph Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels asked that question. I don't want to be in that company. So yeah, that's my biggest disappointment of the last decade and a half, is that things have not swung, the pendulum has not swung to the other side. I really believed that eventually there would be enough pressure on Congress to begin repealing some of the more egregious parts of the Patriot Act, for example, and it just hasn't happened. And for a while, incrementally, more and more members of the House would vote to, repeal. And then it kind of leveled off and fell away. The last time I talked to Ed, he told me that he was willing to come home and to be prosecuted. The Justice Department had made him an offer of 20 years. He said he was willing to do it, but he wanted permission to stand up in court and explain why he did what he did. And DOJ said, absolutely not. And so he didn't come home.
Thank you.
Terrible. Hi.
Hi. There's a very strange, large-looking bug that's crawling toward you over here. Maybe we should speak directly into the bug over here. I don't know. Okay, yeah.
Those
anyway.
we're supposed to kill those things, those spotted lantern flies.
So my question is a little bit of a difficult one, maybe. I don't know, maybe you have an easy answer for it, but do you think there's ever any legitimate case for any government to have secrets? And where is that line drawn, if there is?
Oh, that's a great question. That's a very difficult ethical and philosophical question. I think the answer is yes, barely. For example, I'm a realist. There are people or organizations out there who mean us harm. And it might not be because they oppose our, Gaza policy, for example, or our Ukraine policy, or whatever it happens to be. There are people out there that want to do us harm. And so if somebody comes to an American official and says, listen, I heard this guy talking the other day, and he's planning to put a bomb at the McDonald's down the street. Sure, we want to protect that person's identity. But when it comes to, things like technology, wouldn't the world be a better place if we all shared technology? People are racing to go to the moon. Okay, great, we got a half a dozen countries going to the moon. What if we share the technology and we can actually, develop a program to mine meteors or to explore for rare earth metals on Jupiter or whatever? If we could share that information rather than to classify it and keep it from each other, I just don't see the reason for all these classifications. There was a guy named, his name slips my mind now, but anyway, he was the Pentagon's classification czar under George W. Bush. And now he's an anti-classification activist. Quite a prominent one. What the heck is his name? It's going to come to me. He even volunteered to testify on my behalf, saying that I should not have been charged in the first place, that it was improperly classified. I don't think what Ed Snowden revealed should have been classified. Remember this too, and maybe I'm being a little arrogant about it, but this information is owned by the American people, and the American people have a right to know what the government is doing in their name. Right? Thank you. Thank you.
We got one. We only have time for probably really one or two more questions here. One coming in from the virtual environment is, do you have any memories of Cryptome?
Oh, Cryptome. We were just talking about Cryptome the other day, my friends and I. So Cryptome, I was there actually at the installation in December of 1989. So Cryptome is this large, it's like 7 feet tall, and it's an S-shaped sculpture made out of iron or bronze maybe, and it has letters and words punched in it. But the word Cryptome keeps coming up, Cryptome, Cryptome, Cryptome. And it's supposed to be this like super top secret, unbreakable code. Well, in the 90s, it became fashionable to try to break it, the code guys at the agency. And they actually put the information into a Cray computer, and the Cray computer couldn't figure it out. So just last week, the artist who created it offered to sell the code to the highest bidder, and the money would go to charity. He's asking like $300,000 to $500,000. But we were speculating, my friends and I were speculating last night that maybe it's just all bullshit. He just made it all up. Because, right, we're all trained to lie for a living. We lie about everything. Why would this be any different?
Yep. Why not? Going back to the capture of Abu Zubaydah, why were the Pakis so trigger happy? You think they're trying to sabotage the operation? Maybe they're secretly
We
ISI?
talked about that at length. Were they trying to sabotage the operation? Did he know something about Pakistan that they didn't want him to reveal? You know, I think at the end of the day, no. I think this was one isolated idiot who thought he could get promoted by taking out the big man, that he got wrapped up in the excitement. He had never been in a situation where bullets were flying before. You know, there's a famous story about a guy named Bartlett, what's his name? He's the guy who killed John Wilkes Booth. And his orders were very specific. Bartlett Hudson, something like that. Very specific, don't shoot Booth, take him alive. Well, he looked through a knot in the barn wall, and then he just put his gun up and shot Booth. Because he wanted to be famous. And he said Jesus came and told him to do it. That's what he said. And I always wondered the same thing about this Pakistani guy. He was just a policeman. He was just supposed to stand there and like direct traffic, and he just opens fire on these guys on the roof. So I hope it was just a mistake.
Get away with a question.
Mhm.
Hi. One of the most interesting things about your talk to me was the level of detail that you gave in threat modeling, the uses of technology for surveillance, the different uses of different sets of technology for surveillance, different operational methodologies of the different agencies. One of the things that I find is very difficult to explain to activists when running security trainings, especially non-technical ones, is how they have to break down even any individual state actor into a bunch of sub-agencies with different resourcing.
Yes.
How can we do better in helping train activists to do this modeling themselves is one question. And the associated question is a particular interest. Right now, with the genocide in Gaza and the US's assistance for it, what would you recommend as the most useful thing that US citizens and hackers in general, or the overlap, can do to pressure the United States government to cease its support for Israel's genocide?
Oh, yeah. Wonderful. To tell you the truth, can we chat afterwards? Because it's going to be long.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Both fantastic questions. Thank you. Do we?
One more. Real quick.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I would like to thank you for the insight that you give into American intelligence, operation and mentality. I'm wondering, how would you compare that to foreign intelligence services, their operational capabilities and their mentality?
Yeah, good question. Some are exceptional. The Brits are terrific. The Israelis are terrific only because there are literally no rules for the Israelis. They just shoot anybody they want to shoot and blow up anybody they want to blow up and then bulldoze your parents' house and then, disappear you. So they don't ever have to worry about testifying before some congressional committee or answering to a police investigation. They just kill everybody. Another thing the Israelis do that we don't do is the Israelis spy on us actively, oppressively. And we are not permitted to spy on the Israelis. Now, the Five Eyes, US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, we have this agreement where not only do we not spy on each other, we share literally everything. We used to have this classification called secret, no foreign, releasable US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Now we don't even need that classification. It's not even a classification, it's a control. We don't even need that control anymore because we share literally everything. We sit next to them, in our headquarters buildings, etc. The Israelis are different. We've not been permitted since the Nixon administration to spy on Israel. And the Israelis have literally hundreds of undeclared spies all over the United States, mostly at defense contractors and universities, stealing our secrets. So, when you've got no legal bars to anything you want to do, and you've got an unlimited budget, yeah, you can be great, sure. And then your own domestic tech industry is giving you everything. Then no problem. And I apologize, I've gone over. But thank you very much. Oh, if you're interested in a surveillance class, ivycyber.com. All the details are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Tap, 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 tap. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Are you enjoying your hope? As we are now moving into the Saturday evening festivities and fun, we're going to have a whole bunch of interesting things happening. But I also wanted to know, how many of you in this audience, this is your first hope? Wow! Excellent. Remember to like and subscribe to us. Also, as you've all been hearing, when you come in through the door, you hear the beep if you've been sterilized. So that should work out nicely. The talk we're in here now is about frack. If that wasn't the one you thought it was, too late. You're stuck in here with us now. This is what we're doing. This is happening. This is happening right now. How many people here were alive in 1985? Oh, well, we'll get the incinerator out. But back in 1985, a bunch of people had an idea that other people had too. We should put out a magazine, but all we have is ASCII. But from that, we will hew a lever that will change the world. And then they got sued. And in the process of being sued, that gave us the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And then, instead of doing the right thing and dying a quick death and becoming a legend, frack decided decades needed to keep going on. And it's been like watching Doctor Who with these motherfuckers for me. I just keep going, who's the editor? What's going on? Okay. So when frack came out, I was 14. And look at this shambling wreck of a man now. So I cannot believe this is a real thing, but here we are at the Frack Talk at Hope, introducing our wonderful speakers. And again, thank you all for coming to Hope. Please enjoy this bit of history. Stay around, enjoy all the days, enjoy Hope. And again, thank you for making the effort to be in person. And for you other folks who are online, we like you. You're okay. All right. The Frack editors, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. So I'm TMZ. I'm here with NetSpooky, and we are here to talk a little bit about frack and the milestone that this year's is to us and to the scene, which is the 40th anniversary of this wonderful, creation, let's say. So as many as you know, and already mentioned by our friend there, it's 40 years old, 1985. I was not there. I was like -8 years old or something, more or less. So, recently we took over this from the previous staff, and we wanted to, celebrate this anniversary with you. This year is very special. We were able to get a lot of things done, and we were also celebrating this in 2 different major conventions. We had DEF CON. We had Y, the Dutch camp, last week, and we are here at Hope as well. So we have hard copy releases on all these conventions, and we also had pre-releases at Offensive Con and Recon this year as well, exclusive editions. And we had a massive interest in the community this year, which is great. Each edition has its own cover, so a lot of artists involved as well. And we had a party at the Y Camp, which was awesome, very good reception. Frack, most of you, I guess, growing up with it. And we had articles like the Hackers Manifesto, obviously, and Smashing the Stack for Fun and Profit. A lot of cutting edge things, right? We are aiming towards carrying this tradition and the quality throughout, the new times, let's say. And let's see if there's anything else I wanted to say. So yada yada. Frack started with freaking, but telephones are not really a thing anymore. So have to branch to other stuff, right? And that's what we are doing, I guess. And everybody else. Telephones are pretty cool though, but a lot of people here probably also didn't even had the opportunity to mess with the telephone because they're also young. So anyway. I hope all of you got your copy already of Frack. We have more here. It's all free, always free. remember this, important. It's free, always, for the community. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the thing.
Hello. So I kind of wanted to just talk a little bit about kind of like how all of this works, because I think that what Jason mentioned before about Doctor Who and changing who is the Doctor and things like that, it's kind of been one of the things that's been difficult for people to actually know how to even get involved, or like how to be a part of it, how to write, things like that. And so I kind of want to just cover a little bit about that, because this honestly was a gigantic effort. So we had started working on this, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but we started working on this about 2 years ago, a little less than 2 years ago. And we've put out, this is our second physical release that we've done. And we previously had edited a zine called Temp Out, a Linux virus zine. And those things are like a text zine is much easier to organize than global releases with 15,000 copies. And so we kind of had to really bring everybody together and tap into all of our communities to be able to make this whole thing possible. And so the previous year, we kind of were flying blind and we just did what we thought was best. And then after that release, we basically got a bunch of people who wanted to help us and didn't really know how. So we were able to get things like donations. We got people to submit art to us. We got people to help us with the logistics for the actual cons. Like, shout out to everybody who did that, because it was crazy to move. Like, books are very heavy, I think. When you have like a flash drive with like all the zines on it, it's very small. You can put it in your pocket, but you can't do that with like 15,000 copies of a zine. So shout outs to them. We also had this amazing magazine called Paged Out. If you've never read it before, go check it out. pagedout.institute, I think, is the name of the URL. But they helped us to make the actual layout for it, because the other thing, we kind of, our skill set is things like technical review and writing papers and doing research, but not necessarily how to use layout software and things like that. So getting people that actually know how to do that, that are willing to volunteer their time to a project, very, very important. And we're very, very grateful, because we could not have made it look as cool and feel as cool as it was without all the people who came out of the woodwork to add their piece to it. And so our community that we have now, we're trying to expand it a bit more, make it a bit more open, and talk a bit about, or trying to encourage people to write and to contribute. Because I think that, I said this before, where, I don't know if you remember, there was like a fresco painting of like a Jesus that people were trying to restore in Spain. And they hired somebody, and they painted like the weirdest picture. It was like a little, like, basically like a smiley face over like this like Renaissance painting. And I think that that's kind of the thing that a lot of people are afraid to do with projects like this, where it's very prestigious and people have been, it's very lauded. Like, you talk to, lots of people from all over the ages, they have very strong opinions about frack and how it's affected them. And so it's one of those things where people are kind of afraid to touch it. And we kind of wanted to be able to make this sort of thing way more open to encourage people from the community to actually get involved, because it's 2025, the internet is massive, there's communities everywhere, and I think to be able to keep something like with this level of history, and also the attitude that we have about being open, sharing information freely, and really highlighting and elevating all the voices that are often not as heard. And so that kind of gets to the next point of, like, I guess, how to get involved. So if you ever wanted to write for frack and have been afraid, every single person who we've talked to about submitting an article has also been afraid that their article wasn't good enough, or that they just didn't have cool enough research, because they look back at everything that everybody has done before, and they think, like, my stuff couldn't possibly be this good. But we're kind of here to also, in our goodwill mission and doing our talks, to basically tell everybody here that if you do want to write something, to please just submit it, because we are not mean, and we don't want to, we don't really get off on talking down to people or making them feel like they're not good enough and things like that. Like, we really want to encourage people, because there's people all over the world that want to write, right? And people don't necessarily have you don't have to have the best writing skills to be really good at technical work, and vice versa. And so I think that being able to bridge the gap between those and put the people who want to be able to publish and share information, in touch with people who can make their papers really shine. That's kind of our goal. And so there's a lot of different topics, and we can also discuss that in a little bit too. But we really are interested in keeping a magazine that will remain free. So anybody out here who's scalping also, I think we saw some eBay people selling on eBay. Don't buy that unless it's for charity and donating something cool. Don't buy that. But we want to be able to keep this magazine free, and we want to be able to make sure that the information is accessible to everybody in clear language that people can understand and actually operationalize, take home, do whatever they want to, play with and expand on. And so the way that we have it now, we have up here, we can see our contacts where if you do have a submission for a paper, you can email it to us at submissions@frac.org. We'll get in touch with our editor team, and we will be able to help to bring your paper to life. We also, I can also mention this too, we have Loopback here. We're going to keep this open for a week, so if anybody does have any feedback on anything that we're saying here, anything in the issue, please send it to us. If you also have any stories or memories about FRAC, we're going to have basically a week's worth of time where we're going to let everybody send us all this information, and then we're going to publish it in our Loopback section a week after the release happens online. So we want to be able to get everybody's stories in, because people have stories from all over the place, and you want to hear them, you want to preserve them, you want to really have the voice of the hacker. And so also, if you want to submit any art to us as well, like we love ASCII art, we love paintings, we love sketches, whatever you have for doodles, we might try to put that into our magazine. So if you do send that to us, we can put that into there as well, and we have the arts@frac.org email for that, and we also have social media too. If you are an author and or have contributed something major to us, like papers and things like that, we do have challenge coins that we've designed, designed by Acmage. We have 2 different versions of it, and they are for authors and people like that. So we want to be able to give something back to the people who have done stuff for us and helped us out and really helped to elevate the zine. And so I guess that's kind of it for the how to write. Do you want to talk over or take over the next part?
Yeah, cool, sure. So yeah, as Nat Spooky said, we really want the new era of the magazine to be accessible, and that really means like we work with the authors, we try to overcome challenges. We do editing work for cohesion and all those things, and but the point is like, please do submit. A lot of people think they're not good enough. I also think I'm not good enough to run this thing, and here I am. So please do. It's encouraging for everybody, I think, to hear these words. And we did got a lot of submissions this year. I would say way more than last time, and we got very nice feedback as well, which is a interesting thing. So we want to have articles that are unique with a lot of quality. We prefer quality versus quantity, and like it takes a lot of effort to run a magazine like this, especially when we do physical releases, right? Because there are things that we have to take into consideration that we're not experts of, like logistics. Like it's easy to zip a file, but it's not that easy to figure out what like a thickness of a paper is. And I still have no idea what is coated paper. I don't know. So we're learning those things and carrying like tons of boxes here and there. Working with like things that are out of our domain, really, and more physical things, really, and it's like a lot of attention to details and perfection and etc. Because when you make an order like this for 15,000 copies across different continents and etc., it doesn't really, there's not a lot of margin for errors, so we really, really try to be diligent with those things. And I think, yeah, it's really rewarding for us if you do submit your paper. We're not going to be always doing physical releases. It's more like a special thing, obviously. It's a lot of work for everybody, and we're very thankful for everybody that is involved reviewing papers, and artists especially. Like Page Doubt, that was a major, major win for the community, I think, as a whole. It's impeccable work. But yeah. Talk a little bit maybe also what has changed more or less, and how do you, what makes a nice contribution to Frac is that we want somebody, like what is a hacker basically, right? Somebody that understands like a system that does things that are not like written in any manuals. It doesn't have to be only related to technology, right? We have like, in all these conventions, we have even like food hacking villages, where people like do crazy recipes. So this is a form of hacking as well. We have electronics, amateur radio, all those things. This is all hacking. And all of those things are interesting articles that could potentially be published in Frac, actually. So even if you think your domain is not really matching what you think about Frac with the SEPT, that's not necessarily a thing. So when you submit, we're going to work with you to get the article published. Tomorrow, we're going to have like a panel here. So we're going to discuss a little bit more about the evolution of the scene since 1985 with more people as well that are not from Frac. And we're not going to deep dive into this now, so please join tomorrow. I think it's at 1 p.m. here, the same stage. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit now is that what happened with this process of us getting involved with Frac. Because like Spooky said, we were running the TMP Out magazine for like a few years already, like since 2021 or 2020. And a couple years ago, the former editors of Frac, they reached out to us, which was awesome. And they were basically like either thinking about either like killing it or passing along, right? We had extensive talks about how we would do it and ideas and etc. And one of the main things were like, okay, let's get like the Frac known again, right? Last year, DEF CON, like a lot of people were surprised that the Frac was still around. And we wanted this to not be a surprise anymore, to be like a part of the community where people go to, the years before. And we took this challenge, and we are still learning as we go. We're testing things. We're getting feedback from people. We're trying to be as open as possible. And I think it's been working, honestly. The past few years, they were very challenging, but I don't know. I think for me it was, awesome. And what else? I don't know. I can't read Skyper's lyrics anymore because this paper is old. Oh, yeah. We had some highlights that I wanted to tell you about. So in this release, if you check it out, we have like an awesome profile with Guerra, a hacker from Argentina. Such an influential person. We also have Orange Side PHP paper, which is crazy. And the graphics on the magazine, they match so well all the papers, which is really, really nice. We have a CPU backdoor, so we have some hardware hacking there, which is awesome as well. We have a very nice and strong line noise section this year with more like dynamic papers and some other interesting things. We have papers that you can follow at home, like how to hack some Pro FTP servers. And we also have like some game hacking paper that you can actually follow at home. So there are things that for all kinds of levels, and it's very accessible. And we also have like a major highlight, which is the North Korea paper that is in major news right now. This huge leak of North Korean APT tools that I guess was covered by a lot of media outlets now. And I think this is major.
May I just say, I worked with these guys together, and it was just an update that happened while I was on stage. So the author who wrote this article, Proton just canceled his account. There's so much to Proton.
Oh, look at that. See, spicy news.
No message at all, just canceled the account.
Real-time spicy news.
Cool.
I mean, that's kind of, interesting. Oh, right. So, come on, Skyper. Yeah, so you see, this is the kind of stuff we have to put up with, so,
So, yes, I just repeat this. Sorry, guys, on the internet. So the update was that while they were giving the talk, the author contacted me, who did the article about their APT leak, and Proton just banned his email account. Which is a concern because Proton is supposed to be, quite resistant to government interference. So yeah, this is still a developing story.
Nice. So yeah, real-time news. Huh? We also have a CTF this year, which is something that we collaborate with. What's the name of the company again? Grey Noise. Yeah, and I think somebody yesterday just figured it out, right? The CTF. So just in time, I guess. But do you have more details on this?
Yeah, I was gonna say it took a week. So we put half a QR code in the DEF CON release and half a QR code in the Y release, and we wanted to encourage people to cross the Atlantic and chat, and so they did. But it took a week for anybody to solve this, and it was solved last night by somebody named Weaponize_Autism. So shout out to them, and also shout out to Chompy for designing the whole challenge, because she insane challenge that was par for the course for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and shout outs to whoever was trying so hard to beat this thing that basically destroyed the Windows VM that these people were hosting for us. That was like basically beyond repair or something. Yeah. So yeah, congratulations. And yeah, I don't know, is there anything else, actually?
I guess that's kind of it. We kind of wanted to be able to make this something for people to be able to ask us questions. So if you have anything for us, like, we kind of want to hear from you more, because BRAC is what we are essentially like the custodians of this, right? We're like the monks at the top of the hill holding onto the sacred scrolls and trying to share them with everybody. That's what we feel like, at least. And I think that this is a community thing where this is bigger than us. There's so much history, there's so much lore, and we want to be able to hear from anybody here who might have anything to say. If you have any questions or any anecdotes or anything you want to share, feel free. We'll be here.
Yeah, and a lot of the things that we wanted to talk, we're going to talk tomorrow at the panel. So please also join us. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to.
Step up.
Just for the folks on the internet, if you can post it on Matrix, I'll set you questions for you. But the question I have is, what's the next big thing that you guys are working on?
I don't know if we thought that far ahead. I think the main thing is to try to keep this consistent, because I think that the hard thing is, as we said before, people being afraid to submit papers, people not knowing what to write about, things like that. We've been trying to make it super accessible so that we can make it semi-consistent. Yearly is a good goal, if we can do that. Maybe not physical releases, but we at least want to be able to make it consistent. I think that's been the ask from a lot of people, because they want to be able to have content that they know is going to come out at a designated time. Summer is a good time for us. Being able to do that also makes it reliable, so people will actually want to submit and hope that their paper doesn't sit in an email inbox for 2 years. So
true.
Big.
Yeah, another few small things we're thinking about working in this meantime. It's also like we want to do a redesign of the website. We want to make it a little bit more modern. Of course, still keeping the aesthetic that we all love, but also adding some niceties, like some syntax highlighting here and there, making it a little bit easier to read, especially if you're on the go with smaller devices, mobile screens, because in 1985 that was not a thing, but now it is. So got to keep up, I guess. And also quality of lives for ourselves. So it's a lot of work, and we learn a lot when we do these releases. And there's always like internal feedback for ourselves, like what can we improve to save us time or make things more easier and for the next ones. So automations and processes that we're going to do internally. Just trying to keep also the community very active throughout, between the releases, right? So, again, we also have TMP out, we have BGGP, so there's a lot of content that we are handling when one is released, in the meantime, we have another release for other magazines, so it kind of keeps the thing going, which is nice. Yeah.
I wanted to ask if you had a tentative schedule for next publication that potential authors and submitters could use as kind of a target reference to get their work in?
Yeah, so I think we're going to try to do summer times. Like our previous CFP closed on June 15th. That kind of gave us enough time to do a lot of the logistics work. I think it's kind of a good time frame, but we really want to basically be able to do it when it's ready, because we want to have a good solid zine to come out and not have it be rushed or take too long. So trying to keep it basically target for the summer, because a lot of the bigger conferences like Hope and like that are in the summertime, so people want to be able to coincide their writing with what they are publishing in, or what they're talking about. And so summertime is generally what we're going to try to do. The CFP, we are going to have in the online release, so you'll be able to see that, plus like lists of topics and things like that for others to submit. So be on the lookout. I think we're going to announce that it's going to be in 24 hours or so. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to put out the full online zine in about 24 hours. So be on the lookout. So everything that you have currently right now, if you have a copy of FRAC, nobody else, unless they were able to see us or come to a conference in person, has that information. So you can, for the next 24 hours, you still got O-Day.
Very nice. First, I wanted to say thank you for carrying the torch for FRAC moving forward. Because of this whole establishment over here, your port scanning article published in the late 90s was one of the reasons I was able to pass my senior project in 2020. So
Hell yeah.
thank you for that. The question about all this is, I'm sure you get a large number of submissions. What do you think the ratio of submissions versus making it into publishing, what that's looking like, and is there a queue that happens if you can't accept something great? Does it immediately get put to the next magazine, or is it a resubmission?
So the way that the editing process kind of works right now is that people send us in papers, and sometimes they're just drafts, or they're just notes, or they're just a bunch of files. And so when people come and submit to us, we have our team of editors, which we've expanded with more and more people, to be able to help us to triage these papers and kind of work with the authors to help them make it better. Because sometimes they might have like a really good idea, but they don't know how to tie it together. And so we try to work with them to make it good to publish and something that will really like reflect well on them in our zine. And so for papers that, I'd say this time, I'd say about 50%, maybe a little less than 50% of the papers that we received ended up being published. Some of the papers some of them get pulled. So there's like certain pieces will send us information and say, actually, I was told that we can't put that out there yet. And there's other ones that they are waiting to disclose something so they can share it. So there's a bunch of different caveats. We try to work with it on a case-by-case basis, but most of it is we try to just make sure that we have our editing team, people working with it, giving all the feedback that we want. And even papers that we reject, we still give all the feedback that we have, because we're not trying to call anybody or make anybody feel bad or it's not good. Like there's something that you can learn from everybody. So I think like being able to just explain that and give the feedback and work with them. Like sometimes people will come back with a better paper with more of the feedback that we have. So it's kind of this big cycle. So if you don't get into it, if you don't get accepted, we still encourage people to keep hacking, keep writing, keep sending stuff to us, because we want to read it, And so, yeah, it's kind of how the whole process goes.
And sometimes we also get like AI papers, which is a thing nowadays. It makes everybody's job more difficult, I guess. Luckily, they're not so hard to spot, at least in this time. But some of them are actually interesting, like the concepts behind them, right? But the writing, you could see that was generated. So I guess it depends. Like there's some people that maybe they actually, it's hard. Those are hard because some of them you know that it's garbage. And some of them you don't know if the person is really good, but it doesn't know how to write. And then he uses the AI to do it so those are a bit more tricky. So we try to reach out to the person and we see. We can help and can even rewrite the thing. But yeah, those are, not great. But yeah, we do have a few of these.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello there. I have 2 questions. First question is, how do we get one of these awesome copies? And it's the same question, can we take 2 to bring some for our friends?
Everybody can accept you.
Okay.
No, but for real, we have a lot of copies here, guys. Folks, please help yourself. We had a bunch at the registration desk as well yesterday. And we have still a lot of boxes here, and we have stickers. So we do not want to carry this home. So please.
Take some for your friends. Spread the word.
It's very heavy. I do not live in the United States, and I do not want to pay for luggage. So
And the second question, and the people on the internet might not want to hear that, is that the master of coin of Frack contacted me and she said we have some budget left and she is wondering if we should give free beer to everybody in the local pub here. What do you think? Should we have free beer? Are you still around at 7?
Yeah, I would say so, because we had some free beer at the Y camp, right, at Milliways Village. And I don't know if anybody was there. I was. It was great. Awesome.
Okay, so deal is at 7 o'clock we'll be at the Emerald Pub, I believe it's called, and there'll be free beer as long as we have money in the account.
Yeah. Enjoy, I guess.
So, question from Kirk online. Question is, why not aim for an annual physical release?
So
It's hard.
It's really hard, and we all have jobs, and this whole thing relies on donations. And I think that we really work with the goodwill of people who are helping us out with this and helping with printing in smaller venues and things like that. And I think that logistically it is a little too large for us to try to do that consistently, unless we were to form a company, which then is another huge, gigantic thing to do.
I think maybe you should probably talk about how big is your staff, how much work do you put in, what's your budgets, right? I think that's the big question, right?
Yeah. So it depends every time, right? So this was a special anniversary edition. We wanted to be more present. A lot of decisions were last-minute decisions as well. So the staff is not big. We have less than 10 people that are fully involved, not counting of course, everybody else in the community that is helping us. But yeah, I would love if I could just do this without having, to worry about anything else in my life, but it's not realistic. I think last year when we did this, smaller physical release, we got a feeling of how hard this is. And I think that's also one of the reasons that Frack only had like 5 physical releases in the whole history. And this one was by far the biggest one, and it was way more work than last year. I can tell you that. So it's purely because logistics are a pain. It's very difficult to coordinate things across different printings, budget, and all those things. Yeah.
So this is like a call for volunteers, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think we'll put out more information about it. If you follow us on social media, we've been trying to be more active on there, just so we can try to get more people involved in various side projects and things. I think though that I love 2600, and I've been reading it since I was a kid, and the level of involvement that you have to have a whole global supply chain to distribute magazines is something that is well beyond our scope, I think. And I think especially because our main goal, we don't ever want to sell this. We're very anti-commercial on these kind of things. And so we want to be able to have something that can come out and be supported when it needs to be supported, but not try to shoot for that. Because I think ultimately the other thing that could happen is if we try to make it be some consistent annual release, then we start having all these deadlines where we start pressuring people into doing things and doing things that aren't up to the standards that we have and that we know that they have too. And so we want to be able to be respectful of that, of the community things. But when we do have the ability to do something like physical releases, we will take the opportunities for sure. But I don't think that's going to be our long-term plan for now. But we'll see. It could grow.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really say for tomorrow. We can only talk about the immediate future. So yeah, who knows? But do not take lightly how much work it is to do this. It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
So congratulations to everybody that is involved in this and the other magazines as well. It's a lot of effort.
Yes. And we're very much really love all the other zines. There's tons of really good zines out there. We love POC, GTFO, we love Paged Out, VX Underground's Black Mass, 2600. Anybody else who's trying to do the mission of sharing this kind of information in a space that is really by hackers for hackers, by the community for the community, we respect the hell out of them, because there's way more financial incentive to gatekeep information now, especially companies. Well, if you write something for a company blog, it'll stay on that company blog for as long as your company is alive. We have, I think it was News and Chompy, some of her blogs had gotten, you can only get them on archive.org now. And so there's things like that. We want to be able to have something where we can have, you know, all of this really good information and just be able to keep it in one place where people can find it, be able to track the history of things and kind of get the point in time snapshot of the scene at the time. And so shout out to all the other zines, because this is a lot of work to do, a lot of work to make it really good, and all the zines that we know that are doing awesome stuff now are killing it. So thank you.
And the point is we do this for the community, and it's also made by the community, so we want to keep it like this.
I guess that's it. If you have any more questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also,
All right, now
please take copies.
Yeah, come get some frack and come meet us in the pub, meet the staff, ask some questions, chill with us, get drunk without us, and yeah, let's have fun.
Shout out Skyper. Shout out Skyper, everybody online. Hello.
Handsome boy.
Holland Baker. How's everyone doing? We still awake? Yeah, right, all right. Cool. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Philip Holland Baker. He has 30 years experience in designing web and identity infrastructures. His design credits include contributions to HTTP 1.0, SAML, and the architecture of the web PKI. His current research focus is developing personal privacy technologies using threshold key infrastructures. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going for you? Okay, so what I want to talk to you about is a problem that I've been faced with my whole professional career. Now, what is the hardest problem in computer science, in computer security? Anybody? It's not identity, it's getting real people to use the stuff you make. The world is not going to be secured by shelfware. And given our political situation, we've got to be delivering security infrastructure that can be used by tens of millions of resistors, not just by a handful of geeks who can grok PGP. And this leads me to the crisis in identity, which, as a protocol designer, I face two choices, and neither of them is good. Either you can use a name, Phil.Hallenbaker, really easy to use, but how do you register it? How do you validate it? How do you bind it to a public key for end-to-end security? Or we can use public keys or public key fingerprints. Get the security there, but the result is completely indigestible by the regular user. And when we look at the systems that have escaped into the real world for identity, they're kind of crappy. I mean, this is OpenID, probably the most widely used system on the web today for logging in. And as you can see there, it's open. I can come here and log in with one identity anywhere, provided that I have an identity issued by one of these four monopoly providers. And if I want to go to New York Times, not that I do anymore, I've only got two that I can pick. So, we need an open identity system, not something that's run by a cartel. And I think there's a solution out there, which the Blue Sky folk, this is one of those things where you have all those pieces of apparatus in the junk room, and they've not quite gone together, and then some person comes in with that last one piece, and suddenly it all works. Well, Blue Sky are the folk who came in with the last piece. So on Blue Sky, my identifiers are DNS names. So hallam.bsky.social was my original Blue Sky identity. And if you have your own domain, or somebody else will let you use their domain, you can flip it. You can use your own DNS name as your handle on Blue Sky. And the way you do that is by inserting a record into the DNS that has a binding from phil.hallenbaker.com, the DNS label, to, well, that's the fingerprint of a public key. And so here we have a solution to that identity problem. We have, on the outside, we have a nice user-friendly identifier. And then on the inside, we have a secure, permanent identifier that can be a lifelong identifier for that user if they have personal control of the corresponding private key. And The Blue Sky Protocol, AT protocol, is building there on a profile of the IETF OAuth 2 protocol. And that got me excited, and I'm thinking, well, that's good for Blue Sky, but I want more. I want to use that one identifier everywhere. I want to be able to use it on Mastodon. I want to be able to use it on a blog site. I want to use it everywhere, whether it's running AT protocol, Mastodon, whatever. And so I knocked up a website. And as you can see here, I'm typing in phil.hallenbaker.com. mplace2.social has absolutely no concept of accounts. It doesn't track accounts, email addresses, do callback passwords or whatever. You enter your DNS handle, and if it's according to the AT protocol profile, it will then bounce you to wherever the identity provider servicing that identifier is. In this case, I'm happy to be using Blue Sky, but AT protocol is federated, and you can potentially use different identity providers. And so go through the authorization, and heck, here I am, and I'm into a place that looks, well, it's a place where you can have groups that are of interest, interest groups, and also a personal blog for me. Well, if my handle is phil.hallenbaker.com, wouldn't you expect phil.hallenbaker.com to be my personal blog? And the thing is that people can go to those sites and comment using their same account that they use to comment on the atmosphere. So this isn't a presentation on this particular blogging engine. The point is, this is a template that we can use across the whole of the internet, the whole of the blogosphere. Current status is Blue Sky came to the Madrid ITF a few weeks ago, and I talked to them there. They're planning to bring their profile to ITF as a standards item. IETF is the Internet Engineering Task Force. It's the standards body that sets the standards for HTTP, for TCP, IP, for OAuth, for most of the lower level internet protocols that you use every day. It doesn't do HTML, that's the Web Consortium. And so, they've got 35 million people using this already. So while we may change the specs in that standards process, as sometimes happens, we're going to have a backwards compatibility story. Okay, so what I'm here for is that I need help in that we need to change social media. We need to take it back. And I can't do it all on my own. I need help from people who are going to take legacy blogging platforms and enable them to use the common identity profile. I'm calling it Anywhere simply because I need a name to call it by, but it may turn out to be something else in the end. People who are willing to run identity providers for people. Issue the DNS handles to them, provide the DNS service required to make them go. And that's a set of services that I am calling a handle service provider. I'll come back to that a bit later on. Okay, so why does all that matter? Well, it matters because Facebook grew to the size it did through positive feedback, through the network effect. Everybody went onto Facebook because that's where everybody was. And if you weren't on Facebook, well, people weren't seeing your stuff. And so there used to be a huge blogosphere, hundreds of thousands of independent blogs being maintained individually. And all that got sucked into the maw of Facebook. because if you weren't on Facebook, most of the audience wasn't there. Now imagine if there was a different path. Now imagine that we could have a common identity, a common account across a whole federated blogosphere, where the only thing that is shared is the account identifier, so that people can roll up to any blog, post a comment, if they're authorized, maybe some gating there, comment, and we can provide people with the equivalent of what Facebook is providing, but in an open system that is where the fascism is optional. I'm not going to say this is going to be a system that's fascism-free. If you do open systems, the fascists can use them. So I don't object to them setting up their own blogs and using this. What I object to is the fact that when I'm on Facebook, and I measure this, 1/3 of my feed is fascism that Zuckerberg wants to ram down my craw. And that's why I don't like it. Okay, so the first ask is, help me take back social media. But there's another. You see, the thing is that the next thing after social media is, if Alice and Bob are talking online through a blog, aren't they going to want to be able to talk offline? Aren't they going to want to send direct messaging? Aren't they going to want to send emails, set up video chats, and so on? Well, yes, and what identifier would they be wanting to use for that? Isn't the obvious one the DNS handle? So they've got one handle that they can use for, here's what I am when I'm posting online, and here's how you reach me. Don't worry about spam, I'll get to that later. And so my first idea of end-to-end secure direct messages for Mastodon or Blue Sky was, okay, let's just use Signal. Okay, so the same binding as before, only instead of it being AT protocol that we're binding that DNS name to, let's bind it to my Signal account. And that is my Signal account. Do you see something problematic there? Well, there's something more problematic. There's no public key fingerprint. That's just binding to an account that, how do you know that it's me at the other end? I don't like that approach for two reasons. First, centralization. If everybody in the world, if we're going to have everybody using Signal as the way of talking direct messaging, well, shouldn't it be open? Shouldn't it be so that anybody can set up a service? Yes, I know that they're kind of sort of, we're not for profit, but I've got a long list of not for profits that have turned, oh yes, we're a profit company now. And the other problem is Signal isn't really end-to-end secure. It's only end-to-end encrypted. And before you get your head, no, I'm not saying that it is insecure. I'm saying that it is not sufficiently secure given our current threat environment. When it came out 10, 15 years ago, it was fine. But fascism has got worse since. We've got to do better. And I'll show you the problem. See, the problem is who controls the public key? When Alice is talking to Bob, that communication is secured by a public key. So if it's Alice sending a message to Bob, she's going to encrypt it under Bob's public key. Where does that public key come from? Well, in the first instance, it comes from a server run by Signal. And that's a problem, because that's a single point of failure. If the brown shirts turn up and say, you got a choice here. Either you're going to be sending not Bob's key to Alice, or you're off to Alligator Auschwitz. And in that situation, the very best outcome that you can hope for is They shut Signal down, and it's a denial of service attack. We cannot rely on a single service. We've got to have redundancy. We've got to have fault tolerance. And so we need a mechanism that allows us to have multiple messaging, communications protocols specified, and multiple means of securing those protocols. So who should control the public keys? Well, it should be Alice and Bob. Alice should have a list of the public keys that she relies on. Bob should have a list of the public keys he relies on, and they should have the tools that allow them to curate those lists in person with transparency so that they can see what is going on. Okay, how do we go about that? Well, there is actually a solution, and surprisingly enough, it's a solution that we've already got in the attic of things that we've not been using. JS Contact. Anybody here used JS Contact? Possibly you have. Anybody here used vCard? Well, JS Contact is exactly the same as vCard, only it's in JSON. And it's better. Well, actually, there are real advantages to going to JSON because, you know, the vCard format's kind of honky. It's a pain to work with. So the idea here is I take all my contact addresses that I want people to be able to reach me by. So my email, my phone, my websites, my Git, commit key, my code signing keys, all that information, dump it into a JS Contact. All the cryptographic credentials used to secure those communications mechanisms. And then we're going to publish that through the DNS and so on. And so when I started taking a look at JS Contact and applying it to this problem, you know, 95% of it was there. There were just two things missing. One was, yeah, you can dump all the information in, but it lacks clarity as to which key goes with which network service. So that's an extension that I proposed. And the other bit is that it's got no update mechanism. I'll come back to the update mechanism in a bit. And I just came back from the IETF in Madrid, where this JS Contact extension was dispatched to the Calcify working group, which is responsible to JS Contact. So this is, we hope, something that will be starting to be supported by the contact managers on various platforms in due course. Okay, so the next thing we've got to do, we've got a bunch of data. How are we going to authenticate that data so that we can authenticate updates? And so there's another bit of technology called DARE envelope. It's just a means of wrapping that with a signature. The final bit of technology is a bit of encryption, or a bit of cryptography. And yeah, PHP, you're going to see some crypto at my talks. That's the way I roll. So the idea of an URL, it started off, I was having this discussion with Ron Rivest at MIT, and somebody had sent me this bizarre scheme for using MD5, which Rivest had written, for compression. And the idea is, hey, you can take any piece of data and compress it to 128 bits. And Ron's response was, yeah, but how do you decompress? And actually, there is a solution. What you do is you dump the bits onto a disk somewhere and then use the MD5 hash as the retrieval key. And you can compress the data and non-compress it. It's not really compression in the way we normally think about it, but it does the function. Now, from a cryptographic point of view, it's not quite what we want because, you know, that data's sitting there as plain text. I want to be able to encrypt that data as well because, you know, I might have more than one contact. I might have the contact I give out to my friends and family, and I might have the contact I give out to the Dalek Builders Guild. People who come to me asking, I might not want people to have all my contact information. And I say to them, then don't give them it. Don't put the FetLife account on the contact you give to your grandmother. Unless, of course, she's on, So, yes, the idea here is we start off, we take the plain text, we wrap it in that envelope I mentioned earlier. We take the digest, SHA-3 digest of the result, and we render that as a base 32 key. We then to get the ciphertext, we encrypt under the encrypted plain text under another key that we've derived from that digest. And then we have a third digest that we use to create a locator. And this is base 64 encoded, splice that onto a well-known website, and we can take the method, JSContact, the authority part is the domain of the website where we're putting this stuff, and then the final bit is the multipurpose key that we're going to use to locate, decrypt, and authenticate that chunk of data. So it's a little bit of technology. It might sound a bit, but you don't as users, you don't really need to understand that. All you need to know is there we have 55 bytes, 64 if the domain name's particularly long. And that is a means of passing a contact record that is as long as you like, and we can pass that via multiple mechanisms. So if we meet in person, we probably get our phones out and either we QR code or near-field communication exchange the contact information. Or can render it as a QR code, put it on a business card. We could, 64 bytes additional for every email you send. Yeah, we can dump it into an SMTP header. We can exchange it by a large number of means, and of course, we can exchange it by DNS text records, like we are doing the DNS handles that are powering the web ID system. And in future, yes, you could take this platform and you could build on things like personal endorsements, web of trust type things. So, I know Fred. Yes, here's Fred's key. You can trust me. I met him in person. This really is Fred. Or it might be Fred is a doctor. Yes, I've checked and I'm an accredited CA that's in the business of providing that type of accreditation. Yes, Mr. Insurer, you can take his data. One application that I'm particularly interested in applying this to is code development. Because the thing, one of the biggest holes that we have in the internet supply chain is all those projects that depend upon some open source software that's been developed by some team that never met. This is a way that you can, when you join one of those groups, you can provide the group with your git commit signing key. So when the updates are uploaded to the server, they know that they're from you. SSH client key so you can get access to the repo, and code signing keys so that people can run your development builds. And I think if we had the means of authenticating each other in a convenient way, it would be a start to locking down that software supply chain. Okay, so I mentioned automatic updates. And that's the reason for having a signature on this JS contact, because what happens then is the permanent identifier in this system isn't the domain name or however that contact got to me. The permanent identifier is the signature key used to authenticate updates. And what that means is, say you've exchanged contacts with Alice and you add a new email address to your contact. People can start reaching you with that email address immediately. Same for a new website. Same for a completely new end-to-end secure messaging protocol. There's a session on OpenMail in Tobin next session. I've not been, I don't know the protocol at all, but people who want to use that should be able to use it as soon as they set up their account and drop the credentials and their address into their JS contact. This is a future-proof way of exchanging the messaging, exchanging contact information. And that's what I believe that we need at the current moment, because what it's providing us with is a self-healing, authenticated social network. So if the brown shirts come in, shut down your favorite site that your community uses to organize, well, if you've got the social network expressed in JS contact files that are signed with an update mechanism, that social network can rebuild itself automatically, because it's not depending upon the website or the messaging infrastructure or the service provider for continuance. The community can rebuild based on the peer-to-peer graph of social connections. Okay, so the ask here is, well, start using JS contact credentials, but give me a few months to fix them first, because yes, this is one of the perils of being doing stuff on standards track. Normally I would say, please use this immediately, but there's just a few things I need to fix, because what I don't want to do is to have everybody using something and then say, oops, and then have to deal with backwards compatibility. But write code to support this system. All the specifications are open. Yes, you may have to change your code a bit when we go into production, but if we can build a community of people who are implementing these specs, building contact managers that are using them, exchanging the contacts, pulling the contacts out and feeding them into applications, that would do a lot to make this happen. And finally, this is going to require a little bit of service provision. And, most of the folk here, many of you can probably au fait with editing DNS names and adding, pushing stuff into services and so on. A large number of people aren't. They're going to need a bit of help. So help publishing their DNS records, help, a website that will publish that blob of data. And at some point, if we get to the point where we've got a large number of people using it, at that point it will become interesting to have automated update mechanisms. So instead of the update mechanism being, oh, I've added an email address to my contact, I'll send out 100 update notifications. We may come up to something, it'll be worthwhile doing something a bit more robust and less expensive. Okay, so anywhere is an account that you can use at any website. Anyone is how you can communicate with anyone on the internet. Anywhere has a different motivation. Anybody else got one of these? You know what it is? Google Nest, first generation. To be discontinued sometime this fall. I have $1,000 worth of these in various places. I'm really rather peeved. And, you know, what peeves me is this is how Google sees the device I paid for. It is a device I paid $250 for, which I talk to through their cloud. And this is the model of IoT things that corporate America has been pushing at us for the past 20 years. Yes, yes, double plus ungood. I want to disrupt that. And so the question that comes up for me is, you know, how do I want to interact with that thermostat? Well, I want it to have a web page. And I want to go to it through a DNS name that I control. And I want to have a web PKI certificate on it, so I have security. And to add users, to authorize users to use that thermostat and set the temperature on it, all I want to do is to list their DNS handle in the list of authorized users. That's what I consider an Internet of Thing to be. Today we have things that connect to a cloud service that just happen to use IP protocol to talk to it. They're not IoT things. Okay, what does that take? Well, surprisingly little. So to onboard a device, I buy a new device, I'm going to get my phone out, run a configurator app, scan a QR code or an NFT tag, and that will cause the device to be onboarded to my network. It will get the 802.11 credentials it needs to talk. And once it's online, it's going to get its DNS name given to it, and it's going to have a means of getting its web PKI certificates so that it can feed its TLS server. So this mechanism, very similar to the JS Contact system, only this time instead of it being JS Contact, it's JS Device, which is a new JSON specification that has a description of a device. And the first half of it is, could be any device, you know, could be a microphone. You know, here's a picture of the microphone, here's the model number, here's the serial number, here's the documentation. You know, if I'm going through inventorying things, being able to scan a QR code and automatically add that microphone to my inventory, pretty useful, huh? If it is a connected device, also that record can say, here's the onboarding protocols I support. Needn't just be one. Needn't be one of these, oh yes, we've got this IoT club and we're all going to do open stuff that's going to be really great for the consumer. Oh, can I see your specifications? Of course you can. Just pay the $25,000. Yeah, and the thing that gets me is that when I'm talking to other folk in the ITF about this, and they say, oh, Phil, you know, you'll never... Yeah, we got to set the devices free. And so I've currently got this in bits, IoT Relay. It's a small protocol that mediates the connection of the device to the network. So the device, once it's hooked up, it's given this relay to talk to, and that's how it requests publication of DNS record entries, if it might need them, to advertise its services. And it can also acquire web PKI certificates for its various uses. In future, it might also do VPN stuff. Okay, but Phil, manufacturers don't want that. Manufacturers don't want to produce devices that set users free. No, American providers don't want to produce devices of the type I'm talking about, because they were all brought up at MBA school, where they were taught that recurring revenue, razor and blades, is the holy trinity. You know, if you're not getting your recurring revenue, you're such a failure. Well, that's not the only place that has MBA school. And in Chinese MBA school, the approach is make the stuff, ship it, forget it. So all I need to do is to get a few prototype devices that are open source hardware, do a Kickstarter for them, have the Kickstarter fulfilled in China, and before those deliveries come back, there will be 100 knockoffs available. Yeah, you got to think about it. My purpose here is not selling the device. My purpose here is getting revenge for that Nest thermostat. Okay, so this is a bit loosey-goosey at the moment. I do have all the parts working in isolation. I need to integrate them, and I'm looking for co-authors who might be interested in writing a spec. So the ask here is architects. You know, folk are interested in getting in and building this system. You know, because, you know, I hope most of you are much more into the hardware level than I have been able to. So there are probably a lot of people here that are more expert at the stuff I need than I am. Developers, you know, if you're developing IoT stuff, you know, let's write JS device descriptions of them. Let's try putting QR codes onto them. Adopt IoT Relay as a means of onboarding and provisioning your device so that it can be a real internet device and not some slave to a cloud service. Handle service providers, well, yeah, this is another, running that relay is going to be another job we're going to give off to them. And hackers? Any hackers there? I'm really looking for somebody to jailbreak the Nest. Okay, so who are these handle service providers? Well, potentially you. If you've got the technical, many of the people here are going to have the technical chops to run it for themselves, and that's great. What I would ask though is, could you also run it for some friends and family? Some of you may have a little consulting business, provide some services. Set up a handle service provider. Maybe find a way to make money off it. After all, we're not all communists. Some are. And in the future, this is something that I think that DNS registrars, VPN providers, malware providers could be persuaded was part of the service package they should be delivering to their users. Okay. One final thing before I close. Yes, it is enshittification protected. I'm not leading you down the garden path here where being in the maw of the Zuckerberg is replaced by slavery to a handle service provider. The protocol, I can't go through the proofs, but the protocols are designed so that users can change their handle service provider at any time with no switching costs. So, yes. So even if you aren't a communist, yes, this might not be as profitable as you. Okay, so in summary, I presented 3 identity systems. Anywhere, a single account that we can use across the whole internet. Anyone, a mechanism that allows people to communicate with each other securely with end-to-end credentials protected by direct trust, and anything which is all about solving my problem with the damn Nest thermostat. Thank you very much.
Dr. Phil, can I call you Dr. Phil?
Yeah.
A couple questions on the online. Are you planning to create a default provider for identities a la B-Sky Social? And was the solution to the public versus friends and family contact info having several JS contacts? Or did he misunderstand?
Okay, yes, I am planning to be setting up a handle service provider myself and providing free handles. Yes, I mean, like, it kind of goes with the territory. So yes, that would be one thing. But I don't want to be the one person that everybody relies on. And, you know, I want to encourage people to come in early. You know, if somebody was to come in and say, hey, Phil, I've got all the hardware, I can just do it, you know, I wouldn't need to do it at all, you know. So, you know, I'm not anxious to be doing a service, but I am planning to do it. In terms of the having the separate JS contacts, yeah, you can have a single name potentially going to more than one contact card, and that's when you get into encrypting the pieces. You know, basically, the thing is that your public card might just be a bootstrap to, okay, I exchanged with you, oh, Hackertown, and then give you another contact that has rather more information.
Thank you. Great presentation. Have you considered, as an example, government or hacker taking over domains? Like you say that the handle service providers are portable, but like how do they deal with like the U.S. Marshals coming in and taking your domain name? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very important question. So the answer is, in all of these systems, we go back to that slide where we've got, there are two identity systems going in parallel here. We have the name and we have the public key fingerprint. The name is really a coupon that you exchange for the key fingerprint. Once you've exchanged the coupon for the key fingerprint, the coupon's job is done. If the domain passes to somebody else, you're fine, because the fingerprint, or in the case of JS Contact, the signature key is the persistent identifier. Now, for anywhere, it does get a bit more complicated because, you know, you have the thing that your IoT device is sitting on a DNS name. However, if you run your network sensibly, you're going to be connecting them all up to a DNS service that you control, not one that is controlled by the brown shirts. And so there are ways that we can get the IoT services running. That gets a lot more involved, though. You know, it's kind of like, I need a large number of epicycles, and it's more than I could fit into the presentation. So yes, I have thought about it, but the answer is longer than I can give here.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I've also been working on some similar developments, especially the decentralized identity where you own the private key. And my main question is, how easy is it for me to generate a key pair for the system without necessarily using your code? Would I be able, is there like a spec that I could follow to not necessarily re-implement the cryptography part, but using existing crypto components to write a new key generator?
Okay, yeah. So all my stuff is based as closely as possible on open standards. So the the signature standard that I'm using is Jose, JSON Object Signing and Encryption, which is an IETF standard. It's supported by a large number of libraries. They can generate the key pairs, they can express them. The total amount of code that I'm adding isn't very large. And certainly none of it's proprietary. So you should have no difficulty using your own code. Some of the systems that I use on top, behind the scenes for provisioning out keys, you might need to tweak existing libraries. So I've not talked about it here, but the business of when I bring a device into my personal set of devices, I'm using a protocol called Mesh Connect, and that uses threshold cryptography. And that's something that is not likely to be supported by generic crypto libraries, but it's something that's fully standardized and specified, and I can provide you with help on extending the library to do that if you're interested.
Thank you.
How are you imagining a typical user experience for? Because PGP is great, but it's the reason why normal people don't use it is because it's too confusing. But if I'm trusting some random website to not save my private key, how do I?
The website will never see your private key. The website will only ever see your public key. And when you use in the example I was showing a password-based authentication to the system could potentially support public key authentication. The thing that's great about public key cryptography is that I can prove that I know the private key without revealing the private key. So I can prove that I know the authentication secret without divulging the authentication secret. So in terms of the user experience, I want it to be absolutely seamless in that, I have a really bad reputation in the IETF because, my version of security is zero-click security. I want the secure version of whatever I do to be at least as easy to use as the insecure version. So no additional user pain. So if you want to talk to me, you would, let's go to the final slide. You say we're remote. You type in @phil.hallambaker into your client instead of an email address, and then up would come a dialogue. How do you want to talk to me? Do you want to send me a chat? Do you want to send me a mail? Do you want to send me a large file, 2 terabytes of video file? Do you want to start a streaming voice communication? Do you want me to start streaming video? So that's the options that you would see. You'd pick one, and then that would just start. So I'm not talking about the user having any additional burden. If the user has to think about security, you've lost. The only time in which I want the user to be involved thinking about security is when the user's actually got a problem, when they're asking themselves, is this really Apple computer that I'm talking to giving me this update advice? That's a point where they're thinking, yes. Then they want to be able to go to and find that it really is Apple computer.
Okay, last question.
Hello, thank you for all the good ideas. You made a point of the dispatch kind of pushing upgrades to JS Contact to consumers' phones. I'm curious about the case where someone may need to sunset a handle service provider or move it to another domain or location. Is there room in the spec for maybe a migration path? Today you're getting the JS Contact from me. Tomorrow you should ask for it here.
Yes, actually, that's a great point, and one that we have experienced a few times in the Fediverse. With people who got really, really excited about running a Fediverse node in the days when the Twitter turned into the sans serif swastika. And then they kind of like stopped doing it. Yeah, so yes. If your handle service provider stopped publishing your DNS, well, then people would be unable to resolve your domain name. So what you need to do there is to find a new HSP, give them the permanent identifier, and then, this is something that we can make fairly seamless in the client so that the user doesn't have to think about it. So that it shouldn't be, there will be a set of technical steps, but from the user's point of view, it can be as simple as click here to change your service provider. And I designed it so that the old service provider doesn't need to give permission for you to switch. That's what I was meaning about the enshittification proofness and the ability to switch your handle service providers. It's absolutely vital. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Check, check. Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool, thanks. Thank you for your patience. Oh, no problem. I'm going to wait a little bit for people to settle in. All right, how's everyone doing? Cool. I was just going to wait for a little bit for people to settle in, maybe. I'm going to skip the personal bio intro because I don't really think it's important. If you're looking for the DIY police scanner talk, that's what this is, the P25. Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get started. Try and keep things mostly on time here. So, first off, it's not going to be a very polished presentation. I was a bit busy supporting a friend with an abortion, so sorry, more important than this talk. Take notes, fellow men. And yes, I was asked to share that. Also, some legal stuff. Radio scanners they're typically legal, but usually there's something about like illegal when used in commission of a crime. So if you disseminate information from one, maybe don't include like instructions or suggesting illegal activity. Check your local jurisdiction. Also, just as an ask from myself, if you take photos, like if you want to take photos of the slides, that's fine, but please try not to get other people in the slides, like in the photos, like myself or other attendees, just as an ask. And if someone comes in late and they're doing that, if you could gently mention this ask, that would be great. Anyways, let's get rolling. So what are we talking about? Well, this is going to be about building your own DIY police scanner that captures every unencrypted call on a system that you can listen to live or archive and listen to later. P25 is very popular in the US. If you're in the US or maybe also Canada, I'm not sure, it's very likely what your police department's using, as well as various municipal or other things. And so the audio changed. Okay, so the nice thing here is you can just DIY this with a spare computer and some SDR devices. So, why? Well, the bummer is we live in a prison society with mass surveillance. The cops have flock cameras, cell network location tracking, facial recognition, and this shit's just getting worse by the day. So if we want to live a life worth living, we have to fight back. This kind of tool is something that can help kind of change the balance of power and bring a bit more power back to our side that they have over us. So, well, hopefully anyways. So what is P25, this acronym? It stands for Project 25, or APCO 25. If you want to have a keyword you can look up later to get into like whatever kind of rabbit hole you want to go down, all the technical details. But the important things for us are that it's digital and that it's trunked. So digital means data is encoded digitally. Audio can be digitally encoded. It can support encryption. And so you can't just get a little like Baofeng or standard FM handheld radio and listen in. Also, it's trunked, which means that, practically speaking, a conversation can move around between different frequencies. And to get into some very light detail on trunking, old school conventional systems have any radio system, you have some number of frequencies. And the old school conventional ones have to have a one-to-one direct mapping of a frequency to some kind of topic of discussion. So you've got maybe your like dispatch, your fire, your EMS, SWAT have dedicated frequencies, which is inefficient because SWAT is probably going to be quiet most of the time, but when they need it, so it can't be used for anything else. Also, it means you can only have as many like discussion groups or talk groups as you have frequencies. So modern systems, trunked systems, what they do is they have a notion of what's a virtual talk. I like to emphasize it's virtual, but in P25, they're called talk groups. you can have many more of them than there are frequencies in your system. And when a radio goes to make a call on a talk group, using computer control, the system finds an available frequency and grants it to that radio to make that call. But practically what that means is if you're trying to listen in on this radio system, you're going to have to be able to follow calls as they could be reassigned to different frequencies. It's not going to be dispatch is always on this frequency. So what are the options right now? Well, currently you can buy a physical scanner. The company Uniden makes a lot. They're pretty cool, but they're kind of expensive. In my opinion, the ones I'm familiar with, which I don't own any myself, but they're really good at the portable operation where you like have one with you in the field. And they also have really cool features. Like this project I'm talking about only scans P25 systems, but a scanner like this could scan just general frequencies like FRS or MERS. Some of these ones have a feature called close call, where when they hear a strong signal, they can prioritize listening to that, then you like remember the frequency, which is super cool, but kind of pricey and whatever. I don't have one, so. Alternatives, there's also Broadcastify. It's super easy to use. You just go to the website and probably there's something for your area. Doesn't cost any money, you just click play. But they paywall a lot of stuff. And honestly, once I have my own system, I'm like never bothering with any of these. And something notable is that like there's very specific talk groups that they'll be pre-configured to have of like usually common ones like dispatch and fire. They're not giving you a feed of all talk groups on the system, which is what I'm interested in. So the question, can we use SDRs? The answer is yes. I think you would save a bit of money over a device that you buy, like a Uniden scanner. It's also going to be something more oriented and works well for archiving. It's more capable and powerful, but it is more work. So what's this look like? So picture in your mind if you have two computers. One of them is at home. It hosts an array of SDRs, software-defined radios, and it uses Trunk Recorder, some open source software, to monitor the P25 radio system, decode and save calls, and upload them to computer number 2, the RDIO-scanner host. That's the web app that I like to use. It doesn't have to be a VPS. That's just what I use so I can easily access it from the internet. But that just ingests the calls, indexes them in its database, and provides an easy-to-use web app to listen in live or to listen into previous calls. So what does this look like if you had to set it up yourself? This is kind of a pain, but this is to give context for a more streamlined setup later, and because we can't automate everything. But first step, you go to radioreference.com, and for wherever you're at, you look up what radio systems are available to try and figure out what one you're interested in. Typically some kind of law enforcement one, but there's usually more than one. And you look up its details. Once you find the site, here's like just some random one I picked for New York City here. You go down the page, the potentially very long page. And the first thing you need to look at is often they'll list different sites. So you'll pick the one for your area if there's more than one, and look at the frequencies that it has. So the SDRs that I'm using, RTL SDR devices, only receive so much spectrum at a time. So once you have enough frequencies, you'll need more than one to cover all of them. You need to be able to capture a call that could happen on any of these frequencies, so typically you'll need a few devices. You also could double check, like if you already have an SDR, these red frequencies are the control channels. One of them should be constantly transmitting, so you could double check that you're actually looking at the right site before you buy your devices. But you're probably gonna have to buy a few. Like at home, I have to use 4. Once you get your SDRs, for the RTL SDRs, you need to assign them unique serials so that in your configuration you can individually identify them, and you need to measure their error amounts, because when you tune it to, like if you have a signal, this first red one is, that number's really small, like 856.9875 megahertz. Your SDR might see that signal is coming in to what it thinks is a couple hundred hertz in either direction. They just have these errors built in. That's just how the hardware works. So you need to measure it. It's a little finicky, but you kind of just have to do it once. Once you've done that, you then need to get the Tock group information for the system. This also is on Radio Reference. They have tables of this. You either can pay for Radio Reference Premium to download a CSV. You can manually copy-paste it and try to format your own CSV, which is painful, but I've done it. Or you can use a script that I'm going to release to hopefully streamline the whole thing. I hope they're not too mad. So you've done all this manual work to get all this configuration information. Now we install the trunk recorder software on our SDR box. The installation is not too bad. There's Docker images available. You need to make a JSON configuration, which is a bit finicky. It takes a while, but once you get it locked in, it's, in my opinion, like very stable. And this project has great documentation, so hats off to them. And then the way that I'm doing things, I'm using this particular web app called RDIO-Scanner. It's also pretty easy to install. There's a Docker image. It takes a small amount of configuration, not a lot. You need to just go make an API key and add that to your trunk recorder config so that you can upload to it. And then it's pretty much done. It kind of feels like abandonware because it hasn't had updates in a while, but it's also pretty feature complete and easy to use, so I'm still running with it. So now that you've done all this work, mostly in the configuring, you can set it up and watch the logs for if you have anything you need to address. Like if one of your errors for one of your SDRs is not quite right, you might have calls that aren't being decoded properly, or maybe your system is a lot busier than you realize and you don't have enough processor to keep up with everything, so you drop calls. But it's kind of just an iterative process. But at this point, you're up and running and you can listen. But we can do this better. For anyone who's not familiar, Ansible, this is the first time I've really used it, but it's pretty nice because it automates provisioning and config management among machines that you just have to be able to SSH to. You have playbooks, you use YAML to write playbooks that define the state that you want your machines to be in. You make an inventory that lists like what machines you have and maybe what groups they're in, and then you just run it, and it'll, it's idempotent, so if something fails, you can just run it again and it'll eventually succeed. But it makes it a lot easier to set things up and a lot easier to like track changes for your setup, easily iterate on things. Like using Ansible, if I find out that my SDR host doesn't have enough processor power, I just swap it out, run it again, and I'm up and running. So what does this new process look like using Ansible? Well, you still have to do all of the annoying manual configuration, measuring the SDR errors, getting the Tock group CSVs, all of that stuff. But that's kind of like a once you do it, you're done thing. Once you've done that, you just install Ubuntu on your 2 machines and get it minimally set up so that Ansible can manage it. So you like make a user that's part of the sudo group with an SSH key you can log in with. You need to define your host inventory, which is where you're going to copy over a lot of this configuration information. But then you just run the install tasks. It handles setting up the RTL SDR stuff, trunk recorder and RDIO scanner, as well as extra stuff I have bundled in, like monitoring with Monin. You've got to take a break to generate an API key and add it to your host inventory, because I haven't figured out how to automate that yet. But once you've done that, you can just run the configure tasks and you're done. So this takes a lot of the like manual sysadmin fiddling work and just kind of does it for you. Then you're ready to start listening or, you know, do some regular maintenance. The maintenance mostly looks the same, like checking log files to make sure things are uploading properly. If you're dropping calls for some reason, like if you're maxing out the processor, or if you're like missing them for some other reason, like if there's a new frequency you don't know about that's not covered, or just some other errors. If you make config changes to fix some of these issues, you just run the configure tasks again, and you're good to go. So what's this look like in real life? Well, that's a picture of my real life system at home. Well, I've got a dev and a prod system, that's why there's 2 computers, but for my system, I need 4 SDR dongles to capture all of the frequencies. I'm using a mid-range 4-core Intel machine. It was less than $150, and with the Windows 10 end of life happening, you're going to be able to find a bunch of ones like this. And it's going to depend on what system you're listening to, because the most intense part of the whole process is processor usage for doing the radio, the software part of the software-defined radio. Like I said, I needed 4 of these dongles. I just used the kits because they came with the little antenna things up there. And for the web app side of things, I just used the cheapest Linode because it's just kind of moving files around. It's not super intense. And then I put some numbers up there because it might feel like a good point of reference for what this takes. So as far as system usage, my SDR box at home, it's pretty consistently 75% usage across all of its 4 cores, but it's been plenty. I haven't dropped any calls. RAM, you almost don't need it. Trunk recorder is very light on RAM. I've got 4 gigs and it's running fine. You could probably do less if you could find smaller RAM sticks, but I don't know. It'll be not a concern. The disk is it's nice to have disk storage because then that allows you to have more archive time. So you could have a month of calls or maybe 6 months of calls. But you don't necessarily need a lot. More depends on what you want. And my experience of the uptime is that I've gotten things to a point where trunk recorder sometimes exits when it loses track of the control channel. I don't know why that happens. I'm not sure if that's my SDRs are running for a while and they drift off, or if there's some kind of external noise that happens. But with Docker, it just keeps restarting until it reacquires it, and then it's up and running again. And then for the VPS, for the web app side of things, it's pretty light. You're going to be constantly having uploads of calls and writing to disk to index them. But that's not too bad. And even with the smallest Linode disk, I can keep 7 days of calls easy. I probably could up it to 14, 10 days. And the CPU is pretty light, although I haven't tried to stress test this with a lot of people listening or something. So there's all the tech stuff about this, but I think the most interesting aspect of running a police scanner is the social impact and how you actually can make use of it. And so some suggestions I have from using a police scanner and listening to it is to first off, be aware you're going to hear some upsetting things. Maybe the very instant you click that live feed button to listen in, you might hear something that's pretty disturbing. I think the thing to remember is that the police scanner is like if you have a fire hose of all of the bad things that happen in an area that people call the cops about. So it's kind of a distorted view of what's happening in whatever area you're in, like a city, and to keep that in mind. So to be aware you might hear some bad stuff, and also it's not a reflection of the totality of reality, right? It's good to spend time listening to get used to how they talk, some lingo that they have, some communications protocols that they have, so that way you're not trying to catch up if you're trying to listen in while something important is happening. And it's also good to remember that the radio is not the truth, because the police can lie over the radio, 911 callers can lie, and there can be just misinformation or disinformation that's happening. Just because they're saying it over the radio doesn't mean it's real. And again, I think it's good to try and bridge the gap and make this something that's actionable and useful in the real world. It's good to practice listening in and trying to log notable things that happen, or follow along with an incident and try and build a picture of what's happening, of maybe you're looking up addresses that are mentioned, or other trying to find corroborating information about what's happening. Yeah. And so making the most of it is going to be getting used to getting the information from the scanner, listening to them, but also if you don't have community use and people on the ground, if you don't have some way to make this information actionable and have an impact in the real world, then it's just a hobby project. It's not the worst thing, but for me, the point is to try and have an impact in people's lives, right? So I would recommend, if you're thinking of setting one of these up where you live, which I really hope you do, find ways to connect with people that could use this kind of thing, or people that face police harassment. Try and share these skills and access with them so that they can make use of this as they see fit to make their life better. That way you can go from just this raw information into actionable, useful intel. It's also good to be aware that sensitive info can be read out over the air. the police conveying someone else's personal information. So I'm not really sure I have an answer for that besides trying to like find ways to have a bit more respect for people's personal information than maybe the cop reading it over the air does. Not sure. And also like the discretion, the police are aware that people can just listen into their radios. It's just maybe not always front of mind. And I think that if they think that it's a significant active threat, then they would change their behavior and maybe it would be less useful. So some kind of discretion with making use of this would be good, but I don't have like a 1, 2, 3 guide on it. And there are like, you know, police scanner projects where people just like put it up on Twitter, so who knows. But as far as like making this stuff actionable and useful, I think something that people don't think about or know about is this notion of the intelligence life cycle is really, really useful because people might think, oh, I heard it on the scanner, it's true, the police said it, and now I need to tell everybody. But ideally, you would have this where it's just a tool to access the raw data coming from it. It's got to be processed, analyzed, and corroborated. Then once you've done that, trying to get like more context and details and tried to like verify that things are actually as they're stated, then you can put that into a digestible, more actionable package of information that is like more properly called intelligence and try and disseminate that to people who can make use of it. At that point, you can see how that happens and kind of do that iterative process of seeing how does this actually work out? Like I've collected this information, I've vetted it, I've distributed it, and then what's happened? Has it worked? Do I need to like find other data sources? Do I have to do things in a different way? And this is just some random intelligence lifecycle image I found. It's got like enable leadership on there. I don't know what that means. It just means this is an iterative process where you need to try and like make a useful, simple, digestible, and verified bit of information you can give to people to make use of it in the real world, and then evaluate how that's gone and try and iterate on what you're doing in your process. So just to put an extremely oversimplified example out there, kind of like to get people thinking, let's say you're listening to the scanner and there's radio traffic that indicates that there are now police checkpoints downtown, right? What do? You're like at home or something. I would suggest, ideally, you would be able to find ways to corroborate that information and get more details. Like, I think the ideal would be if you have people on the ground who can get their eyes on and maybe share photos or descriptions of like, oh, it's these intersections, it's this many police officers of this agency, they have this kind of gear with them, like more details. You could also try and find information on social media, like photos or video or live streams, or like try to find other ways to like verify things and get more details. And once you feel like things are confirmed enough, you know, to the degree that you can then put together like the important details and share that out in whatever way you plan to. And that's just like a extremely simple example of like, look, you've got to try and verify things if you can. So please do this. If you're thinking of setting one up, that's great. Happy to chat. Again, I recommend connecting with people and building relationships so that it can be a project that is like part of the real world and not just like a cool thing you have at home. If you're into advocacy and pressuring politicians and stuff like that, I would plead you to try and pressure them to not encrypt talk groups that don't need it, or to decrypt ones that already are that don't need it, because you know, it might be a hard sell to say like, oh, your narcotics or detective or what have you talk groups should be clear text, because they have an argument that like, okay, well, we need that privacy for operations and stuff. But there's places that encrypt everything, dispatch, all sorts of stuff that does not warrant that kind of privacy, which means that that kind of transparency and accountability is not as possible because they have all the information about what they are up to. And finally, if you use this and you find this useful, please contribute. I'm going to be releasing the code on the last. I'm going to leave the last slide up so it's easy to see. But the more people giving bug reports or suggestions or adding features, the better. So I'm going to wrap it up here. Huge thanks to all my friends, all my loved ones, and all the alpha testers who don't want to be named for this. I'm going to have the Ansible playbooks and the supporting scripts and the documentation are going to be at that loot drop URL, the 0xacab.org. I also want to shout out the Montreal Anarchist Tech Convergence happening in October 11th and 12th in Montreal. Sounds pretty cool. I suspect that there'd be similar cool projects there. Don't know if I can make it. And also, if anyone works at Codeberg, please send me my verification email so I can put this code other places too, because that would be a platform that would be easier for people to collaborate on. Yeah. So I was hoping, I didn't have a lot of time to like cram the slides full of details. I'm happy to have this Q&A be like pretty discussion heavy. So yeah, any questions?
I do want to get one out of the way from Matrix. Hold on, I have to take you out of my so you say you use 4 SDR devices in your array. What kind of SDR array might you consider optimal? Is one of the Matrix questions.
Oh, what kind of SDR array I would consider optimal?
Correct.
Okay, that's actually pretty important. So my understanding is that part of it's like the most intense hardware thing is the processor usage for actually like taking that 2 megahertz window of spectrum and chopping it down to the frequencies that you're interested in. So the lower rate you can manage on an SDR, theoretically, the lower CPU usage you should have. Currently, I'm running mine with 4 SDRs with rates of like 1.8 or 1.6 million samples a second. Theoretically, you could trim that down even more and use more devices, but I haven't had a lot of time to experiment with that to figure out like what the ideal is. So you might have to try it out yourself. And there's a real maybe you can afford 4 SDR devices, but 6, 7, or 8 is too many, and then who knows how much that would saturate the USB bus. I don't know. But I would recommend not going over maybe like the 1.8 million samples a second, just to try and not have like too much. But I haven't been able to do a lot of experimenting with how many SDRs is like exactly optimal. Hope that answered it.
This is a very cool project. I imagine it'll be useful to a lot of people, and I hope people do experiment with it and refine some of the questions around like practical usability and like operational effectiveness. The question that came up in my mind is, what is the delay between something going out over air and then being like listenable by somebody who's monitoring the stream?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I haven't tried to measure it precisely yet, but I think it can't be more than a couple minutes, but it also will depend on how long the call is, and my understanding is that trunk recorder is listening to the call as it happens, and once the call finishes, I think P25, from what I remember of the documentation, it doesn't have the call is over message, so trunk recorder just waits for there to be silence for a second or two. So you have however long the call takes, like however much audio there is of somebody talking. It finishes, saves the audio file, uploads it to the web server, which I'm assuming is probably not going to take more than a few seconds if things are working well. Then the web server has to index that and push it down to anyone who's listening live, which hopefully would mostly take as long as it takes to download the file. And then you listen to it. So I would like to test and try and put numbers on expected delay, but I wouldn't imagine it's a whole lot more than a minute or two. Yeah, so it's not like, oh, I heard about this 20 minutes later. There is something notable in the RDIO scanner web app, especially if you have a lot of talk groups turned on. You're getting calls in parallel potentially, but you can only listen to one at a time. it has a letter Q up in the top right of the interface and a number, which tells you how many calls are back in the queue. So if you're not paying attention, if you're listening to too many talk groups, that's going to grow faster than you can listen to them. And so that would actually have a much bigger impact on delay of you hearing a call than just on the full travel time through the system.
Hi. You mentioned some of these tools are more useful for archiving than others. Could you elaborate a little bit on archiving these results, and what are your strategies for long-term archiving?
So my current strategy for archiving is I have my computer that is running trunk recorder that saves the calls, and I have it just, one of the configuration options is whether you delete the calls after they're uploaded. I have it keep them. Currently, I have a cron job. So in this Ansible playbook, it sets up a cron job to delete all calls older than 32 days, but I plan to make that a parameter that you can set so that you can, run it for a week or two, see what the growth is like, and then say, oh, well, based on this disk, I could keep a year's worth of calls. I don't have anything planned out for, personally, I don't have anything set up to do cold storage or long-term archiving. I think that's totally possible. But that's what that currently looks like. The RDIO scanner web app has a default get rid of calls older than 7 days. You can adjust that to whatever number you want. But I think RDIO scanner is much better for listening than for trying to maintain a large archive. So it might be a trade-off of RDIO scanner is used for live and recent things, and then you can have maybe a bit deeper storage for oh, I have to go and find out something that happened 6 months ago. But for the most part, it's limited to disk space, and these audio files are pretty small. Does that make sense? Okay.
Hi. Just asking, is there a public web archive that you find trustworthy that someone could refer back to some communications that happened perhaps even years ago?
Oh, years ago?
Oh, well, in general, if there's a reliable web archive, but also it would be nice if there's one that could have some content from years ago.
Yeah, it would be coolest if you run your own and then you're in control of everything, but that's then you would have had to have been running something like this for years. Broadcastify does have archived calls you can listen to, but that's a premium, you have to pay for that, so I haven't looked to see what kind of depth it has. I believe there's also openmegahertz.com or something that is a similar project that has, I checked it recently and there's at least recent calls that I can go back and listen to, but I haven't dove too deep into openmegahertz.
Okay, and those two websites you mentioned, are these reliable sources of information? Can someone doing historical research listen to these archived communications without having to doubt their authenticity?
I don't know if I can answer that because I think it would be similar to different archival sources of they might not be the gospel truth, not even newspaper clippings can be considered this is what happened. It's at the end of the day, it's someone who is recording these audio files over the air and could potentially alter them or do something else to them before they upload them. So in my mind, when I've thought about this, I've thought about the calls that I'm saving, I couldn't submit to a court of law to be used as evidence probably, but it could be used as, okay, well, we heard this on our own system. Maybe we can go and harass the police to release the audio of the call on this talk group at this time, because I believe that they also record their own calls for their own internal audits and investigations. I don't know for how long they keep them. And then you're asking the cops to look into themselves, so who knows what's gonna happen there. But it's at least an ability to have our own archives that we can access ourselves. So I'd say I don't know how gospel truth I would consider those archives. It might require some due diligence and fact checking to try and figure that out, but it's at least available.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, I actually have
two questions, but I'll start with the longer one. So how, by your estimates, like how amenable is this setup to like adding a voice-to-text transcription model, for example, like Whisper, into the loop? I know there's like an existing project called SignalScribe that does this, that integrates pretty well with SDR trunk to do this, but I think it's pretty tightly integrated with the way that SDR trunk produces audio files, so I don't know how much work that would be. Yeah.
I have not looked into any automatic transcription stuff. I know it's been done in the past by other projects. I'm really excited to see how SignalScribe goes, because I think it could be really valuable, because I mean, I'm imagining like live transcription, transcribing previous calls, and having a text database that can be searched. I think that could be really powerful. I know that it has been done by other projects. Like there's a crimeisdown.com police scanner for Chicago, which is run by like weird right-winger types, because they're all like, I guess the mayor said crime was down, and they're like, no, listen to the police scanner, crime is up. And it's just like, dude, you're kind of off on something else. But they have live transcription. There's some kind of transcription when I was like looking around at different scanners. So it's possible, people do it. I'm excited to see how SignalScribe goes though, so yeah.
And my second question is just, have you tried using HackRF for the SDR? And if so, how did that go?
I have not. I do have one, so I could try. But I kind of like, I got it working with my RTL SDRs, and I was like, great, I don't want to touch that. I want to get the other stuff working. I would be interested in seeing how that works. So currently, the Ansible playbook I'm releasing only supports RTL SDR. Adding in other devices would be pretty cool. I could try it out with my HackRF. And now that I have dev and prod systems at home, that could be something where I'm like, all right, wipe the dev system, try it out, see how it is. The biggest thing I'd be curious about is CPU usage. But I don't know, I haven't tried, and so that would be cool. And another reason was I think it was cheaper for me to get the 4 RTL SDRs than 1 HackRF. So, yeah. All right, any other questions? I had thought about sharing some experiences of like actually using this in real life, but I think I'll do that in the hallway con after the talk instead of on the permanently recorded live stream. No questions on the matrix? All right, you're free to go. Yeah, I will say feel free to find me throughout the conference. I'm going to go hang out in the hallway if people want to chat, but if you've got questions or anything else, feel free to come and find me. Thanks.
Excellent.
Cool, thank you.
I'll watch this on the stream.
Sick. Yeah, I hope that people make use of it, you know?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started because I'm trying to cram probably slightly too much into roughly 35, 40 minutes to leave room for questions. So my name is Fred Jennings. Thank you all for coming out to this talk. I'm excited to give it. By way of introductions, actually, let me start with the boring disclaimers. First off, this talk is not legal advice. You should not take legal advice from conference talks. Second, unless we've had a very specific conversation prior to this talk, I'm not your lawyer. And third, nothing here represents the views of my clients, employers, etc. By way of introductions, I've been working in this field for a bit over a decade. I got my start doing cybercrime defense, federal cases, defending hacktivists around the country. After about 4.5 years of that, I went in-house at GitHub, where among many other hats I wore, I was the lawyer primarily responsible for dealing with law enforcement requests for data, ranging from informal letters all the way up to FISA court warrants and national security letters. And I want to talk as much as I can about all of that tonight. After that, I went to a healthcare tech company called ZocDoc as their product counsel, dealing with also dealing with government requests, so we got a much lower volume of them, but also dealing with things like data minimization, which we will get back to later in the talk. What we'll cover here is, first I want to walk through the kind of primary mechanisms by which government actors, usually either state police up through FBI and federal agencies, seek what legal mechanisms they have to seek data from an online platform, and then broadly what those online platforms can do about it. So just out of curiosity, how many people in the audience have some sort of role within an online platform that has users or subscribers of any sort? Just raise a hand. All right. How many of you are users of online platforms that you have a login for? Great, you're in the right place. Just to set expectations, this is not, because it is way outside the realm of an hour-long talk, going to be a deep dive on Fourth Amendment questions or on the precise parts of legal process you might use to fight these orders. I think my philosophy as a lawyer who does a lot of work for these platforms, either as in-house or outside counsel, is if we've landed in court on a motion to quash, we've already lost. That is expensive, painful, and honestly, most companies don't even want to do it. We'll get back to that later as well. And so once we've gone through those sort of base mechanisms, I also want to talk about kind of what you can do as someone with a role in those online platforms to minimize the amount of data that you give back. Sort of starting from the assumption that you want to protect user privacy, keep law enforcement agents from getting any more user data than they're completely entitled to. And sorry, I got my con crud early this year, so my throat's a little stiff. I might take a cough drop break midway through. But yeah, without further ado, let me jump forward into our next step. So generally speaking, there are 3 types of categories by which law enforcement can seek data from an online platform. They all have more or less the same structure. The law enforcement agent, through one of its officers, sends a request to the platform. These requests take more or less 3 different forms. There are a few different ones. I'll get to that a bit later. The platform receives that request, runs it often through the security team to say, hey, we got this request, what do we have? And then prepares a response to send back, responding to that request. The first and probably by far most common is an administrative subpoena, which is a relatively informal process. There is no court order or judge signing off on this. This is just a formal thing sent by the agent. There's a 2703D order, and I'll get into more depth on each of these, which is kind of in the middle. You can think of it as kind of in between. It's like a subpoena plus. A court has signed off on it, but the burden of proof, the sort of thing that the agent has to show to get it signed off on, is a much lower standard than a warrant. And then there's a search warrant, which has a much broader scope and has a higher burden that the officer has to show, which is not really that protective at the end of the day, and I'll get into that further down too. So what does the administrative subpoena actually what does that come from and what can it access? So what this all kind of stems from is an act called ECPA, or the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, and the Stored Communications Act, or SCA. Much like the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, these date from kind of the late 80s, early 90s when the legislation was being drafted up and passed into law. And so a lot of the actual sort of plain text terminology comes from an era of dial-up internet, monthly subscribers, and like the terminology doesn't really match what the internet looks like today. So you can find the like exact list of everything they're entitled to give under 18 USC 2702B. But broadly speaking, the administrative subpoena covers non-content or routing information. And if you want like the really, really high-level overview, all of this works by analogy. And all of government surveillance law essentially goes back to the early days of opening people's envelopes. If you wanted to open the envelope and read the contents, that's a warrant. If you want to just read the routing information on the cover of the envelope, that's considered relatively public, so the standard is lower. The administrative subpoena works sort of the same way. The court and the legislature has gone through what they view as non-content data and said, well, yep, if you send the subpoena, you're entitled to the name of the subscriber, their address, their local and long-distance telephone connection records, the length that they've been a subscriber of that service and the types of services they subscribe to, and their specific telephone or instrument number, and their means and source of payment. And there's a few others, but this is kind of the broad spectrum. Importantly, under this same set of laws, under ECPA, there are other gigantic holes in what can be provided, one of which is the service can disclose basically whatever it wants to. It has the lawful consent of that subscriber, which is not in this slide. It is in the law. And so, what I like to caution people about is if you're a user of these services, check the terms. If they say we can send whatever we want to law enforcement, then you've probably consented to that. There may be some limits, but it's one of those areas where it's not well defined or well protected. There's also another carve out for if the provider in good faith believes that the disclosure is necessary for an emergency involving danger of death or serious physical injury, they can disclose. And most places carve this out in their terms as one of the sort of exceptions to their usual law enforcement response process. That is one of those things where if you are someone involved in the legal or security response to these requests, what the provider's good faith belief there and where you set that bar is a matter of internal policy. So as a matter of sort of policy advocacy, there's a lot of areas here where it's sort of up to the provider to determine how much rights they want to give themselves to respond, either in public-facing or internal policy documents. The other thing to be aware of is under ECPA, all of this language kind of goes back to sort of old-timey, almost like telephone service types of terms. So like connection records, instrument identifiers. Don't be fooled by the plain text. There's a number of cases. US versus Forrester is probably the kind of seminal case on this issue of, well, and certainly this is what I thought when I very first encountered these laws was like, well, is an IP address a connection identifier? Is that like a phone number? Or is that not mentioned in the statute and therefore something that I can tell them to, go pound sand about? The reality is that the courts, both in a couple of larger name cases and then in a very long, boring list of extremely obscurely named cases like in Ray, the US application for a search order from 2006, I think, have sort of analogized the specific language used in ECPA to cover everything that a modern internet service would use. So, your phone number becomes your IP address. There is some really interesting kind of hair splitting here about URLs. Instrument number is read to include your IP address, arguably includes MAC address and browser agent, as those are non-content. URLs get interesting. If my request includes, if I'm a law enforcement officer sending this to a platform, and I say, give me a list of all the URLs this person's visited, yahoo.com, probably fine, because that's not content. That's just an address, just like a home address. Yahoo.com / Q equals my search terms, that query part of the URL, That's content, and courts have mostly agreed with this distinction of, once you get into stuff that the user entered, you're now beyond an analogy to the phone number you dialed. You're getting parts of the conversation. And if we sort of walk back that analogy one step in sort of the technology tree, that goes back to cases with, I feel like this is an ancient technology at this point, but have you ever used like a dialed phone menu? You call up a number and the robot says, press 1 for this thing. The same laws interpreted for those phone numbers, what's called a post-dialed digit, that's where we get this today. The same distinction applies of, the number you dialed, fine, that's routing information. That's the cover of the envelope and the stamp. Those digits you dial afterwards are post-dialed digits. That's content because that's the conversation you're having with the service. So this all sort of works by way of analogy to much older technologies. And in due course, the courts have sort of carried these forward to analogize to current technologies from the base language. The other place this comes up in terms of interesting areas where non-content information becomes very, very revealing. Someone gave a quick question before the talk started on sort of John Doe lawsuits or other situations where the target is not necessarily identified. This comes up with VPN services where the routing and log records may not contain any content per se, but they have the IP address of the exit from the VPN and they have the IP address of the logged in user, which is a very common route for law enforcement to identify unidentified individuals, because all they really need is that routing information plus the subscriber information from the ISP or service provider providing that person with their sort of endpoint internet service. It's a little tangent, but feels related. In terms of like things that VPNs do that mess up sort of promises of anonymity, that is pretty high on the list. And that is pretty much everything on subpoenas, which I'm lingering on a bit longer because from that state, basically everything else is just that plus scope. So when we talk about 2703D orders, the plain language of this law makes it sound like it reaches content. Thanks to a case called US v. Warshak, that is no longer true. The courts took a look at that and said, even though the law says it gets content, that's not how the Fourth Amendment works. If you want content, you need a warrant. But you can sort of think of a 2703D order kind of like an administrative subpoena plus. So it permits active collection. It permits sort of ongoing discovery requests being sent to the platform. And it typically permits a wider scope because it's been sort of reviewed and signed off on by a judge. So, a subpoena may be a relatively low bar of, give us everything you have about this username for, the last 6 months. Sure. Give us everything you have for this username for the last 5 years, maybe not. If they come back with the D order, that 5 years is probably more enforceable, or at least harder to challenge. And then likewise with search warrants, it's a higher bar. They have to be able to show probable cause to get the search warrant ordered. The reality is that judges still tend to approve these things very readily. And kind of equally importantly, there's no rule saying that if a judge says no to the officer's first request, there's no 3 strikes and you're out. That officer can go back with a new, refined request, at least, theoretically until they get it. So warrants are not really, it's a higher bar, but it's not a higher bar as much as you'd think it would be in practice. The thing with a warrant is also, it certainly permits ongoing collection in the same way a D order does. It reaches content. So, if in say a private message board context, it would get that person's content of their messages, it would get, chats they've had with people. It kind of reaches almost whatever they can get approval from the judge. And that includes, ongoing collection and even on-site seizure of data, documents, records from the actual platform itself. So the potential reach of a warrant is quite broad. There are some other, I'm sort of really focusing this on the kind of ECPA and Stored Communication Act stretch here because that keeps the talk to a reasonable scope and length. There are definitely other types of discovery. DMCA unmasking subpoenas under, I think it's 17 U.S.C. 512H are another form of discovery that can be used to get certain types of subscriber data in copyright infringement scenarios. The other one that's sort of interesting to talk about is what's called the All Writs Act. If you were following the Apple encryption legal disputes a few years back, that's what that was about. And this is kind of an old legal right that is kind of like, it's almost like the fallback option. It's a law that basically says if there's no other way to get this, the law enforcement agency can seek an order under the All Writs Act compelling certain kinds of disclosure or discovery. That San Bernardino case is really interesting. It's probably the best example to date that I can think of a sort of well-fought legal battle over things in this area, in which Apple basically went back and said, hey, encryption is a big thing that we market on. This is part of our business. You don't get this order because if you did, it would destroy our business model. And they kind of litigated this out pretty fully, which is rare. But broadly speaking, search warrants, 2703D orders, these all kind of have the same basic mechanic of the request lands with the platform processes it in whatever way it's going to, pushes back if it feels that's appropriate, and submits some kind of response down the road. Since we have time, I will talk real quick about national security letters and FISA warrants. Full disclosure, I may or may not have signed a thing that says I will never talk about these. So I can neither confirm nor deny that I've processed somewhere between 0 to 10,000 of them. And that's kind of long and short of it is the bad news is they're super secret. There is very little out there publicly on what they contain, what's done with them. The reality is national security letters have about the same reach as an administrative subpoena. And a FISA warrant has about the same reach as a standard search warrant. It's just that the reporting and transparency on them are tightly restricted because these all go through the foreign intelligence surveillance courts and are subject to various national security restrictions on any sort of disclosure about them. There's been some really interesting litigation about that, and as a means of kind of getting to a place of slightly better transparency, those aggregate disclosures of this platform has received between 0 and some number of thousands or hundreds of requests in the last year has now been approved, but it's been a very slow process getting there. But I guess sort of the most encouraging thing I can say about them is in terms of what's actually accessed, it's not that different from these sort of traditional means. So the same sort of methods and techniques for mitigating apply. So let's talk about those. In terms of what legally must be done, the law is not great if you're the user of these platforms. One thing that's important to note is almost all of this takes place under a gag order, even for a relatively informal letter request from law enforcement. At GitHub, we had a policy, sort of user-facing policy of if there's not a legally binding gag order, we're going to tell the user that we've received this request. And usually the result of telling the requester that was if it was an informal letter with no court-signed gag order on it, they'd withdraw the request. And maybe 50% of the time come back with a D order or a search warrant with a gag order attached. But the gag order rules are very permissive because they basically say if there's any kind of ongoing investigation or this might tip that person or some other third party off to a law enforcement action, you can't say anything. Importantly, they can't be forever anymore. There was a period of time when those did not have a time cap on them, and now there is within these laws a requirement that that gag order has to expire. It can be extended, but that's something that that law enforcement officer has to actually go through each time. So it adds a little bit more hassle if they want to keep stuff secret. But the reality is that if you're a user of these platforms, you may not know any of this is even happening. To the extent you will, you may find out, 1, 2, 3, 5 years after the disclosure has happened. In my experience, it is an extremely unusual case for that gag order not to be attached in such a way that the end user can actually be told in time to do anything about it. So unfortunately, a lot of this really falls on the platform to say, hey, here's what we're going to do to minimize the exposure of our users to law enforcement data requests. And broadly speaking, within the bounds of what the law allows you to do, there are kind of 3 things you can do. The first one, and I feel like this is one of those trite but true kind of data privacy norms, minimize your data. What do you really need to keep? How long do you really need to keep it? And if you don't need to keep it, get rid of it. The general truth, and that there are cases that have kind of enshrined this into law, is you can't be asked to produce something that you don't have. And if you don't have it because you delete it after 3 weeks as a matter of course every time, you can't be blamed for that. Now, if a preservation request or some kind of search of some sort of data demand comes in and then you delete it, that's going to go badly for you. But if this is part of your sort of general business practice of just removing data on a schedule that is as tight as it can be, that's a very effective way to minimize the amount of data that can be discovered there. And sort of, maybe this is not data minimization in the industry sense per se, but other things in that sort of minimization state are, to the extent you can, make these things that only the end user has power to provide the plain text of. If you can end-to-end encrypt or otherwise put sort of plain text production in the hands of the user, all the better. You can, again, because you can't be, except in very rare cases, you really can't be compelled to produce stuff beyond what you have access to. If that's in the hands of your user, that's going to be much harder to get. And that kind of gets into the second point, which is for more sensitive data that you do need to keep on hand, the more difficult that is to get to, the more costly or time-consuming that is to access, the better. There is within this sort of broad umbrella of ECPA, one of the subsections, 2706, provides for cost reimbursement. So if I'm an online platform and the FBI comes and sends me a letter and says, hey, we need all your information on users who were logged in between these hours last Wednesday, it is within my right to write back to them and say, we can do that. I don't see anything illegal in your request, but that's going to cost us, 300 man hours at however many dollars an hour. Once you send the bill for, $3 million, we'll get right on that. If your costs are reasonable and and are sort of justifiable for the difficulty of getting that data, that's a legit thing to respond back. And now you've turned a free request into a budget item. And in my experience, that does a lot to dissuade those requests coming in, because most of those, regional federal offices, state law enforcement, they have a set budget for this. And when you've sent the message that your production is no longer free, the amount of thought and process and time that goes into it on their end to say, hey, is this really worth it, or are we just kind of fishing around to see what we can get? You set off a conversation there that usually ends with that request being, revoked. Not always, and it's not as good as data minimizing. That's why it's number 2, but it certainly helps. And then third is to push back. And when I say this, I want to really emphasize that fighting back doesn't need to look like fighting. In fact, it's usually better and more effective if it doesn't. Yes, this can mean, and in certain circumstances, that Apple San Bernardino case being a great example, it does mean going to court, carrying the legal spend to fight back and say, hey, we don't think you have a right to this data, here's why. But kind of like I said earlier, I feel like from the viewpoint of the platform, and I think doubly or triply so for platforms without the legal budget that places like Apple have, that's rarely a good option. It's expensive, it's time-consuming, it's risky, it's very public. There's a whole host of reasons why this is not well litigated, and ideologically I hate them. Practically, they're pretty good reasons. So when I say fight back, I don't necessarily mean in the court system unless you have to. It is a known issue that things like that emergency exception that says, hey, if it's a threat of death or serious injury, you can give them whatever, that is on record as being abused by people forging emergency search requests. So usually I would recommend for a platform looking to kind of improve their law enforcement response policy, the first thing is have a policy of writing back as soon as you can, saying, hey, is this legitimate? We got this request, but we want someone from your office to confirm that it's real. Because it does, first off, it does happen, and second off, now you've added a bit more friction in the mix, and you've started a conversation. The other things, I've actually had a lot of luck getting these narrowed down when, and I feel like this is more often a live issue with state or local level law enforcement requests. They will send very broad requests, and I've actually had a lot of luck getting these scoped down with just an informal email back saying, hey, we know you asked for this, but we think that's actually beyond the bounds of what you're entitled to under an administrative subpoena, or goes beyond the language of the court order that you actually sent us a copy of for a de-order or for a warrant. And my experience, especially at the federal level, law enforcement tends to be pretty receptive to that, because what they don't want is, 6 months, 2 years down the road when the user finds out this has been produced, they don't want that reactive battle over whether it's admissible. They want to be sure from day one it's admissible. So usually those if that's coming from company legal or someone within the company, that's usually treated with some respect and engaged with, and often can narrow that scope to, usually not nothing unless it's a really ridiculous request, but usually narrows it from something crazily overbroad to something at least colorably legal. On the topic of what not to do, how many of you have heard of LavaBit? That is actually more hands than I expected. So you might know this story already. They are my favorite example of what not to do in response to a government request for data. So for those of you who are not familiar, LavaBit was an encrypted messaging program run by a fellow named Ladder Levinson, and probably most notably used by Edward Snowden. And the short version of what happened is after Snowden's leaks were made public, the government went to LavaBit and said, hey, we think that this person was corresponding on your service. We want you to give us the content of that correspondence. And Levison basically said, well, that's all SSL encrypted, and that's core to my business. This is an encrypted private chat program. If you make us reveal this, we're hosed, we're done. Which is all well and good, except the way that LavaBit did it was to ignore and avoid these requests for as long as possible, including, and maybe this is apocryphal, but it's the story that I heard, so I'm going to repeat it uncritically, including up to at some point when the FBI came to his door with papers to serve for discovery, Levison running out the back door and disappearing. Don't do that. It doesn't look good in court afterwards. When this was eventually brought to court, what that meant was the judge looked at this person as an untrustworthy actor who couldn't be relied on to comply in good faith. They ordered the SSL keys turned over. Levison produced the SSL keys in a printed out hard copy paper format, which was also not as appreciated by the court as it might be by privacy advocates. And long story short, had to shut down the service in order to not disclose this information. And in the meantime, bought himself a whole lot of legal bills and probably years of legal trouble afterwards. So don't do that. It's an interesting story because at the end of the day, I think the information was protected, but the amount of harm it did to people advocating for better data privacy in this space is still with us today. There are sort of ways to fight this and ways to litigate this, and that is really not the way you want to start out, because it sort of ruins the credibility going forward if you're saying, hey, here's why we can't do this. The Apple case with San Bernardino, budgetary differences aside, is a much better example of what to do. They showed up in court, they said, hey, here's a list of reasons why we can't do this, and why if you force us to do this, it will destroy our business. And it's funny because it's almost word for word the same basic concepts that LavaBit was saying, But the means by which they did it meant they actually had credibility with the court, had an ability to kind of carry that litigation process through, and get some successes on, what was being argued. And that more or less gets us to the whole of the subject. If you have further questions, my contact info is up there. I am reachable on email and Signal. I meant to put my PGP key up there just in case anyone's still using that, but Signal's just fine. And then I did put up some additional resources and links to some of these laws and case citations and things up on my GitHub as well if you want to, dig in further. So yeah, if there are any questions, please come to either of the mics and we'll take them in turn. I absolutely can. So the question was, can you speak to the practice of warrant canaries? Warrant canaries are great. I've done some work for clients on those. The basic idea of a warrant canary, for those not familiar, is a line somewhere on the website that says, we have not received any government search requests. The idea being, much like a canary in a coal mine, if that line expires or goes away, you know that that site has received a request. They're great. Last I looked into the case law on them, while gag orders for searches are well supported, the government cannot compel false speech. And if the canary is just deleted, that's just keeping your speech truthful. So like their legal ground is pretty good. I think the weakness of warrant canaries is they're kind of all or nothing. For things like national security letters or FISA warrants being a great example, where you can't say in your yearly transparency reporting, we got 3 of these this year and here's the accounts they were for. The warrant canary is just kind of all or nothing. And if I'm a widely used messaging service providing private chats to my users, there's no way for those users to tell the difference between hey, we got a letter from the sheriff's office in Las Vegas, Nevada, asking about this one person who used the service once 6 years ago, versus 6 different FBI field offices that have asked us for blanket discovery on everyone using the service, for the month of April last year. The warrant canary disappears the same way for both of those, and there's not a way to give nuance to that through that method, really. So yeah, that's sort of my long and short on warrant canaries. Generally for them, they're just, they're not perfect, but they can't be, so. Yes.
Oh, great. If I recall correctly about the Apple San Bernardino case, one of the arguments that Apple made was that, similar to the warrant canary situation, the government telling them to create software to crack their own encryption would have been compelling them to perform a First Amendment protected expression, right? They'd be writing source code to do this thing. And so that is another situation where the First Amendment protections have stood against this kind of ask for information. Are there other situations like that where other kinds of fundamental rights or constitutional rights conflict other than Fourth Amendment protections?
So outside the Fourth Amendment, the only other thing that comes to mind sort of off the top of my head is in the legal and policy disputes, which I believe included, and I forget if it was EFF or Epic or both, who had sort of long-running lawsuits on this issue. But I sort of briefly referenced the kind of long-fought and eventually kind of won battle for transparency around national security letters and FISA requests. That was also based on First Amendment issues, saying, hey, we have a speech interest in being able to tell our users what kind of, requests we've received, let them know if those are hitting our service. So it came up there. I don't know if it was as much of a factor as it is with, say, a warrant canary or the All Writs Act case. I found that Apple case really interesting because there's 6 different moving parts, all of which get really complicated, including the fact that Apple has voluntarily decrypted lots of other stuff before that. Yeah, I don't know. That's the only other First Amendment thing I can think of off the top of my head on that. Great.
Okay, the first one is what kinds of requests do you get at ZocDoc?
Interesting question. And there goes the battery. So it was interesting because, one of the kind of soft factors here is law enforcement agencies talk to each other, right? FBI talks to state police talks to their local field offices. There's a lot of community back and forth there. And at GitHub, we got a very high volume of requests. And the origin story, it was like a year or two before my time, but the origin story was basically, first we got a few of these, and we responded and, sort of had our process. And because it's a site where a lot of people post, let's call them dual-use security tools, they got a lot more, basically, like, long story short, it grew exponentially in terms of request volume because the first few requests, law enforcement realized, hey, there's actually a lot here, and a lot of it's non-content. We can get, like, actually a pretty good amount of data from this service that is useful in these investigations. And so it grew rapidly over time. Because ZocDoc's really mainly providing sort of healthcare booking and appointment services, the volume of request was much lower, the amount of useful information was much lower. Primarily things with, like, the state attorney general's office involving, say, like, investigations into some healthcare providers' arguably illegal practices was, like, the type of request we got. Awesome.
Second matrix question, do you think a LavaBit-sized company could have fared as well as Apple with a similar strategy, or was size and depth of pocket a significant factor there too?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. I'm going to repeat it because I want to make sure I heard it right too. I think what I heard was, even better, I'll read it verbatim. Do you think a LavaBit-sized company could have fared as well as Apple with a similar strategy, or was it a depth of pocket and size of company issue? That's a really interesting question to try and, like, sort of armchair lawyer about. They're somewhat different situations. They're very different use cases and levels of urgency. They're also separated by 6-ish years, I think, if memory serves. So the law had moved a bit in those times. If I can fight that hypothetical just a tiny bit and say, if LavaBit happened at the same time that Apple did and pursued a similar, strategy, I don't know if they would have fared as well as Apple because of that depth of pocket issue. I think they certainly could have fared much better, and I think more importantly, they could have not set back the precedent in this area the way that they, inadvertently did by their actions. And I think that's sort of where I'd come down at it is, they may not have won the day in the same way. They may still have ended up in the situation they did, which was, hey, we have to shut down or else all of our users' privacy is compromised. But they could have fought to that point, in a way that did less collateral damage, basically. Yes?
So for foreign services, because a lot of email services these days, they're not based in the United States. Proton Mail is a big example. If law enforcement wants to get a warrant for an American's data being stored on a server in Switzerland or Germany, I imagine that they have to go through German courts, but do they also have to go through American courts? To what extent is it different?
So you've touched a topic that I meant to get to and jumped over, which is called an MLAT request. It's a mutual legal assistance treaty is what the acronym unpacks to. And this is the means by which one country sends a legal request, like a warrant, to another. The details of exactly what is agreed to in those MLATs differs from country to country. I think generally speaking, it is a little bit like an extradition request standard. Obviously not for the haul the person to a different country part of it, but for the there are exceptions, but typically the foreign country's agreement under an MLAT will usually be, similar to extradition standard, where, like, if it is criminal in our country, we'll honor this request. If the thing you're asking for is not permitted under our laws, we probably won't. But again, that varies from country to country. So, off the top of my head, I don't have a specific answer to, if it's an American person's, data that is resident, like the data which is residing in Germany, for example, which is a good example because Germany is relatively data protective as countries go. I couldn't tell you like with that hypothetical, but generally there is a process, and same thing if Germany sends a request to a U.S. Law enforcement agency. They will process that through U.S. courts, which will approve or deny the request or modify it as needed. So yes, there's sort of a complicated multiple systems process there, but except for countries with which the requesting country has no mutual legal assistance treaty, there is a process by which those can be sent out. Which also touches on like another really interesting issue of kind of peripheral to data minimization, which is data sovereignty. There are certainly examples of, I'm thinking of like VPNs which base themselves in places like the Seychelles because there are no MLATs with that territory. And the idea of, well, if all this data travels through a place with which, where which the US cannot get to that data, then the users are much safer. So that's another place where, like, if you're designing a very privacy-focused platform of one type or another with users in mind, thinking about where that data lives and where that data travels through is also very important. All right. No more questions. Thank you all.
Okay. So we got a good mic here. As soon as my other person shows up here, just waiting for Gabrielle. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get started here. You can hear us well?
Yeah, pretty well.
Okay. Okay. Let's try and get your volume up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. How's that?
What do you guys think? Yeah, if you can raise it a little bit, I'll raise my volume.
Yeah, how's that?
And maybe if I hold the microphone. Go ahead and talk for a second.
So how does that sound now?
How about now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah? Hearing me well?
Turn the audio off?
Yeah, turn it up.
Oh, up? Yeah, so we're just gonna have to turn it up. Sorry about that. And we won't need to use this microphone either. So, I'm assuming the sound's coming out of this computer?
Yes.
Okay. How do I turn it up, though? Oh, it's just out of here. Yeah, this is cranked all the way up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we'll just have to do the best we can with the audio.
Yeah. So what's the issue?
Yes, I did that, but then we're worried about, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's try that. You want to talk a little bit more here?
Yeah, is there anything I can assist you in?
Oh, thank you. All right, that sets up my first little presentation thing here. I don't have this. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yeah. All right, so first of all, and these questions go out to the people online too, because we're going to try and bring everybody into this conversation. So I'm curious about who's in the room. Raise your hand if you're a coder. Does that make sense? That's good. Raise your hand if you're an artist. Very good. We have some overlap too. Raise your hand if you're a researcher. Do we have any journalists? Yes. How about organizers? Yes, we have people who wear many hats. And how many people, and this is last but not least, are activists? So by the end of this presentation, I am really hoping that you'll be encouraged and comfortable raising your hand every time anybody asks you that question. Welcome to our panel on From Activism to Hacktivism, Resisting Digital Repression. And we're going to bring a human rights lens to bear on the challenges, many of which we've been hearing about already this weekend. But we're going to try and take a global perspective and look at the way this is playing out around the world. And we're going to be trying to situate this within the common global landscape of intensifying authoritarian practices. We have a couple of goals that we're going to share with you. First of all, we want to share some information and some stories about what's happening and how people are responding. We also want to make some calls to action. And last but not least, we're going to be inviting you to partner and work together on these issues. So I'm an educator. I've started a human rights program at St. Francis College in Brooklyn after teaching high school in Hackensack for about 30 years. And I've also been involved with Amnesty International as a member leader. And so I am the chair of the coordination group for Amnesty International USA that covers North Africa. I'm also the chair of the co-groups in general. And the co-groups include country specialists like me, but also thematic specialists. And so these people provide guidance and input, and we work on planning strategies for human rights change in Washington. And we also work very closely with our members because Amnesty International is the world's largest grassroots human rights organization. We also have two thematic co-groups that come into play with the work that we're going to talk about tonight. One of them is the Women's Rights Co-Group, and they work closely with the LGBTQI co-group. And the other is a co-group that works specifically on military issues, police, and weapons. And the fourth one that comes into play with this is the Business and Human Rights Co-Group. So now I'd like to briefly introduce our panelists, and then we'll start asking some questions. And Gabrielle's going to be the first person speaking to questions, but we're going to introduce her right before she speaks. Jane here, just to my left, is the Digital Rights Program Manager for Women on the Web. It's a Canadian nonprofit that supports access to abortion for care seekers in over 130 countries. And she also worked with AIUSA for a while, defending reproductive rights with a focus on Indigenous women. Alina, at the far end of the table, has been an attorney, starting her legal studies at the age of 16 in the Dominican Republic. So she practices human rights law, and she's defended people all across the Western Hemisphere. She's currently Amnesty International's Security Lab researcher on targeted digital surveillance, and so she's going to provide some information about how that's working in other countries. And then the person that we're going to talk to remotely here is Gabrielle. Gabrielle is completing her graduate work in bioethics at the School of Public Health at the University of Montreal. She did field work this spring in Ukraine on hacktivism. So before I get started here, I'm going to set up my my Zoom so that we can show a slide also after you, okay? So I'll do that after you speak, Gabrielle, so we don't have to have a slide in the way. Okay, so we all set here? Gabrielle, can you hear me? I don't think so. Gabrielle, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. I hope you didn't say anything important on the microphone because I couldn't hear anything.
I'm sorry, yes. We just introduced the panel,
Yes.
and I just introduced you.
Okay, thank you.
And it was a great introduction, and everybody's very excited.
Okay, I don't know what you said, so I just trust you.
Yeah. So let's have a round of applause.
I have no like visual cue or anything. I just feel alone.
I'm sorry. I made
I
an
could be in the
assumption
closet.
that was
I don't know.
inaccurate there. Okay, so let's dig in. Gabrielle, your research is based on real encounters with vulnerable people.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you're a social
yeah.
scientist. Given the many ways that people can be profiled using data from the internet and from mobile networks, how do you ensure the anonymity and privacy of the people you work with?
You mean in the context of my research when I go on the field and meet with them, right?
Yes, and then when you have to publish and so on.
Yes. Yes, and that's an important topic in Ukraine, especially because, well, I hope that I don't have to give all the context of what's happening in Ukraine at the moment and what exactly I'm studying. I assume that you said that I'm studying civilian volunteering during the war, right? So within the country, obviously, they are fighting Russians who are coming to the borders to attack and seize territory. But within Ukraine itself, there's also a lot of civilians present there who are sympathetic to the Russians. So there's a lot of people that would be called collaborators, right? So the people who collaborate and would hope that Russia would take over the country. So for me, because I study civilian involvement and volunteer and people who believes in Ukrainian sovereignty and try to fight off the aggression as much as they can, they use multiple methods of involvement to try and fight off this aggression in different manners. So a lot of people I meet are either activists trying to, well, maybe you heard of the IT army in Ukraine, where they just essentially gather together and create some kind of computational manpower to hack into Russian infrastructure, either states or just private company, just to create disturbance in Russia. There's people on the ground also who are either helping journalists, raising awareness, they are making nets, they are making a lot of things on the ground, they are making drones, they are getting involved even in the defense sector, not just trying to do civilian things, they are getting closer and closer to military. So those civilians are embedded within cities, within the civilian society. They are not protected and they are putting their life at risk. So those collaborators that I talked about, if they are aware of people around them, other civilians who are involved with Russia, if they want to make some sabotage operation, or if they want to disturb their peace, or maybe make some kind of a vengeance toward them, they can, because they are essentially always a bit spying on each other. So for me, when I'm on the field, and I go and try to chase those volunteers to get some information out of them, to interview them, go to their premises and see what they are doing, if they're building a drone or if they're working on jamming mechanism, if they're working on anything related to defense or to help the Ukrainian army. If I'm not, if I don't take care of like my operational security and their operational security as I do this research, I could compromise operation. So obviously, when I go on the field, I have a lot of protocol regarding how I capture those testimony over video, over microphone. And as a researcher, I also have to have the consent of everyone when I go and I do interview and I capture those data. So usually that means that you have forms that you have to make people sign, and then you have like a paper trail. So that's even more dangerous than have a digital trail. It entails other problems. So for me, it's always about having dedicated devices to be on the field, dedicated SIM card, burner phone, burner SIM card as well. eSIMs become extremely interesting in that regard as well. If I go towards territory that are more problematic towards the front line, it's even more important, because then you also have Russia trying to capture your signal and see where you are and who you will be, like just making some kind of digital mapping of where you could be and with whom. So there's a lot of things to think about, just because we are all like our mobile device now. So we are traceable very much. So I also have to be sure that one of the cell phone I use to capture my video, my interview, nothing is online at any time. So nothing can be captured this way. But I also have to be very secure in the way I use them on me. So I have to know how to defend myself in case someone wants to have my cell phone or the data I capture or the notes I take, because I take a lot of field notes and I try to take them by hand, so it's not on my computer if the computer is seized. The way I store the data as well on an encrypted device, the way I decide to analyze them. If I analyze my data, I never do it on the field. I do it back in Canada when it's safe. So there's a lot of really complex and intricate details just to be sure that the subject I'm studying, the people I'm interacting with, are just safe with the way I handle their testimony, but also the way we meet as well. So I will prioritize different type of way of communication. Obviously, I like to use Signal as much as possible, but sometimes it's not possible either for them because they don't use that. So you just have to be very crafty in the way that you decide to meet with those people and see their level of comfort as well. But a lot of them do not even think about those things. So I have to do it for them. And sometimes they're just not even complying to that kind of demand that they take their security seriously, because for them they just act and they just go because they have a country to protect. So sometimes it's even not me that are putting them in danger, it's themselves, because they are not even aware of the danger that they can be in. So that's a double fight I have to do, and sometimes they are disturbed by the fact I always have to ask for their consent and be sure that they're comfortable with everything, and sometimes they will skip those steps. So I have to really make my point that I do this for their security, but sometimes they will neglect themselves. So sometimes this has been my main challenge, I think, sometimes, that to make them understand that they are putting themselves in danger just by talking with me. So it's a challenge.
Thank you. And, when I asked that question, I didn't realize that it was going to lead into this question and include you in the question, because I can see how this question applies to you also. So based on this field work in Ukraine, tell us about how technology blurs the line between support and participation in a conflict for civilians.
Yeah, for sure.
How can people navigate the territories between cyber warfare and physical warfare when they're overlapping and make choices?
Yeah, so I can give a bit of my backstory with Ukraine and how I started to be involved there. So for many personal reasons, I started to get involved in Ukraine back in 2022 when everything started to blow up and the Russians started their invasion. And at the time, I was writing my master thesis, and I was in Poland. I was getting involved with different kind of organization, and I could see how just our everyday technology was used just in order to organize, like on a remote level, like in Poland, just when people comes over, and the kind of tool that we're using all the time. So I just decided, okay, I think there's something happening here, because now we are getting closer and closer to the battlefield, because Ukraine right now is not in the European Union. It's not a rich country. It's not in NATO. So it doesn't have a lot of weapons, doesn't have a lot of money either to buy those weapons. So it's a budget warfare, right? And it relies a lot on the will of volunteers who are either trying to get money and funding out of campaigning over social media, or people just doing their own thing, but everything is kind of enhanced by technology. So I just kind of make some kind of classification of the volunteer that I've been seeing. So there's a classical support role that you have been seeing since the beginning of every war. So civilians have always been involved within conflict from all the time. There's no way avoiding it. But that's not the ideal case scenario from, let's say, the Red Cross, right? They would like to have the civilian going away from the conflict, military getting in, resolving the conflict, military out, civilian back. This isn't what's happening at all. And at the moment, because Ukraine is on a budget war where everyone have to kind of get involved, so those classic roles are now also digitally enhanced, and they are using social media, they are using their technical skill to try and make the difference of the battlefield. They're trying to be present on different social media, not just for raising money, but also to fight disinformation and misinformation, which is one of the biggest wars being fought at the moment. And there's people who are just essentially cyber native activists, where there's a new cluster of volunteering that didn't exist before. So now the people who are doing the hacktivists, where I mentioned the IT army, those people who are using their technical power and their technical knowledge to make disturbance in Russia, they are participating in cyber conflict. And even within the military and the defense sector, the rules of engagement of cyber conflict are not well defined just yet. It's still a very, very hard line to navigate, even as official military. So when you got civilian sharing the same cyberspace that the military does and getting involved and trying to do their own little difference within the cyber battlefield, this is a line that is being blurred, that you mentioned. So because the rules of engagement for cyber warfare within military is not even clear, when you got civilian getting their own kind of moral idea of what they should do to help a country, and they get involved in cyberspace and doing cyber operation against an opponent, then you really get a problem, because you don't know where the attack is coming from. You know, it's a civilian, probably. You have no control over what he's doing, and can even end there some diplomatic relationship, because at some point, if states decided that they put a stop to a war, but you still got cyber activists working their way in because they are not part of that diplomatic action, well, they will be making some, like, it's essentially terrorism at some point. So this some work I did for an article, there's a reviewer who said like someone's APT is another person activist, which is very true. It depends where you stand and how you're looking at that person. And in Ukraine, something that's interesting as well is that people are not even responsible for their own propaganda. So maybe a lot of you may have heard of the NAFO and all those input of memes that are happening on the battlefield, and they are just helping or not helping at all misinformation and disinformation campaign. But they also, for the same kind of tool, are used to raise money. So if you go viral as well, when you do a video on the battlefield with your unit and you do something funny and then you manage to get money to buy more equipment for your unit, you can be more successful in the battlefield. But that's because you have civilian people helping you as well. So at some point, the civilians are getting dragged into this war because there's a lack of money, there's a lack of fund, there's a lack of weapon, and everyone has to pitch in at some point. So that's where the line is blurred, where people have to be involved in places that they are not supposed to be involved regarding international humanitarian law.
Thank you. So I'm going to jump to a question that you've touched on around the edges, which has to do with something that you've called the Hunger Games effect.
Yeah.
And so I wondered if you could explain that to the audience and then talk about some examples of that, and then some ways that leads to what you've called a dystopian inversion of need and supply.
Yeah, so you have to know a bit of your Hunger Game lore, but I'm going to assume that most people know. But online, every fundraiser that I mentioned, a lot of people are doing fundraiser over social media. They behave like the tribute in the arena, and they haggling for sponsor, like the parachute that you've seen in the Hunger Game that could be sent through the arena to a victory that they're supporting. So a drone team with a very slick video explainer that gets battery faster, quieter. Like people who would go viral over social media through war content could get more funding because they are more visible. So there's we are part of the how do you call that? Like economy of attention, like attention economy. Everyone tries to capture your gaze over social media to get your attention, to get your clicks, and eventually get fun. So for me, the Hunger Game effect that I've seen in Ukraine is that the more viral you will go, the more the more eyes you can get on your cause, the more funding you will get. So your success on the battlefield as a military unit or as a volunteer trying to make something work for another unit, you can be a civilian as well. The more attention you get over social media, the more fun you will get, and then you can have a better success on the battlefield. You'll get better equipment, you get better drones, you'll get better armor, or a better car as well. There's been a lot of fundraising for a car. So to me, this is something that's very unique to this war, and this is going to happen even more, that a lot of people, because they are willing to help, especially when the cause is good, and I think the Ukrainian cause is pretty easy to understand as being a good one to support, because you will have to fight those algorithms, right, to actually be visible and get people to support you, just like the victor in Hunger Game, trying to be enticing to the people from District 1 so they get money. And there's something extremely green with that reality, that and because we don't exactly control how things go viral, right? There's a lot of people who are in charge of those social media, and they all have their own agenda. And if they decide that they're pulling the plug on those kind of things and they're just not pushing that content, well, it's going to affect the battlefield. It's going to affect the volunteering. So this is what I mean when I talk about the Hunger Game effect of civilian volunteers, because that you are now, most of the volunteering and on every aspect depends on how much gaze you can get online. So that's something very green about it, I think.
Thank you. So I dropped a link to the YouTube streaming of this so that maybe when you're not talking, you could listen to what everybody else is saying and know what's going on. So I'm going to mute this microphone, and then you're probably going to want to mute on your end. And then there's a link that I sent you in Signal that you could use for the YouTube. Sorry. Yes, I got ahead of myself. Sorry. I said that I sent you a link to the YouTube streaming so you could watch that, and that way you'll be able to hear people. I'm also going to turn, I guess I will keep my microphone on, but I'm going to turn the microphone away, so maybe that'll pick up the panelists a little bit. Anyway,
Got it.
and then I'll wave at you when I want to talk to you again, just in case. Okay, so we're going to have a few questions with Alina and a few questions with Jane, and then we're going to open it up a little bit to discussion, and then I have other questions for the panelists if we can get to them. So Alina, based on your experiences, and these include working with activists in Serbia, activists in Thailand, including, of course, your long experience in Latin America. How have digital surveillance and spyware specifically impacted human rights in different countries, especially for vulnerable groups?
Thank you, Ken, and thank you all for being such a kind and generous audience so far. I'm very excited to be here with you all despite the time. So I'm glad that we're all here, rallying for this subject. Well, as Ken mentioned earlier, I'm part of the security lab at Amnesty Tech. We are a group of multi-diverse people with different skills, bringing them all together in order to counter surveillance practices, particularly unlawful targeted surveillance, and try to keep civil society activists and journalists safe from these practices as an effort to realize human rights. I don't think that we can talk about the human rights impacts without talking about the human aspect of it, so if you will indulge me and close your eyes for a second or place your gaze softly somewhere in front of you and just take a minute to settle in this and imagine, since many of you raised your hands when we asked if you were an activist, that you are in your space with your fellow activists, fellow friends, colleagues, working on whatever cause you care about, whatever cause is bringing you to a community space where you can connect with others and dream about a different future together. And you are organizing around it, you are preparing messages around it, how can I reach out to different people? You've been dedicating hours of your life, perhaps years of your life for this. You have been developing trust and care and networks of just weaving this care and believe in something possible differently, right? And then suddenly one day you wake up and you find out that one of your colleagues have been put under surveillance with a tool called Pegasus. You don't necessarily really know what this is, but you understand that the phone has been compromised, which means that probably the network you're a part of has been compromised. And perhaps you didn't necessarily take a front-end role. Perhaps you were still a little bit concerned about your safety before engaging in this, but you feel deeply about this, and you wanted to contribute perhaps from a back-end role, an admin role, a logistics role, and yet you then days later find out that your phone was tapped, not only once or twice, many times. So you start to wonder, well, how did they get my phone? How did they get to me? Who? What did I get from it? Who has my data? What do they know about me? What do they know about the people I care about outside of this circle of activists? You start to second guess every move that you make and every message that you send because you don't know who's watching. So imagine the fear, imagine the anxiety, the questions around it, the paralyzing feeling of not knowing where is this coming from, how long has it been going on, and deep down why? Because all you're doing is, exercising your human right. So take a deep breath with me, inhale and exhale. Let's do it again, actually. Inhale, exhale. Wake up, open your eyes. You're back in this room. We're safe here, right? As safe as we can be. What I just shared with you was just a very loosely crafted, guided visualization that we have prepared based on dozens of testimonies that my team and I have gathered across the world on what does it mean for an activist or a journalist to be targeted with unlawful targeted surveillance. No one that dedicates their lives to this kind of work is actually or should have to sign up to their privacy, their freedom of expression, and other rights to be subjected to this form of violation. Being an activist, being a journalist, being a human rights defender, those don't mean that you trade the possibility of doing that for, that you trade your rights for it. In fact, you have a qualified protection under international human rights law. And yet that is what is unfortunately the trend in all that we have documented. There are research all over, from the Americas to Europe, Asia, Africa, just shows that surveillance has implications not only on privacy, that's like the immediate thought, right? It's like, well, the sanctity of my device, encryption, my personal information, that of the people I care about and I communicate with constantly, that I work with, even the people I maybe just texted to see like, hey, you know, can I go pick up this from your house, whatever, can be compromised, which is critical for activists and journalists in particular, as we know, because without that level of trust and confidence that their personal information is not out there, they cannot do what they're supposed to do, right? Which is seek and receive and share information and defend our human rights. Surveillance also has implications for freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly. And here, just to keep it slightly brief because of time, I just wanted to focus on what in human rights world we call the chilling effect. And you've probably heard about this term before. It's that sensation, in practical terms, it's just a sensation that I was trying to guide you through of like feeling paralyzed and therefore choosing, as if you actually had a choice after you have been put under surveillance, but opting for removing yourself from your circles, from your activism, or stopping altogether any sort of human rights defense or journalistic work because you fear for your safety or the safety of those that work with you. And this came up very clearly in one of our latest reports. We just released a report a few months ago, December of last year, February of this year, with a continuation, and it's still an ongoing work called A Digital Prison. It's focused on Serbia, where we documented that Serbian authorities have not only used Pegasus against human rights defenders and journalists, they have also used Celebrite, which is, as most of you know what it is, but I'll still go ahead and briefly define it. It's a form of, loosely defined, it's a form of software that allows you to break access to a device in order to have access to the information that's in it. But the Serbian authorities also went all the way out to developing a homegrown version of spyware that we have called Novi Spy. And in doing so, they have just cracked down on the civic space and freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly. And if you have been